Everybody dies, don't they? Everybody come back, don't they? Isn't that so?
You tried to get into the locked drawer today, didn't you?
How do the dead come back, Mother? What's the secret?
Welcome to this collection of 9 ghostly tales from the streets of London. Each story drifts into the next without interruption. No music, no ads, just a quiet black screen and the voices of the city's restless spirits. Settle in, let the world fade away, and allow these haunted whispers to guide you gently into sleep.
Everybody dies, don't they? Everybody come back, don't they? Isn't that so?
You tried to get into the locked drawer today, didn't you?
How do the dead come back, Mother? What's the secret?
Number 11, Welham Square, by Herbert Stephen. We were sitting in the drawing-room of our house at Bayswater one evening after dinner, in high good humour. I had that day been appointed to a certain post at the British Museum, which would afford me ample opportunity for the studies in which I was most interested, and put me in possession of what I expected to find an ample competence. We had been talking over my prospects, and the only cloud I could discern upon the horizon was that I should have to be at my post at an earlier hour in the morning than was comfortably compatible with the 3-mile walk from our house to the museum. "What a pity," said my younger sister Patricia, "that we don't still live in the dear old house in Welham Square. You could have got to the museum from there in 5 minutes." I was born after we left Welham Square, but Patricia was 6 years my senior and could remember her nursery days there. "Not at all," said my father very abruptly. "The walk will do you all the good in the world." As the old gentleman had been, to all appearance, fast asleep for at least 10 minutes, I was rather surprised at the energy with which he spoke. Looking up, I saw my mother making anxious signals to Patricia, which she followed up by instantly changing the subject. A few days afterwards, as I descended reluctantly into the bowels of the earth at Edgware Road Metropolitan Station on the way to my new work for the first time, this episode recurred to my mind, and I began to speculate upon what might be the reasons that made the mention of Welham Square distasteful to my parents. I determined to consult my eldest sister Ellen on the subject, and from her, and some other sources, I gradually accumulated the facts, which I will present here in the form of a continuous narrative. Number 11 Welham Square has always been the freehold property of my family. It was built, together with several adjoining houses, about the beginning of the 18th century by the owner of a plot of land in which the houses stand, a retired attorney who had 2 nephews. These were Andrew Maisie, my great-great-great-grandfather, and his cousin Ronald Maisie. Ronald, who was generally thought to be his uncle's favourite and probable heir, was an exceedingly tall and powerful young man, with a forbidding and melancholy expression of countenance. As a boy, he was singularly backward, and his incapacity for mental exertion seemed to develop, as he grew up, into something not far removed from downright idiocy. His weakness of mind caused him to be remarkably subject to the influence of those with whom he lived, and in particular his cousin Andrew, my ancestor, was supposed to exercise over him an influence almost amounting to fascination, and to be able to mould him to all the purposes of an exceptionally vigorous will. Shortly after the building of the houses in what is now Welham Square, the uncle of these 2 men died, and Andrew took possession of all his property under the provisions, as he asserted, of a will, the existence of which no one except Ronald had any interest in disputing, and which no one except Andrew, the sole executor and devisee, ever saw. Shortly before his uncle's death, Ronald had become engaged to a young lady named Lettice White, to whom he was passionately attached, and it was generally supposed among the neighbours that upon his accession to the avuncular wealth the marriage would take place. But when a barely decent interval had occurred since the old gentleman's obsequies, the fair Lettice was led to the altar, not by the impecunious Ronald, but by his more fortunate cousin Andrew. The newly married pair took up their residence in number 11, and Ronald came to live with them. When it was represented to Andrew by some of his few intimate acquaintances that his arrangement was so singular as almost to be thought improper, he curtly gave them to understand that Ronald's mental condition was not such as to permit of his only living relation allowing him to live alone, and that he was compelled by the merest considerations of family affection to take the unfortunate young man into his own household. So the three lived on in the stately and somewhat gaunt mansion, Andrew collecting his rents with methodical regularity, and otherwise giving his neighbours but little concern. As for Ronald, there soon came to be little doubt in anyone's mind of his confirmed imbecility. He appeared seldom, and when he did, was for the most part silent, regarding his cousin and former betrothed with an expression of the profoundest submission, which at times merged into a look of wild and hardly human apprehension, like a terrified brute beast, as it was put by an old lady who was one of the few friends occasionally privileged to partake of the gloomy hospitality of this uncomfortable establishment. Nothing more was ever known of the condition in which my ancestor, his wife, and his cousin lived, and no one was specially interested when, about 6 years after the marriage, Ronald, who had not been seen for many months, died, and was buried in a frugal manner. Before he had been dead a year, Andrew and Lettice suddenly left their house and took up their abode elsewhere, and after a while a tenant was found for number 11. 30 years later, the lease of the house having expired, Andrew's son, who had succeeded to his father's property, came to reside there, but not for long. He left the house suddenly after a few years, and a rumour went abroad that it was haunted, probably by the ghost of the unfortunate Ronald. From this time, number 11 descended from father to son, the adjoining property being sold piecemeal as the family necessities dictated. Occasionally the successive freeholders made attempts to live there, but they never stayed more than a few months, and on each occasion of their removal the rumours of ghostly possession were renewed. These, however, would die away, and tenants would, after a time, be found who never suffered from any inconvenience. The last occupation by the owner was that of my father, who moved into the house when my sister Patricia was a little girl. After living there a year, he left precipitately, but Ellen could give me no particulars of his reasons for doing so, and knew only that he disliked any reference to the house, and never mentioned it himself. The house was now let to a stockbroker with a family. 2. 5 years had elapsed since the conversation I related at the beginning of the previous chapter. My parents had both died, and Patricia was married and living with her husband in a provincial town. My career at the museum had been a prosperous one, and I was now entrusted with a more responsible and better paid office. The tenant of number 11 Welham Square had just given me notice of his intention to depart from it, and it occurred to me that it would be interesting to follow what seemed to be the family destiny, and try living in the house myself, to say nothing of the fact that it was admirably suited to my requirements. I felt fully capable of confronting any number of ghosts, and my wife was neither timid nor superstitious. Accordingly, at the beginning of the new year, we established ourselves with our 2 babies, and my sister Ellen, who lived with us in Welham Square, greatly delighted with the proximity of my work, with the solid masonry, spacious apartments, and roomy passages of our new abode, and with the remnant of 18th-century fashion and grandeur which seemed to pervade the neighbourhood. And in Welham Square we lived prosperously, without any kind of disturbance, for upwards of 6 months. In the course of July, my wife and the children left home to spend a couple of months at the seaside. I intended to join them when the time came to take my holiday, and in the meantime I stayed in London, going daily to my work. Ellen stayed on with me to keep house in the absence of her sister-in-law. One evening, 4 or 5 days after my wife's departure, I was sitting in my study, a large room with a door leading into the drawing-room, and a heavy curtain hung over my side of the door. It was past 11. My sister had retired half an hour before, and the 2 maids who were left in the house were presumably in bed and asleep. I was therefore surprised to hear heavy and somewhat slow footsteps, apparently those of a large man, ascending the stairs from the ground floor. The front door, I knew, was locked and chained, nor had I heard anyone ring. The steps paused for a moment on the landing outside my door, and then I heard the intruder proceed to go up the next flight of stairs leading to the bedrooms on the 2nd floor. I sprang up, seized a candle, and opened the door. As I stood on the threshold of my room, I seemed to hear footsteps, as of a man heavily mounting the stairs at the top of the flight leading up from my door. But though I held the light above my head, I could see no one. Everything wore its usual aspect. I walked quickly up the stairs, but nobody was visible. I searched all the empty rooms, but with no result. I called up Ellen and the maids, but none of them had seen or heard anything. I am ashamed to say that I made a specially rigorous investigation of a large room at the back of the house, which we used for a night nursery, and which, tradition declared, to have been the abode of my ill-fated kinsman, Ronald Maisie. I then went downstairs and completed my search of the entire premises. Everything was in order, and at the end of an hour I went back to my study and my book, rather annoyed with myself for having spent so much time in so fruitless an exploration, and determined to think nothing more about the matter. It was the next night after this that I suddenly started up very wide awake, with a conviction that somebody was in my bedroom. I seemed to hear, still ringing in my ears, the sound of a long-drawn human sigh. I sat up, trembling with excitement, and looked about in the dim twilight of dawn in late July. I could see no one, but I did not feel alone. The feeling of suspense became unbearable. I jumped out of bed and walked with nervous determination to the window, where I turned round and faced the room, such light as there was being behind me. I saw no one. Again I walked across the room, and as I did so, I felt unmistakably that wave of air that meets one walking in the streets when someone on foot passes close to him in the opposite direction. I seemed to feel the light graze of a passing substance against my nightgown. I was dimly conscious of a faint, indescribable odour, calling up recollections of a life long but indefinably past. And while I stood fixed to the spot with surprise and horror, my heart beating violently, I heard distinctly 4 long, heavy steps passing from me towards the window. The floor creaked under their weight. The next instant I felt that I was alone, but it was not until long after the morning was as light as noon that I fell asleep again. I woke much troubled in mind, and doubting whether I should not, like my fathers, be compelled to leave this uncanny dwelling. But when in some measure restored by breakfast, I determined to say nothing to my sister at present, but to wait and see whether the situation would in any way develop itself. My resolution was fated to be put to the test sooner than I expected. I did not get home that evening until close upon dinner-time. When I entered the drawing-room, Ellen greeted me with, "Oh, Edward, what do you think has happened? Sykes is dead." Now, Sykes was a grey parrot belonging to my wife. He was so called because when he first came to us it was affirmed of him, perhaps rather libelously, that like the hero of Mr. Calverley's poem, he habitually swore. He certainly did from time to time blaspheme somewhat unreservedly. I was secretly not altogether sorry to hear of his demise, so I answered with much composure, "Did the cat eat him?" "No," said Ellen. "He died in the most horrible convulsions." I went up to get ready for dinner, thinking more of how to prevent my wife from replacing Sikes by another clamorous bird than of the manner of the lost one's death. But in the course of our meal it occurred to me that his fate was an odd one. "How did Sikes come to have convulsions?" I asked. "Why, it was most curious," answered Ellen. "I was going to tell you about it. I was in the drawing-room writing letters, and suddenly I heard a tremendous screaming and flapping, and I looked up. And there was Sikes turning over and over in the air and pecking and clawing and flapping his wings and screaming. And before I could get to him, he suddenly twisted his head right round 2 or 3 times and tumbled down dead to the floor." "But do you mean," I said, "that he was carrying on these gymnastics up in the air?" "Yes. When I saw him, he was quite up above his cage, which was on the little table, and in his struggles he must have wrung his own neck." "That seems rather remarkable." "Yes, and another remarkable thing was that he must have opened the door of his cage and got out all by himself, which I never heard of his doing before, because I had been feeding him with cake after lunch, and I know that the door was fastened then. I found it open when he was dead." "Had he been out long?" "No, he must have been seized almost directly he got out, because it so happened that about 5 minutes before he began to scream, I fancied I heard the door open, and looked up to see if anyone was coming in, and no one was there, but I happened to see the parrot, and he was in his cage, just as usual." "Well," I said, "I suppose he's dead, and there's an end of it, but this is a very singular catastrophe. I hope Marion won't be inconsolable." During the rest of dinner I was conscious of being rather poor company. Following close upon the mysterious occurrences I have described, Sikes's unhappy fate troubled me. My suspicions were, however, so undefined, and seemed even to me, when I tried to contemplate them from an impartial point of view, so ridiculous, that I could not bring myself to communicate them to Ellen, and incur the contempt which would be the deserved portion of a grown-up man who confessed to being seriously disturbed by an odd sound in an empty house, and by a commonplace nightmare. I have no hesitation in revealing these sentiments now that subsequent events have justified them, but that evening I again determined to wait. I did not have to wait long. It was a cold evening, and after bidding good night to my sister, I lighted a fire in my study and sat down to enjoy a new novel I had long been wishing to read. I was about halfway through my volume when I suddenly felt a sensation of cold. I looked up. The fire was burning brightly, but I did not feel its warmth. It was as though some opaque body or a large glass screen had been interposed between me and it. A moment afterwards, I felt the heat fall upon my face again. Had I heard the muffled sound of a footstep on the hearth-rug close to me? I put out my hand and felt nothing but the warmth of the fire. As I gazed about the room in surprise, my eye fell on an armchair standing on the other side of the fire. It was a nearly new chair which I had bought shortly after coming to Welham Square. It had a leather seat, smooth and unworn, with particularly good and yielding springs. Hung upon its back was an antimacassar, worked aesthetically in crewels. As I looked at this chair, it struck me that the seat was considerably depressed, as though someone had recently sat down upon it, and the seat had failed to resume its ordinary level. This surprised me, for I had sat in the chair that morning, and felt sure the springs then had been in good order. I looked at the antimacassar. Towards the top it was pushed up in wrinkles. As I looked, it occurred to me that it was impossible for it to hang in such a manner by itself. It looked for all the world as if an invisible but substantial human frame was then actually sitting in the chair. When this notion occurred to me, I sat dazed with an indescribable horror, staring stupidly at the chair, which did not move. In an access of frenzied terror, I hurled the book I was reading at the chair. Did it strike the seat, or did it glance away a few inches from the edge and fall on the hearth-rug? The next instant the seat of the chair rose up audibly to its normal level, and the antimacassar fell out into its usual folds, still preserving, however, the traces of its previous wrinkles. I started up and, rushing to the chair, began to prod it. I could discover nothing unusual in its condition. As I was doing so, I felt a hand, beyond all doubt, laid steadily on my shoulder. I faced around and saw nothing. "Who are you?" I shouted. "What do you want?" But no answer came. I was alone. I sat cogitating till 1 o'clock, and then I went to bed. Just as I was getting into bed, it occurred to me that perhaps I might be annoyed in the dark, and though I had not yet seen anything, the prospect seemed rather awful, and with a slightly trembling hand I lighted a night-light. When I had done so and got into bed, I was rather disposed to be ashamed of myself, and thought I would put it out. But, partly no doubt from a disinclination to get out of bed, I determined that in any case it would do no harm, and that I would leave it as it was. It occurred to me what an odd thing it is that one feels safer in bed than anywhere else, whereas, in fact, one is never in a more defenceless situation. Then I went to sleep. I do not know what time I woke. It seemed to me that the air was blowing in upon my chest, where the bedclothes should have covered me up, and, yes, certainly, there was a cold depression on my pillow, close in front of my face, as if some heavy weight were pressing it down. I put up my hand to investigate. I touched something on the pillow. I caught hold of it, and turned cold with terror, for I held tightly in my hand another hand, neither cold nor warm, but large and solid. My light was still burning, and there was no one to be seen. The hand was suddenly jerked away from me. I sprang out of bed and rushed to the fireplace with a despairing feeling that someone followed close behind me. I seized the poker, turned round, and struck wildly at the air. Whether I hit anything or not, I do not know. I remember only that as I was recovering myself from a frantic lunge at nothing, I received a sharp and stunning blow on the back of my head. When I came to myself, it was 6 in the morning, and I was lying on the floor where I had fallen. The night-light was out, and the morning sunlight was streaming in at my window. There was a very large and painful bruise where I had been struck. 3. I felt that this was getting beyond a joke. It was all very well to frighten me, but when my ghostly enemy took to knocking me down like a 9-pin, I was not going to keep it to myself any longer. I had no intention of surrendering, for the blood of the Maisies was up, and the fact that each of my ancestors since the house was built had sooner or later evacuated the premises made me all the more determined not to be driven away without making some further resistance. So I revealed to my sister Ellen the whole of my experience in the matter. She was decidedly sceptical about the ghost, if ghost it could be called, and suggested that I was not well. I vowed that I was as well as any man with a great hole in the back of his head could be, and she consented to the arrangement that I proposed, that she should sit up for a night or two in the drawing-room while I was in my study with the door open between us, and that if any remarkable incident occurred, I should call her in. In order not to be wholly without male assistance in case I should be attacked, I invited a college friend of mine named Prescott, a strong, sensible, and energetic young doctor who lived near us, to keep my sister company in the drawing-room. He, when he heard my story, was, as befitted a scientific young professional man, exceedingly facetious at my expense, but he willingly consented to share our watch and to sleep in the house. That evening I sat up as usual in my study, while Prescott and Ellen beguiled the hours in the drawing-room with light literature until about 2:30, when, nothing having occurred, we settled to go to bed and separated. Prescott, divided between high spirits at the temporary triumph of incredulity and a tinge of disappointment at the non-occurrence of anything in the shape of a row, and Ellen rather indignant with me for having kept her up so long to no purpose. After the stormy experiences of the 2 preceding nights, I thoroughly enjoyed an unbroken sleep. I prevailed upon my sister and my friend to give the ghost one more chance, and the next evening saw us again comfortably established in the 2 rooms, separated only by the curtain which hung over the door of communication. It may have been 11 o'clock when I heard a board creak just behind my chair. Uttering a shout, I sprang up and dashed at the spot from which the noise had come. I came into heavy contact with what felt like a gigantic human figure. Prescott and Ellen hurried into the room and beheld me wildly grappling, apparently with nothing at all. "By Jove," said Prescott, "he's got them." Them, I believe, meant some kind of hallucinations, upon which Prescott professed to be an authority, but I was struggling furiously with my unseen antagonist, and had no breath for explanations. "Seize him! Seize him!" I cried. At that moment my prey burst from me, hurling me with prodigious violence across the room. Prescott rushed forward, and as he did so was tripped up by what he afterwards described as a heavy kick from an unseen foot, and sent sprawling on the floor. Fortunately, I was prostrate at the other end of the room, and could not be suspected of having had a hand or foot in this outrage. As we struggled to our feet, while Ellen stared wildly about, we all heard 2 or 3 hurried steps, as of a man running. There was a tremendous crash, and all was still. But the curtains had swung violently back into the window, and the window itself, plate glass, frame and all, was burst clean away outwards. Prescott was white as a sheet, and the sensible and strong-minded Ellen was actually crying, which impressed me more than anything else in the scene. "Let us leave this horrible house," she said. "Something worse will happen if we stay." But I was filled with an unreasonable kind of courage at having, as it seemed, put our inexplicable visitor to flight, and I was, besides, conscious of a certain degree of pride in the assurance that Prescott had been converted, and would hardly talk again about my having got them. "We can't go tonight," I said, "and as our gentleman seems to have taken himself off for the present, we had better consider what's to be done next. I'm sure Prescott wants to stay and investigate the phenomenon." We shut the shutters over the wreck of the window, and sat talking over the event until late at night. By degrees I contrived to infuse into my companions some of my courage, and at last, no further disturbance having taken place, we all went to bed in pretty good spirits. I placed a loaded double-barrelled pistol on the table by my bedside, thinking that if a ghost could be struggled with, he ought to be able to be shot, and Prescott placed within reach a large bowie knife, which he had brought back from America, and had long been wishing for any opportunity to make use of it. When I woke, I thought my last hour had come. My throat was tightly grasped by 2 extremely strong hands. A crushing weight was on my chest. I tried to shout, but could not. I was rapidly being strangled, and as I lay writhing, my eyes, forced half out of their sockets, glared through the light of the night-light at the opposite wall, which looked precisely as usual, except that, as the squeezing of my throat grew more and more intolerable, my view of the room slowly darkened. But of the horrible and only too palpable form that was killing me, I could see no trace. In unavailing despair, I clutched at the iron wrists that held me down. In another moment, I believe, I should have become unconscious. Then a last gleam of hope, the thought of my pistol, flashed through my mind. I stretched out my hand, and as I lay, I could just reach the end of the barrel. I drew it towards me, and with an expiring effort, pushed the muzzle of it close against what I took to be the invisible body of my tormentor, and fired. We never found the bullet, or any trace of it afterwards. Instantly the hands relaxed their grip on my throat a little, and with a violent effort I wrenched my neck away. Then a heavy body fell sideways from my bed to the ground, and I fell too, grappling with it. At that moment Ellen and Prescott, who had been aroused by the sound of the shot, burst into the room. There they saw me struggling, partly on the floor and partly kneeling, apparently on space. They rushed to my assistance. Both of them felt the thing. Both of them grappled with it. The struggles of our enemy became fainter. Managing to get one hand free, I repossessed myself of the pistol which had fallen on the floor and emptied the second barrel into what I judged to be the breast of the spectre. I fired straight downwards, apparently at the floor, but of that bullet we saw no more than of the other. Meanwhile, Prescott stabbed furiously with the bowie knife, and each time he dashed the blade down, its progress was arrested before it reached the carpet. Then the struggles ceased, and nothing was heard except our rapid panting. We were all kneeling on and holding down what looked like space, and felt like the form of a tall and athletic man. "We've done for it, whatever it is," I said hoarsely. Prescott burst into a foolish giggle. "By Jove," he said, "we'll make a cast of it and see what it's like." As he spoke, the form of our victim was agitated by a desperate convulsion which shook us all off. Before we could seize it again, a deep groan burst from the place where we had held it, and the word "lettuce" rang through the room in a tone of sepulchral melancholy. Then there was silence. I threw myself on the floor, not, as I had intended, on the prostrate figure. We searched the room and then the house, but we could find absolutely nothing. Nor from that day to this has anyone, to the best of my knowledge, seen, heard, or felt anything whatever of this ghastly being. After much consideration, we determined to keep the adventure to ourselves, for a time at any rate. Indeed, it was only last summer, when we had lived in the house for a good number of years without any kind of ghostly interruption, that I described the circumstances herein narrated to my wife. She doesn't believe them, and I'm sorry I told her. Was it the ghost of Ronald Maisie? Did it voluntarily depart and leave us alone because it considered that the annoyances it had inflicted upon my ancestors and me were sufficient, and that the tale of its vengeance upon our house for the wrongs, whatever they were, inflicted upon Ronald in his lifetime by Andrew and Lettice was complete? Or did we actually kill it? Perhaps we did. He was a poor, weak creature when he was alive.
Everybody dies, don't they? Everybody come back, don't they?
A Visitor from Down Under by L.P. Hartley. And who will you send to fetch him away? After a promising start, the March day had ended in a wet evening. It was hard to tell whether rain or fog predominated. The loquacious bus conductor said, "Foggy evening," to those who rode inside, and a wet evening to such as were obliged to ride outside. But in or on the buses, cheerfulness held the field, for their patrons, inured to discomfort, made light of climatic inclemency. All the same, the weather was worth remarking on. The most scrupulous conversationalist could refer to it without feeling self-convicted of banality. How much more the conductor, who, in common with most of his kind, had a considerable conversational gift. The bus was making its last journey through the heart of London before turning in for the night. Inside, it was only half full. Outside, as the conductor was aware by virtue of his sixth sense, there still remained a passenger too hardy or too lazy to seek shelter. And now, as the bus rattled rapidly down the Strand, the footsteps of this person could be heard shuffling and creaking upon the metal-shod stairs. "Anyone on top?" asked the conductor, addressing an errant umbrella point and the hem of a mackintosh. "I didn't notice anyone," the man replied. "It's not that I don't trust you," remarked the conductor pleasantly, giving a hand to his alighting fare, "but I think I'll go up and make sure." Moments like these, moments of mistrust in the infallibility of his observation, occasionally visited the conductor. They came at the end of a tiring day, and if he could, he withstood them. There were signs of weakness, he thought, and to give way to them a matter for self-reproach. "Going balmy, that's what you are," he told himself, and he casually took a fare inside to prevent his mind dwelling on the unvisited outside. But his unreasoning disquietude survived this distraction, and murmuring against himself, he started to climb the stairs. To his surprise, almost stupefaction, he found that his misgivings were justified. Breasting the ascent, he saw a passenger sitting on a right-hand front seat, and the passenger, in spite of his hat turned down, his collar turned up, and creased white muffler that showed between the two, must have heard him coming, for though the man was looking straight ahead, in his outstretched left hand, wedged between the first and second fingers, he held a coin. "Jolly evening, don't you think?" asked the conductor, who wanted to say something. The passenger made no reply, but the penny, for such it was, slipped the fraction of an inch lower in the groove between the pale, freckled fingers. "I said it was a damn wet night," the conductor persisted irritably, annoyed by the man's reserve. Still no reply. "Where you for?" asked the conductor, in a tone suggesting that wherever it was, it must be a discreditable destination. "Carrick Street." "Where?" the conductor demanded. He had heard all right, but a slight peculiarity in the passenger's pronunciation made it appear reasonable to him, and possibly humiliating to the passenger, that he should not have heard. "Carrick Street." "Then why don't you say Carrick Street?" the conductor grumbled as he punched the ticket. There was a moment's pause, then, "Carrick Street," the passenger repeated. "Yes, I know. You needn't go on telling me," fumed the conductor, fumbling with the passenger's penny. He couldn't get hold of it from above. It had slipped too far. So he passed his hand underneath the others and drew the coin from between his fingers. It was cold, even where it had been held. "No," said the stranger suddenly. "What do you know?" The conductor was trying to draw his fare's attention to the ticket, but could not make him look round. "I suppose I know you're a clever chap," he remarked. "Look here now. Where do you want this ticket? In your buttonhole?" "Put it here," said the passenger. "Where?" asked the conductor. "You aren't a blooming letter rack." "Where the penny was," replied the passenger, "between my fingers." The conductor felt reluctant. He didn't know why, to oblige the passenger in this. The rigidity of the hand disconcerted him. It was stiff, he supposed, or perhaps paralysed. And since he had been standing on the top, his own hands were none too warm. The ticket doubled up and grew limp under his repeated efforts to push it in. He bent lower, for he was a good-hearted fellow, and using both hands, one above and one below, he slid the ticket into its bony slot. "Right you are, Kaiser Bill." Perhaps the passenger resented this jocular allusion to his physical infirmity. Perhaps he merely wanted to be quiet. All he said was, "Don't speak to me again." "Speak to you?" shouted the conductor, losing all self-control. "Catch me speaking to a stuffed dummy!" Muttering to himself, he withdrew into the bowels of the bus. At the corner of Carrick Street, quite a number of people got on board. All wanted to be first, but pride of place was shared by 3 women, who all tried to enter simultaneously. The conductor's voice made itself audible above the din. Now then, look where you're shoving. This isn't a bargain sale. Gently, please, lady. He's only a poor old man." In a moment or two the confusion abated, and the conductor, his hand on the cord of the bell, bethought himself of the passenger on top, whose destination Carrick Street was. He'd forgotten to get down. Yielding to his good nature, for the conductor was averse to further conversation with this uncommunicative fare, he mounted the streets, put his head over the top, and shouted, "Carrick Street! Carrick Street!" That was the utmost he could bring himself to do. But his admonition was without effect. His summons remained unanswered. Nobody came. "Well, if he wants to stay up there, he can," muttered the conductor, still aggrieved. "I won't fetch him down, cripple or no cripple." The bus moved on. "He slipped by me," thought the conductor, while all that cup-tie crowd was getting in. The same evening, some 5 hours earlier, a taxi turned into Carrick Street and pulled up at the door of a small hotel. The street was empty. It looked like a cul-de-sac, but in reality it was pierced at the far end by an alley, like a thin sleeve, which wound its way into Soho. "That the last, sir?" inquired the driver, after several transits between the cab and the hotel. How many does that make? 9 packages in all, sir. Could you get all your worldly goods into 9 packages, driver? That I could. Into 2. Well, have a look inside and see if I've left anything. The cabman felt about among the cushions. Can't find nothing, sir. What do you do with anything you find? Asked the stranger. Take it to New Scotland Yard, sir, the driver promptly replied. Scotland Yard? Said the stranger. Strike a match, will you, and let me have a look. But he too found nothing, and reassured, followed his luggage into the hotel. A chorus of welcome and congratulation greeted him. The manager, the manager's wife, the ministers without portfolio, of which all hotels are full, the porters, the liftman, all clustered around him. Well, Mr. Rumbold, after all these years, we thought you'd forgotten us, and wasn't it odd? The very night your telegram came from Australia, we'd been talking about you, and my husband said, don't you worry about Mr. Rumbold, he'll fall on his feet all right. Some fine day he'll walk in here a rich man. Not that you weren't always well off, but my husband meant a millionaire. He was quite right, said Mr. Rumbold, slowly savouring the words. I am. There, what did I tell you? The manager exclaimed, as though one recital of his prophecy was not enough. But I wonder you're not too grand to come to Rossall's Hotel. I've got nowhere else to go, said the millionaire shortly, and if I had, I wouldn't. This place is like home to me. His eyes softened as they scanned the familiar surroundings. They were light grey eyes, very pale, and seeming paler from their setting in his tanned face. His cheeks were slightly sunken and very deeply lined. His blunt-ended nose was straight. He had a thin, straggling moustache, straw-coloured, which made his age difficult to guess. Perhaps he was nearly 50. So wasted was the skin on his neck, but his movements, unexpectedly agile and decided, were those of a younger man. I won't go up to my room now, he said, in response to the manageress's question. Ask Clutsam. He's still with you? Good. To unpack my things. He'll find all I want for the night in the green suitcase. I'll take my despatch box with me, and tell them to bring me a sherry and bitters in the lounge. As the crow flies, it was not far to the lounge, but by way of the tortuous ill-lit passages, doubling on themselves, yawning with dark entries, plunging into kitchen stairs, the catacomb so dear to habitués of Rossall's Hotel, it was a considerable distance. Anyone posted in the shadow of these alcoves, or arriving at the head of the basement staircase, could not have failed to notice the air of utter content which marked Mr. Rumbold's leisurely progress. The droop of his shoulders acquiescing in weariness, the hands turned inwards and swaying slightly, but quite forgotten by their owner, the chin, always prominent, now pushed forward so far that it looked relaxed and helpless, not at all defiant. The unseen witness would have envied Mr. Rumbold, perhaps even grudged him his holiday airs, his untroubled acceptance of the present and the future. A waiter, whose face he did not remember, brought him the apéritif, which he drank slowly, his feet propped unconventionally upon a ledge of the chimney-piece, a pardonable relaxation, for the room was empty. Judge, therefore, his surprise when out of the fire-engendered drowsiness he heard a voice which seemed to come from the wall above his head. A cultivated voice, perhaps too cultivated, slightly husky yet careful and precise in its enunciation. Even while his eyes searched the room to make sure that no one had come in, he could not help hearing everything the voice said. It seemed to be talking to him, and yet the rather oracular utterance implied a less restricted audience, the utterance of a man who was aware that, though it was a duty for him to speak, for Mr. Rumbold to listen would be both a pleasure and a profit. "A children's party," the voice announced in an even, neutral tone, nicely balanced between approval and distaste, between enthusiasm and boredom. 6 little girls and 6 little... A faint lift in the voice, expressive of tolerant surprise. "Boys. The broadcasting company has invited them to tea, and they are anxious that you should share some of their fun." At the last word the voice became almost positively colourless. "I must tell you that they have had tea, and enjoyed it, didn't you, children?" A cry of Yes, muffled and timid, greeted this leading question. We should have liked you to hear our table talk, but there wasn't much of it. We were so busy eating. For a moment the voice identified itself with the children. But we can tell you what we ate. Now, Percy, tell us what you had. A piping little voice recited a long list of comestibles, like the children in the treacle well, thought Rumbold. Percy must have been, or soon would be, very ill. A few others volunteered the items of their repast. So, you see, said the voice, we have not done so badly, and now we are going to have crackers, and afterwards... The voice hesitated and seemed to dissociate itself from the words. Children's games. There was an impressive pause, broken by the muttered exhortation of a little girl. Don't cry, Philip, it won't hurt you. Fugitive sparks and snaps of sound followed, more like a fire being mended, thought Rumbold, than crackers. A murmur of voices pierced the fusillade. What have you got, Alec? What have you got? I've got a cannon. Give it to me. No. Well, lend it to me. What do you want it for? I want to shoot Jimmy. Mr. Rumbold started. Something had disturbed him. Was it imagination, or did he hear, above the confused medley of sound, a tiny click? The voice was speaking again. And now we're going to begin the games. As though to make amends for past lukewarmness, a faint flush of anticipation gave colour to the decorous voice. We will commence with our old favourite, Ring a Ring of Roses. The children were clearly shy and left each other to do the singing. Their courage lasted for a line or two, then gave out. But fortified by the speaker's baritone, powerful though subdued, they took heart, and soon were singing without assistance or direction. Their light, wavering voices had a charming effect. Tears stood out in Mr. Rumbold's eyes. Oranges and lemons came next. A more difficult game, it yielded several unrehearsed effects before it finally got under way. One could almost see the children being marshalled into their places, as though for a figure in the lances. Some of them, no doubt, had wanted to play another game. Children are contrary, and the dramatic side of Oranges and Lemons, though it appeals to many, always affrights a few. The disinclination of these last would account for the pauses and hesitations which irritated Mr. Rumbold, who, as a child, had always had a strong fancy for this particular game. When, to the tramping and stamping of many small feet, the droning chant began, he leaned back and closed his eyes in ecstasy. He listened intently for the final accelerando which leads up to the catastrophe. Still the prologue maundered on, as though the children were anxious to extend the period of security, the joyous, carefree promenade which the great bell of Bow, by his inconsiderate profession of ignorance, was so rudely to curtail. The bells of Old Bailey pressed their usurer's question. The bells of Shoreditch answered with becoming flippancy. The bells of Stepney posed their ironical query, when suddenly, before the great bell of Bow had time to get his word in, Mr. Rumbold's feelings underwent a strange revolution. Why couldn't the game continue, all sweetness and sunshine? Why drag in the fatal issue? Let payment be deferred. Let the bells go on chiming and never strike the hour. But heedless of Mr. Rumbold's squeamishness, the game went its way. After the eating comes the reckoning. Here is a candle to light you to bed, and here comes a chopper to chop off your head. Chop, chop, chop. The child screamed, and there was silence. Mr. Rumbold felt quite upset, and great was his relief when, after a few more half-hearted rounds of Oranges and Lemons, the voice announced, "Here we come gathering nuts in May." At least there was nothing sinister in that. Delicious sylvan scene, comprising in one splendid botanical inexactitude all the charms of winter, spring, and autumn. What superiority to circumstance was implied in the conjunction of nuts and May? What defiance of cause and effect? What a testimony to coincidence? For cause and effect are against us, as witness the fate of Old Bailey's debtor. But coincidence is always on our side, always teaching us how to eat our cake and have it. The long arm of coincidence, Mr. Rumbold would have liked to clasp it by the hand. Meanwhile, his own hand conducted the music of the revels, and his foot kept time. Their pulses quickened by enjoyment. The children put more heart into the singing. The game went with a swing. The ardour and rhythm of it invaded the little room where Mr. Rumbold sat. Like heavy fumes, the waves of sound poured in, so penetrating they ravished the sense, so sweet they intoxicated it, so light they fanned it to a flame. Mr. Rumbold was transported. His hearing, sharpened by the subjugation and quiescence of his other faculties, began to take in new sounds. The names, for instance, of the players who were wanted to make up each side, and of the champions who were to pull them over. For the listeners in, the issues of the struggles remained in doubt. Did Nancy Price succeed in detracting Percy Kingham from his allegiance? Probably. Did Alec Wharton prevail against Maisie Drew? It was certainly an easy win for someone. The contest lasted only a second, and a ripple of laughter greeted it. Did Violet Kingham make good against Horace Gold? This was a dire encounter, punctuated by deep, irregular panting. Mr. Rumbold could see in his mind's eye the two champions straining backwards and forwards across the white, motionless handkerchief, their faces red and puckered with exertion. Violet or Horace, one of them had to go. Violet might be bigger than Horace, but Horace was a boy. They were evenly matched. They had their pride to maintain. The moment when the will was broken and the body went limp in surrender would be like a moment of dissolution. Yes, even this game had its stark, uncomfortable side. Violet or Horace, one of them was smarting now, crying, perhaps, under the humiliation of being fetched away. The game began afresh. This time there was an eager ring in the children's voices. Two tried antagonists were going to meet. It would be a battle of giants. The chant throbbed into a war cry. Who will ye have for your nuts in May, nuts in May, nuts in May? Who will ye have for your nuts in May on a cold and frosty morning? They would have Victor Rumbold for nuts in May. Victor Rumbold, Victor Rumbold. And from the vindictiveness in their voices they might have meant to have his blood too. And who will you send to fetch him away, fetch him away, fetch him away? Who will you send to fetch him away on a cold and frosty morning? Like a clarion call, a shout of defiance came the reply. We'll send Jimmy Hagbert to fetch him away, fetch him away, fetch him away. We'll send Jimmy Hagbert to fetch him away on a wet and foggy morning. This variation, it might be supposed, was intended to promote the contest from the realms of pretence into the world of reality. But Mr. Rumbold probably didn't hear that his abduction had been antedated. He had turned quite green, and his head was lolling against the back of the chair. "Any wine, sir?" "Yes, sir, Clutsam, a bottle of champagne." "Very good, sir." Mr. Rumbold drained the first glass at one go. "Anyone coming in to dinner beside me, Clutsam?" he presently inquired. "Not now, sir. It's 9 o'clock," replied the waiter, his voice edged with reproach. "Sorry, Clutsam, I didn't feel up to the mark before dinner, so I went and lay down." The waiter was mollified. "Thought you weren't looking quite yourself, sir. No bad news, I hope?" "No, nothing. Just a bit tired after the journey." "And how did you leave Australia, sir?" inquired the waiter, to accommodate Mr. Rumbold, who seemed anxious to talk. "It's better weather than you have here," Mr. Rumbold replied, finishing his second glass and measuring with his eye the depleted contents of the bottle. The rain kept up a steady patter on the glass roof of the coffee-room. "Still, a good climate isn't everything. It isn't like home, for instance," the waiter remarked. "No, indeed. There's many parts of the world as will be glad of a good day's rain," affirmed the waiter. "There certainly are," said Mr. Rumbold, who found the conversation sedative. "Did you do much fishing when you were abroad, sir?" the waiter pursued. "A little." "Well, you want rain for that," declared the waiter, as one who scores a point. "The fishing isn't preserved in Australia like what it is here." "No, then there ain't no poaching," concluded the waiter philosophically. "It's every man for himself." "Yes, that's a rule in Australia." "Not much of a rule, is it?" The waiter took him up. "Not much like law, I mean." "Depends what you mean by law." "Oh, Mr. Rumbold, sir, you know very well what I mean. I mean the police. Now, if you was to have done a man out in Australia, murdered him, I mean, they'd hang you for it if they caught you, wouldn't they?" Mr. Rumbold teased the champagne with the butt end of his fork and drank again. "Probably they would, unless there were special circumstances. In which case, you might get off." "I might." "That's what I mean by law," pronounced the waiter. "You know what the law is. You go against it and you're punished. Of course, I don't mean you, sir. I only say you as an illustration to make my meaning clear. Quite. Whereas, if there was only what you call a rule," the waiter pursued, deftly removing the remains of Mr. Rumbold's chicken, "it might fall to the lot of any man to round you up. Might be anybody. It might be me." "Why should you or they," asked Mr. Rumbold, "want to round me up? I haven't done you any harm, or them." "Oh, but we should have to, sir." "Why?" "We couldn't rest in our beds, sir, knowing you was at large. You might do it again. Somebody'd have to see to it." "But supposing there was nobody?" "Sir?" "Supposing the murdered man hadn't any relatives or friends, supposing he just disappeared, and no one ever knew that he was dead?" "Well, sir," said the waiter, winking portentously, "in that case he'd have to get on your track himself. He wouldn't rest in his grave, sir. No, not he. And knowing what he did." "Clutsam," said Mr. Rumbold suddenly, "bring me another bottle of wine, and don't trouble to ice it." The waiter took the bottle from the table and held it up to the light. "Yes, it's dead, sir." "Dead?" "Yes, sir. Finished. Empty. Dead." "You're right," Mr. Rumbold agreed. "It's quite dead." It was nearly 11 o'clock. Mr. Rumbold again had the lounge to himself. Clutsam would be bringing his coffee presently. Too bad of fate to have him haunted by these casual reminders. Too bad. His first day at home. Too bad, he muttered, while the fire warmed the soles of his slippers. But it was excellent champagne. He would take no harm from it. The brandy Clutsam was bringing him would do the rest. Clutsam was a good sort, nice, old-fashioned servant, nice, old-fashioned house. Warmed by the wine, his thoughts began to pass out of his control. "Your coffee, sir," said a voice at his elbow. "Thank you, Clutsam, I'm very much obliged to you," said Mr. Rumbold, with the exaggerated civility of slight intoxication. "You're an excellent fellow. I wish there were more like you." "I hope so too, I'm sure," said Clutsam, trying in his muddle-hearted way to deal with both observations at once. "Don't see many people about," Mr. Rumbold remarked. "Hotel pretty full?" "Oh, yes, all the suites are let, and the other rooms too. We're turning people away every day. Why, only tonight a gentleman rang up, said he would come round late on the off chance, but bless me, you'll find the birds have flown." "Birds?" echoed Mr. Rumbold. "I mean, there ain't any more rooms, not for love nor money." "Well, I'm sorry for him," said Mr. Rumbold with ponderous sincerity. "I'm sorry for any man, friend or foe, who has to go tramping about London on a night like this. If I had an extra bed in my room, I'd put it at his disposal." "You have, sir?" the waiter said. "Why, of course I have. How stupid. Well, I'm sorry for the poor chap. I'm sorry for all homeless ones, Clutsam, wandering on the face of the earth." "Amen to that," said the waiter devoutly. "And doctors and such, pulled out of their bed at midnight. It's a hard life. Ever thought about a doctor's life, Clutsam?" "Can't say I have, sir." Well, but it's hard. You can take that from me." "What time shall I call you in the morning?" the waiter asked, seeing no reason why the conversation should ever stop. "You needn't call me, Clutsam," replied Mr. Rumbold in a sing-song voice, and running the words together as though he were excusing the waiter from addressing him by the waiter's own name. "When I'm ready, and that may be pretty late. He smacked his lips over the words. "Nothing like a good lie, eh, Clutsam?" "That's right, sir. You have your sleep out," the waiter encouraged him. "You won't be disturbed." "Good night, Clutsam. You're an excellent fellow, and I don't care who hears me say so." "Night, sir." Mr. Rumbold returned to his chair. It lapped round him. It ministered to his comfort. He felt at one with it. At one with the fire, the clock, the tables, all the furniture. Their usefulness, their goodness went out to meet his usefulness, his goodness, met and were friends. Who could bind their sweet influences or restrain them in the exercise of their kind offices? No one. Not one. Certainly not a shadow from the past. The room was perfectly quiet. Street sounds reached it only as a low, continuous hum, infinitely reassuring. Mr. Rumbold fell asleep. He dreamed that he was a boy again, living in his old home in the country. He was possessed in the dream by a master passion. He must collect firewood whenever and wherever he saw it. He found himself one autumn afternoon in the wood-house. That was how the dream began. The door was partly open, admitting a little light, but he couldn't recall how he got in. The floor of the shed was littered with bits of bark and thin twigs, but with the exception of the chopping block, which he knew could not be used, there was nowhere a log of sufficient size to make a fire. Though he didn't like being in the wood-house alone, he stayed long enough to make a thorough search, but he could find nothing. The compulsion he knew so well descended on him, and he left the wood-house and went into the garden. His steps took him to the foot of a high tree, standing by itself in a tangle of long grass at some distance from the house. The tree had been lopped. For half its height it had no branches, only leafy tufts sticking out at irregular intervals. He knew what he would see when he looked up into the dark foliage, and there, sure enough, it was. A long dead bough, bare in patches where the bark had peeled off, and crooked in the middle, like an elbow. He began to climb the tree. The ascent proved easier than he expected. His body seemed no weight at all, but he was visited by a terrible oppression which increased as he mounted. The bough did not want him. It was projecting its hostility down the trunk of the tree, and every second brought him nearer to an object which he had always dreaded. A growth, people called it. It stuck out from the trunk of the tree, a huge circular swelling, thickly matted with twigs. Victor would rather have died than hit his head against it. By the time he reached the bough, twilight had deepened into night. He knew what he had to do. Sit astride the bough, since there was one near by which he could reach it, and press with his hands until it broke. Using his legs to get what purchase he could, he set his back against the tree and pushed with all his might downwards. To do this, he was obliged to look down beneath him, and he saw far below him, on the ground, a white sheet spread out, as though to catch him, and he knew at once that it was a shroud. Frantically he pulled and pushed at the stiff, brittle bough. A lust to break it took hold of him. Leaning forward his whole length, he seized the bough at the elbow joint and strained it away from him. As he cracked, he toppled over, and the shroud came rushing upwards. Mr. Rumbold waked in a cold sweat to find himself clutching the curved arm of the chair on which the waiter had set his brandy. The glass had fallen over, and the spirit lay in a little pool on the leather seat. I can't let it go like that, he thought. I must get some more. A man he did not know answered the bell. Waiter, he said, bring me a brandy and soda in my room in a quarter of an hour's time. Rumbold, the name is. He followed the waiter out of the room. The passage was completely dark except for a small blue gas jet, beneath which was huddled a cluster of candlesticks. The hotel, he remembered, maintained an old-time habit of deference towards darkness. As he held the wick to the gas jet, he heard himself mutter, "Here is a candle to light you to bed." But he recollected the ominous conclusion of the distich, and fuddled as he was, he left it unspoken. Shortly after Mr. Rumbold's retirement, the doorbell of the hotel rang. 3 sharp peals and no pause between them. "Someone in a hurry to get in?" the night porter grumbled to Clutsam, who was on duty till midnight. "Expect he's forgotten his key." He made no haste to answer the summons. It would do the forgetful fellow good to wait, teach him a lesson. So dilatory was he, that by the time he reached the hall door, the bell was tinkling again. Irritated by such importunity, he deliberately went back to set straight a pile of newspapers before letting this impatient devil in. To mark his indifference, he even kept behind the door while he opened it, so that his first sight of the visitor only took in his back. But this limited inspection sufficed to show that the man was a stranger and not a guest at the hotel. In the long black cape, which fell almost sheer one side, and the other stuck out as though he had a basket under his arm, he looked like a crow with a broken wing. A bald-headed crow, thought the porter, for there's a patch of bare skin between that white linen thing and his hat. "Good evening, sir," he said. "What can I do for you?" The stranger made no answer, but glided to a side table and began turning over some letters with his right hand. "Are you expecting a message?" asked the porter. "No," the stranger replied. "I want a room for the night." "Was you the gentleman who telephoned for a room this evening?" "Yes." "In that case, I was to tell you we're afraid you can't have one. The hotel's booked right up." "Are you quite sure?" asked the stranger. "Think again." "Them's my orders, sir. It don't do me no good to think." At this moment the porter had a curious sensation, as though some important part of him, his life, maybe, had gone adrift inside him and was spinning round and round. The sensation ceased when he began to speak. I'll call the waiter, sir," he said. But before he called, the waiter appeared, intent on an errand of his own. "I say, Bill," he began, "what's the number of Mr. Rumbold's room? He wants a drink taken up, and I forgot to ask him." "It's 33, said the porter unsteadily, the double room." "Why, Bill, what's up?" the waiter exclaimed. You look as though you'd seen a ghost." Both men stared round the hall and then back at each other. The room was empty. "God," said the porter, "I must have had the horrors. But he was here a moment ago. Look at this." On the stone flags lay an icicle an inch or two long, around which a little pool was fast collecting. "Why, Bill," cried the waiter, "how did that get there? It's not freezing." "He must have brought it," the porter said. They looked at each other in consternation, which changed into terror as the sound of a bell made itself heard, coming from the depths of the hotel. "Clutsam's there," whispered the porter. "He'll have to answer it, whoever it is." Clutsam had taken off his tie and was getting ready for bed. What on earth could anyone want in the lounge at this hour? He pulled on his coat and went upstairs. Standing by the fire, he saw the same figure whose appearance and disappearance had so disturbed the porter. "Yes, sir," he said. "I want you to go to Mr. Rumbold," said the stranger, "and ask him if he's prepared to put the other bed in his room at the disposal of a friend." In a few moments Clutsam returned. "Mr. Rumbold's compliments, sir, and he wants to know who it is." The stranger went to the table at the centre of the room. An Australian newspaper was lying on it, which Clutsam hadn't noticed before. The aspirant to Mr. Rumbold's hospitality turned over the pages. Then, with his finger, which appeared even to Clutsam standing by the door unusually pointed, he cut out a rectangular slip about the size of a visiting card, and moving away, motioned the waiter to take it. By the light of the gas jet in the passage, Clutsam read the excerpt. It seemed to be a kind of obituary notice, but of what possible interest could it be to Mr. Rumbold to know that the body of Mr. James Herbert had been discovered in circumstances which suggested that he had met his death by violence? After a long interval, Clutsam returned, looking puzzled and a little frightened. "Mr. Rumbold's compliments, sir, but he knows no one of that name." "Then take this message to Mr. Rumbold," said the stranger. "Say, would he rather that I went up to him, or that he came down to me?" For the third time Clutsam went to do the stranger's bidding. He did not, however, upon his return, open the door of the smoking-room, but shouted through it, "Mr. Rumbold wishes you to hell, sir, where you belong, and says, come up if you dare." Then he bolted. A minute later, from his retreat in an underground coal cellar, he heard a shot fired. Some old instinct, danger-loving or danger-disregarding, stirred in him, and he ran up the stairs quicker than he'd ever run up them in his life. In the passage he stumbled over Mr. Rumbold's boots. The bedroom door was ajar. Putting his head down, he rushed in. The brightly lit room was empty, but almost all the movables in it were overturned, and the bed was in a frightful mess. The pillow, with its five-fold perforation, was the first object on which Clutsam noticed bloodstains. Thenceforward he seemed to see them everywhere. But what sickened him, and kept him so long from going down to rouse the others, was the sight of an icicle on the window-sill, a thin claw of ice curved like a Chinaman's nail, with a bit of flesh sticking to it. That was the last he saw of Mr. Rumbold, but a policeman patrolling Carrick Street noticed a man in a long black cape who seemed, from the position of his arm, to be carrying something heavy. He called out to the man, and ran after him, but though he did not seem to be moving very fast, the policeman could not overtake him.
Everybody dies, don't they? Everybody come back, don't they? Isn't that so?
You tried to get into the locked drawer today, didn't you?
How do the dead come back, Mother? What's the secret of the dead come back?
August Heat by W.F. Harvey. Feniston Road, Clapham, August the 20th, 1901. I have had what I believe to be the most remarkable day in my life, and while the events are still fresh in my mind, I wish to put them down on paper as clearly as possible. Let me say at the outset that my name is James Clarence Withencroft. I am 40 years old, in perfect health, never having known a day's illness. By profession, I am an artist, not a very successful one, but I earn enough money by my black and white work to satisfy my necessary wants. My only near relative, a sister, died 5 years ago, so that I am independent. I breakfasted this morning at 9, and after glancing through the morning paper, I lighted my pipe and proceeded to let my mind wander in the hope that I might chance on some subject for my pencil. The room, though door and windows were open, was oppressively hot, and I had just made up my mind that the coolest and most comfortable place in the neighbourhood would be the deep end of the public swimming bath, when the idea came. I began to draw. So intent was I in my work that I left my lunch untouched, only stopping work when the clock of St. Jude's struck 4. The final result, for a hurried sketch, was, I felt sure, the best thing I had done. It showed a criminal in the dock immediately after the judge had pronounced sentence. The man was fat, enormously fat. The flesh hung in rolls about his chin. It creased his huge, stumpy neck. He was clean-shaven. Perhaps I should say a few days before he must have been clean-shaven, and almost bald. He stood in the dock, his short, clumsy fingers clasping the rail, looking straight in front of him. The feeling that his expression conveyed was not so much one of horror as of utter, absolute collapse. There seemed nothing in the man strong enough to sustain that mountain of flesh. I rolled up the sketch and, without knowing quite why, placed it in my pocket. Then, with the rare sense of happiness which the knowledge of a good thing well done gives, I left the house. I believe that I set out with the idea of calling upon Trenton, for I remember walking along Lytton Street and turning to the right along Gilchrist Road at the bottom of the hill where the men were at work on the new tram lines. From there onwards, I have only the vaguest recollection of where I went. The one thing of which I was fully conscious was the awful heat that came up from the dusty asphalt pavement as an almost palpable wave. I longed for the thunder promised by the great banks of copper-coloured cloud that hung low over the western sky. I must have walked 5 or 6 miles when a small boy roused me from my reverie by asking the time. It was 20 minutes to 7. When he left me, I began to take stock of my bearings. I found myself standing before a gate that led into a yard bordered by a strip of thirsty earth, where there were flowers, purple stock and scarlet geranium. Above the entrance was a board with the inscription, Charles Atkinson, monumental mason, worker in English and Italian marbles. From the yard itself came a cheery whistle, the noise of hammer blows, and the cold sound of steel meeting stone. A sudden impulse made me enter. A man was sitting with his back towards me, busy at work on a slab of curiously veined marble. He turned round as he heard my steps, and I stopped short. It was the man I had been drawing, whose portrait lay in my pocket. He sat there huge and elephantine, the sweat pouring from his scalp, which he wiped with a red silk handkerchief. But though the face was the same, the expression was absolutely different. He greeted me smiling as if we were old friends and shook my hand. I apologized for my intrusion. "Everything is hot and glary outside," I said. "This seems an oasis in the wilderness." "I don't know about the oasis," he replied, "but certainly it's hot as hell. Take a seat, sir." He pointed to the end of the gravestone on which he was at work, and I sat down. "That's a beautiful piece of stone you've got hold of," I said. He shook his head. "In a way it is," he answered. "The surface here is as fine as anything you could wish, but there's a big flaw at the back, though I don't expect you'd ever notice it.
I could never make a really good job of a bit of marble like that. It will be all right in a summer like this. It wouldn't mind the blasted heat. But wait till the winter comes. There's nothing quite like frost to find out the weak points in a stone. Then what's it for? I asked. The man burst out laughing. You'd hardly believe me if I was to tell you. It's for an exhibition. But it's the truth. Artists have exhibitions, and so do grocers and butchers. We have 'em too. All the latest little things in headstones, you know. He went on to talk of marbles, which sort best withstood wind and rain, and which were easiest to work. Then of his garden and a new sort of carnation he had bought. At the end of every other minute he would drop his tools, wipe his shining head, and curse the heat. I said little, for I felt uneasy. There was something unnatural, uncanny in meeting this man. I tried at first to persuade myself that I had seen him before, that his face, unknown to me, had found a place in some out-of-way corner of my memory, but I knew that I was practicing little more than a plausible piece of self-deception. Mr. Atkinson finished his work, spat on the ground, and got up with a sigh of relief. There, what do you think of that? He said, with an air of evident pride. The inscription, which I read for the first time, was this: Sacred to the memory of James Clarence Withencroft, born January the 18th, 1860. He passed away very suddenly on August the 20th, 1901. In the midst of life, we are in death. For some time, I sat in silence. Then a cold shudder ran down my spine. I asked him where he had seen the name. I didn't see it anywhere, replied Mr. Atkinson. I wanted some name, and so I put down the first name came into my head. Why do you want to know? It's a strange coincidence, but it happens to be mine. He gave a long, low whistle. And the dates? I can only answer for one of them, and that's correct. It's a rum go, he said, but he knew less than I did. I told him of my morning's work. I took the sketch from my pocket and showed it to him. As he looked, the expression of his face altered until it became more and more like the man I had drawn. And it was only the day before yesterday, he said, that I told Maria there was no such thing as ghosts. Neither of us had seen a ghost, but I knew what he meant. You probably heard my name, I said. And you must have seen me somewhere, and I've forgotten it. Were you at Clacton-on-Sea last July? I had never been to Clacton in my life. We were silent for some time. We were both looking at the same thing, the two dates on the gravestone, and one was right. Come inside and have some supper, said Mr. Atkinson. His wife, who was a cheerful little woman with the flaky red cheeks of the country bred. Her husband introduced me as a friend of his who was an artist. The result was unfortunate, for after the sardines and watercress had been removed, she brought out a Doré Bible, and I had to sit and express my admiration for nearly half an hour. I went outside and found Atkinson sitting on the gravestone smoking. We resumed the conversation at the point we had left off. You must excuse my asking, I said, but do you know of anything you've done for which you could be put on trial? He shook his head. I'm not bankrupt. The business is prosperous enough. 3 years ago I gave turkeys to some of the guardians at Christmas, but that's all I can think of. And there were small ones too, he added as an afterthought. He got up, fetched a can from the porch and began to water the flowers. Twice a day regular in the hot weather, he said. And then the heat sometimes gets the better of the delicate ones. And ferns, good Lord, they could never stand it. Where do you live? I told him my address. It would take an hour's quick walk to get back home. It's like this, he said. We'll look at the matter straight. If you go back home tonight, you take your chance of accidents. A cart may run you over. And there's always banana skins and orange peel, to say nothing of fallen ladders. He spoke of the improbable with an intense seriousness that would have been laughable 6 hours before. But I did not laugh. The best thing we can do, he continued, is for you to stay here till 12 o'clock. We'll go upstairs and smoke. It may be cooler inside. To my surprise, I agreed. We are sitting now in a long, low room beneath the eaves. Atkinson has sent his wife to bed. He himself is busy sharpening some tools at a little oilstone, smoking one of my cigars the while. The air seems charged with thunder. I am writing this at a shaky table before an open window. The leg's cracked, and Atkinson, who seems a handy man with his tools, is going to mend it as soon as he's finished putting an edge. Now, I shall be gone in less than an hour. But the heat is stifling. It's enough. to send a man mad.
Everybody dies, don't they? Everybody come back, don't they? Isn't that so?
You tried to get into the locked drawer today, didn't you?
How do the dead come back, Mother? What's the secret of the dead come back?
Harry by Rosemary Timperley. Such ordinary things make me afraid. Sunshine, sharp shadows on grass, white roses, children with red hair, and the name Harry. Such an ordinary name. The first time Christine mentioned the name, I felt a premonition of fear. She was 5 years old, due to start school in 3 months' time. It was a hot, beautiful day, and she was playing alone in the garden, as she often did. I saw her lying on her stomach in the grass, picking daisies and making daisy chains with laborious pleasure. The sun burned on her pale red hair and made her skin look very white. Her big blue eyes were wide with concentration. Suddenly, she looked towards the bush of white roses which cast its shadow over the grass and smiled. "Yes, I'm Christine," she said. She rose and walked slowly towards the bush, her little plump legs defenceless and endearing beneath the too short blue cotton skirt. She was growing fast. "With my mummy and daddy," she said clearly. Then, after a pause, "Oh, but they are my mummy and daddy." She was in the shadow of the bush now. It was as if she'd walked out of the world of light into darkness. Uneasy, without quite knowing why, I called her. "Chris, what are you doing?" "Nothing." The voice sounded too far away. "Come indoors now. It's too hot for you out there." "Not too hot. Come indoors, Chris," she said. "I must go in now. Goodbye." Then walked slowly towards the house. "Chris, who were you talking to?" "Harry," she said. "Who's Harry?" "Harry." I couldn't get anything else out of her, so I just gave her some cake and milk and read to her until bedtime. As she listened, she stared out at the garden. Once she smiled and waved. It was a relief finally to tuck her up in bed and feel she was safe. When Jim, my husband, came home, I told him about the mysterious Harry. He laughed. "Oh, she started that lark, has she?" "What do you mean, Jim?" "It's not so very rare for only children to have an imaginary companion. Some kids talk to their dolls. Chris has never been keen on her dolls. She hasn't any brothers or sisters. She hasn't any friends her own age, so she imagines someone." But why has she picked that particular name?" He shrugged. "You know how kids pick things up. I don't know what you're worrying about. Honestly, I don't. Nor do I really. It's just that I feel extra responsible for her, more so than if I were her real mother." "I know, but she's all right. Chris is fine. She's a pretty, healthy, intelligent little girl, a credit to you, and to you. In fact, we're thoroughly nice parents, and so modest." We laughed together, and he kissed me. I felt consoled. Until next morning. Again, the sun shone brilliantly on the small bright lawn and white roses. Christine was sitting on the grass cross-legged, staring towards the rose bush, smiling. "Hello," she said. "I hoped you'd come, because I like you. How old are you?" "I'm only 5 and a piece. I'm not a baby. I'm going to school soon, and I shall have a new dress, a green one." "Do you go to school?" "What do you do then?" She was silent for a while, nodding, listening, absorbed. I felt myself going cold as I stood there in the kitchen. "Don't be silly. Lots of children have an imaginary companion," I told myself desperately. "Just carry on, as if nothing were happening. Don't listen, don't be a fool." But I called Chris in earlier than usual for her mid-morning milk. "Your milk's ready, Chris. Come along." "In a minute." This was a strange reply. Usually she rushed in eagerly for her milk and the special sandwich cream biscuits over which she was a little gourmand. "Come now, darling," I said. "Can Harry come too?" "No!" The cry burst from me, harshly, surprising me. "Goodbye, Harry. I'm sorry you can't come in, but I've got to have my milk." Chris said, then ran towards the house. Why can't Harry have some milk too? She challenged me. Who is Harry, darling? Harry's my brother. But Chris, you haven't got a brother. Daddy and Mummy have only got one child, one little girl. That's you. Harry can't be your brother. Harry's my brother. He says so. She bent over the glass of milk and emerged with a smeary top lip. Then she grabbed at the biscuits. At least Harry hadn't spoiled her appetite. After she'd had her milk, I said, We'll go shopping now, Chris. You'd like to come to the shops with me, wouldn't you? I want to stay with Harry. Well, you can't. You're coming with me. Can Harry come too? No. My hands were trembling as I put on my hat and gloves. It was chilly in the house nowadays, as if there were a cold shadow over it, in spite of the sun outside. Chris came with me meekly enough, but as we walked down the street, she turned and waved. I didn't mention any of this to Jim that night. I knew he'd only scoff as he'd done the day before. But when Christine's Harry fantasy went on day after day, it got more and more on my nerves. I came to hate and dread those long summer days. I longed for grey skies and rain. I longed for the white roses to wither and die. I trembled when I heard Christine's voice prattling away in the garden. She talked quite unrestrainedly to Harry now. One Sunday, when Jim heard her at it, he said, I'll say one thing for imaginary companions, they help a child on with her talking. Chris is talking much more freely than she used to. With an accent, I blurted out. An accent? A slight Cockney accent. My dearest, every London child gets a slight Cockney accent. It'll be much worse when she goes to school and meets lots of other kids. We don't talk Cockney. Where does she get it from? Who can she be getting it from except... I couldn't say the name. The baker, the milkman, the dustman, the coalman, the window cleaner. Want any more? I suppose not. I laughed ruefully. Jim made me feel foolish. Anyway, said Jim, I haven't noticed any Cockney in her voice. There isn't when she talks to us. It's only when she's talking to him. To Harry. You know, I'm getting quite attached to young Harry. Wouldn't it be fun one day if we looked out and saw him? Don't, I cried. Don't say that. It's my nightmare. My waking nightmare. Oh, Jim, I can't bear it much longer. He looked astonished. This Harry business is really getting you down, isn't it? Of course it is. Day in, day out. I hear nothing but Harry this, Harry that, Harry says, Harry thinks. Can Harry have some? Can Harry come too? It's all right for you out at the office all day, but I have to live with it. I'm afraid of it, Jim. It's so queer. Do you know what I think you should do to put your mind at rest? What? Take Chris along to see old Dr. Webster tomorrow. Let him have a little talk with her. Do you think she's ill? In her mind? Good heavens, no. But when we come across something that's beyond us, it's as well to take professional advice. Next day, I took Chris to see Dr. Webster. I left her in the waiting room while I told him briefly about Harry. He nodded sympathetically, then said, It's a fairly unusual case, Mrs. James, but by no means unique. I've had several cases of children's imaginary companions becoming so real to them that the parents got the jitters. I expect she's a rather lonely little girl, isn't she? She doesn't know any other children. We're new to the neighbourhood, you see, but that will be put right when she starts school. And I think you'll find that when she goes to school and meets other children, these fantasies will disappear. You see, every child needs company of her own age, and if she doesn't get it, she invents it. Older people who are lonely talk to themselves. That doesn't mean that they're crazy, just that they need someone to talk to. A child is more practical. Seems silly to talk to yourself, she thinks. So she invents someone to talk to. I honestly don't think you've anything to worry about. That's what my husband says. I'm sure he does. Still, I'll have a chat with Christine as you've brought her. Leave us alone together. I went to the waiting room to fetch Chris. She was at the window. She said, Harry's waiting. Where, Chris? I said quietly, wanting suddenly to see with her eyes. There, by the rose bush. The doctor had a bush of white roses in his garden. There's no one there, I said. Chris gave me a glance of unchildlike scorn. "Dr. Webster wants to see you now, darling," I said shakily. "You remember him, don't you? He gave you sweets when you were getting better from chicken pox." "Yes," she said, and went willingly enough to the doctor's surgery. I waited restlessly. Finally, I heard their voices through the wall, heard the doctor's chuckle, Christine's high peal of laughter. She was talking away to the doctor in a way she didn't talk to me. When they came out, he said, "Nothing wrong with her whatever. She's just an imaginative little monkey. A word of advice, Mrs. James. Let her talk about Harry. Let her become accustomed to confiding in you. I gather you've shown some disapproval of this brother of hers, so she doesn't talk much to you about him. He makes wooden toys, doesn't he, Chris?" "Yes, Harry makes wooden toys. And he can read and write, can't he? And swim and climb trees and paint pictures. Harry can do everything. He's a wonderful brother." Her little face flushed with adoration. The doctor patted me on the shoulder and said, "Harry sounds like a very nice brother for her. He's even got red hair like you, Chris, hasn't he?" "Harry's got red hair," said Chris proudly. "Redder than my hair. And he's nearly as tall as Daddy, only thinner. He's as tall as you, Mummy. He's 14. He says he's tall for his age." "What is tall for his age?" "Mummy will tell you about that when you walk home," said Dr. Webster. "Now, goodbye, Mrs. James. Don't worry. Just let her prattle. Goodbye, Chris. Give my love to Harry." "He's there," said Chris, pointing to the doctor's garden. "He's been waiting for me." Dr. Webster laughed. "They're incorrigible, aren't they?" he said. "I knew one poor mother whose children invented a whole tribe of imaginary natives whose rituals and taboos ruled the household. Perhaps you're lucky, Mrs. James." I tried to feel comforted by all this, but I wasn't. I hoped sincerely that when Chris started school, this wretched Harry business would finish. Chris ran ahead of me. She looked up as if at someone beside her. For a brief, dreadful second, I saw a shadow on the pavement alongside her own, a long, thin shadow, like a boy's shadow. Then it was gone. I ran to catch her up and held her hand tightly all the way home. Even in the comparative security of the house so strangely cold in this hot weather, I never let her out of my sight. On the face of it, she behaved no differently towards me, but in reality, she was drifting away. The child in my house was becoming a stranger. For the first time since Jim and I had adopted Chris, I wondered seriously, who is she? Where does she come from? Who were her real parents? Who is this little loved stranger I've taken as a daughter? Who is Christine? Another week passed. It was Harry all the time. The day before she was to start school, Chris said, "Not going to school." "You're going to school tomorrow, Chris. You're looking forward to it. You know you are. There'll be lots of other little girls and boys. Harry says he can't come too. You won't want Harry at school. I tried hard to follow the doctor's advice and appear to believe in Harry. He'll be too old. He'll feel silly among little boys and girls. A great lad of 14. I won't go to school without Harry. I want to be with Harry." She began to weep, loudly, painfully. "Chris, stop this nonsense. Stop it." I struck her sharply on the arm. Her crying ceased immediately. She stared at me, her blue eyes wide open and frighteningly cold. She gave me an adult stare that made me tremble. Then she said, "You don't love me. Harry loves me. Harry wants me. He says I can go with him." "I will not hear any more of this," I shouted, hating the anger in my voice, hating myself for being angry at all with a little girl, my little girl, mine. I went down on one knee and held out my arms. "Chris, darling, come here." She came slowly. "I love you," I said. "I love you, Chris. And I'm real. School is real. Go to school to please me. Harry will go away if I do. You'll have other friends. I want Harry." Again, the tears wet against my shoulder now. I held her closely. "You're tired, baby. Come to bed." She slept with the tear stain still on her face. It was still daylight. I went to the window to draw her curtains. golden shadows and long strips of sunshine in the garden. Then again, like a dream, the long, thin, clear-cut shadow of a boy near the white roses. Like a madwoman, I opened the window and shouted, "Harry! Harry!" I thought I saw a glimmer of red among the roses, like close red curls on a boy's head. Then there was nothing. When I told Jim about Christine's emotional outburst, he said, "Poor little kid. It's always a nervy business starting school. She'll be all right once she gets there. You'll be hearing less about Harry, too, as time goes on. Harry doesn't want her to go to school. Hey, you sound as if you believe in Harry yourself." "Sometimes I do." "Believing in evil spirits in your old age," he teased me. But his eyes were concerned. He thought I was going round the bend, and small blame to him. "I don't think Harry's evil," I said. "He's just a boy who doesn't exist, except for Christine." "And who is Christine?" "None of that," said Jim sharply. "When we adopted Chris, we decided she was to be our own child. No probing into the past, no wondering and worrying, no mysteries. Chris is as much ours as if she'd been born of our flesh. Who is Christine, indeed? She's our daughter, and just you remember that." "Yes, Jim, you're right. Of course you're right." He'd been so fierce about it that I didn't tell him what I planned to do the next day when Chris was at school. Next morning, Chris was silent and sulky. Jim joked with her and tried to cheer her, but all she would do was look out of the window and say, "Harry's gone." "You won't need Harry now. You're going to school," said Jim. Chris gave him that look of grown-up contempt she'd given me sometimes. She and I didn't speak as I took her to school. I was almost in tears. Although I was glad for her to start school, I felt a sense of loss at parting with her. I suppose every mother feels that when she takes her ewe lamb to school for the first time. It's the end of babyhood for the child, and the beginning of life in reality, with its cruelty, its strangeness, its barbarity. I kissed her goodbye at the gate and said, "You'll be having dinner at school with the other children, Chris, and I'll call for you when school is over, at 3:00. "Yes, Mummy." She held my hand tightly. Other nervous little children were arriving with equally nervous parents. A pleasant young teacher with fair hair and a white linen dress appeared at the gate. She gathered new children towards her and led them away. She gave me a sympathetic smile as she passed and said, "We'll take good care of her." I felt quite light-hearted as I walked away, knowing that Chris was safe, and I didn't have to worry. Now, I started on my secret mission. I took a bus to town and went to the big, gaunt building I hadn't visited for over 5 years. Then, Jim and I had gone together. The top floor of the building belonged to the Greythorn Adoption Society. I climbed the 4 flights and knocked on the familiar door with its scratched paint. A secretary whose face I didn't know let me in. "May I see Miss Cleaver? My name is Mrs. James." "Have you an appointment?" "No, but it's very important." "I'll see." The girl went out and returned a second later. "Miss Cleaver will see you, Mrs. James." Miss Cleaver, a tall, thin, grey-haired woman with a charming smile, a plain, kindly face, and a very wrinkled brow, rose to meet me. "Mrs. James, how nice to see you again. How's Christine?" "She's very well, Miss Cleaver. I'd better get straight to the point. I know you don't normally divulge the origins of a child to its adopters, and vice versa, but I must know who Christine is." "Sorry, Mrs. James," she began. Our rules. Please, let me tell you the whole story. Then you'll see I'm not just suffering from vulgar curiosity." I told her about Harry. When I'd finished, she said, "It's very queer indeed, Mrs. James. I'm going to break my rule for once. I'm going to tell you in strict confidence where Christine came from. She was born in a very poor part of London. There were 4 in the family, father, mother, son, and Christine herself." "Son?" "Yes, he was 14 when it happened." "When what happened?" "Let me start at the beginning. The parents hadn't really wanted Christine. The family lived in one room at the top of an old house which should have been condemned by the sanitary inspector, in my opinion. It was difficult enough when there were only 3 of them. With a baby as well, life became a nightmare. The mother was a neurotic creature, slatternly, unhappy, too fat. After she'd had the baby, she took no interest in it. The brother, however, adored the little girl from the start. He got into trouble for cutting school so he could look after her. The father had a steady job in a warehouse, not much money, but enough to keep them alive. Then he was sick for several weeks and lost his job. He was laid up in that messy room, ill, worrying, nagged by his wife, irked by the baby's crying and his son's eternal fussing over the child. I got all these details from neighbours afterwards, by the way. I was also told that he'd had a particularly bad time in the war and had been in a nerve hospital for several months before he was fit to come home at all after his demob. Suddenly, it all proved too much for him. One morning, in the small hours, a woman in the ground floor room saw something fall past her window and heard a thud on the ground. She went out to look. The son of the family was there, on the ground. Christine was in his arms. The boy's neck was broken. He was dead. Christine was blue in the face, but still breathing faintly. The woman woke the household, sent for the police and the doctor. Then they went to the top room. They had to break down the door, which was locked and sealed from inside. An overpowering smell of gas greeted them. In spite of the open window, they found husband and wife dead in bed, and a note from the husband saying, "I can't go on. I'm going to kill them all. It's the only way." The police concluded that he'd sealed up door and windows and turned on the gas when his family were asleep, then lain beside his wife until he drifted into unconsciousness and death. But the son must have wakened. Perhaps he struggled with the door but couldn't open it. He'd be too weak to shout. All he could do was pluck away the seals from the window, open it, and fling himself out, holding his adored little sister tightly in his arms. Why Christine herself wasn't gassed is rather a mystery. Perhaps her head was right under the bedclothes, pressed against her brother's chest. They always slept together. Anyway, the child was taken to hospital, then to the home where you and Mr. James first saw her. And a lucky day that was for little Christine. So her brother saved her life and died himself, I said. Yes, he was a very brave man. Perhaps he thought not so much of saving her as keeping her with him. Oh dear, that sounds ungenerous. I didn't mean to be. Miss Cleaver, what was his name? I'll have to look that up for you. She referred to one of her many files and said at last, the family's name was Jones, and the 14-year-old brother was called Harold. And did he have red hair? I murmured. That I don't know, Mrs. James. But it's Harry. The boy was Harry. What does it mean? I can't understand it. It's not easy, but I think perhaps deep in her unconscious mind, Christine has always remembered Harry, the companion of her babyhood. We don't think of children as having much memory, but there must be images of the past tucked away somewhere in their little heads. Christine doesn't invent this Harry. She remembers him so clearly that she's almost brought him to life again. I know it sounds far-fetched, but the whole story is so odd that I can't think of any other explanation. May I have the address of the house where they lived? She was reluctant to give this information, but I persuaded her and set out at last to find number 13 Canva Row, where the man Jones had tried to kill himself and his whole family, and almost succeeded. The house seemed deserted. It was filthy and derelict, but one thing made me stare and stare. There was a tiny garden. A scatter of bright uneven grass splashed the bald brown patches of earth, but the little garden had one strange glory that none of the other houses in the poor sad street possessed, a bush of white roses. They bloomed gloriously. Their scent was overpowering. I stood by the bush and stared up at the top window. A voice startled me. "What are you doing here?" It was an old woman peering from the ground floor window. I thought the house was empty, I said. Should be, been condemned, but they can't get me out. Nowhere else to go, won't go. The others went quickly enough after it happened. No one else wants to come. They say the place is haunted. So it is. But what's the fuss about? Life and death, they're very close. You get to know that when you're old. Alive or dead, what's the difference? She looked at me with yellowish, bloodshot eyes and said, I seen him fall past my window. That's where he fell, among the roses. He still comes back. I sees him. He won't go away till he gets her. I see him. He won't go away till he gets her. Who are you talking about? Harry Jones. Nice boy he was. Red hair, very thin. Too determined though. Always got his own way. Loved Christine too much, I thought. Died among the roses. Used to sit down there with her for hours by the roses. Then died there. Or do people die? The church ought to give us an answer, but it don't. Not one you can believe. Go away, will you? This place isn't for you. It's for the dead who aren't dead, and the living who aren't alive. Am I alive or dead? You tell me. I don't know. The crazy eyes staring at me beneath the matted white fringe of hair frightened me. Mad people are terrifying. One can pity them, but one is still afraid. I murmured, I'll go now. Goodbye, and tried to hurry across the hard, hot pavement still my... And tried to hurry across the hard, hot pavements till my legs felt heavy and half paralyzed as in a nightmare. The sun blazed down on my head, but I was hardly aware of it. I lost all sense of time or place as I stumbled on. Then I heard something that chilled my blood. A clock struck 3. At 3 o'clock I was supposed to be at the school gates waiting for Christine. Where was I now? How near the school? What bus should I take? I made frantic inquiries of passers-by who looked at me fearfully, as I had looked at the old woman. They must have thought I was crazy. At last I caught the right bus, and sick with dust, petrol fumes, and fear, reached the school. I ran across the hot, empty playground. In the classroom, the young teacher in white was gathering her books together. I've come for Christine James. I'm her mother. I'm so sorry I'm late. Where is she? I gasped. Christine James? The girl frowned, then said brightly, Oh, yes, I remember. The pretty little red-haired girl. That's all right, Mrs. James. Her brother called for her. How alike they are, aren't they? And so devoted. It's rather sweet to see a boy of that age so fond of his baby sister. Has your husband got red hair like the 2 children? What did her brother say? I asked faintly. He didn't say anything. When I spoke to him, he just smiled. They'll be home by now, I should think. I say, do you feel all right? Yes, thank you. I must go home. I ran all the way home through the burning streets. Christine, where are you? Chris. Sometimes, even now, I hear my own voice of the past screaming through the cold house. Christine, Chris, where are you? Answer me, Chris. Then, Harry, don't take her away. Come back, Harry. Demented, I rushed out into the garden. The sun struck me like a hot blade. The roses glared whitely. The air was so still. I seemed to stand in timelessness, placelessness. For a moment, I seemed very near to Christine, although I couldn't see her. Then the roses danced before my eyes and turned red. The world turned red, blood red, wet red. I fell through redness to blackness to nothingness, to almost death. For weeks I was in bed with sunstroke which turned to brain fever. During that time, Jim and the police searched for Christine in vain. The futile search continued for months. The papers were full of the strange disappearance of the red-haired child. The teacher described the brother who had called for her. There were newspaper stories of kidnapping, baby snatching, child murders. Then the sensation died down. Just another unsolved mystery in police files. And only 2 people knew what happened. An old, crazed woman living in a derelict house, and myself. Years have passed, but I walk in fear. Such ordinary things make me afraid. Sunshine, sharp shadows on grass, white roses, children with red hair, and the name Harry. Such an ordinary name.
Everybody dies, don't they? Everybody come back, don't they? Isn't that so?
You tried to get into the locked room today, didn't you?
How do the dead come back, Mother? What's the secret?
The Corner Shop by Cynthia Asquith. Peter Wood's executors found their task a very easy one. He had left his affairs in perfect order. The only surprise yielded by his methodical writing table was a sealed envelope on which was written, "Not wishing to be bothered by well-meaning research societies, I have never shown the enclosed to anyone. But after my death, all are welcome to read what, to the best of my knowledge, is a true story." The manuscript, which bore a date 3 years previously to the death of the writer, was as follows. "I have long wished to record an experience of my youth. I won't attempt any explanations. I draw no conclusions. I merely narrate certain events. One foggy evening at the end of a day of enforced idleness in my chambers, I had just been called to the bar, I was rather dejectedly walking back to my lodgings when my attention was drawn to the brightly lit window of a shop. Seeing the word antiques on its signboard, and remembering that I owed a wedding present to a lover of bric-a-brac, I grasped the handle of the green door. Opening with one of those cheerful jingle-jangle bells, it admitted me into a large rambling premises, thickly crowded with all the traditional treasure and trash of a curiosity shop. Suits of armour, warming pans, cracked misted mirrors, church vestments, spinning wheels, brass kettles, chandeliers, gongs, chessmen, furniture of every size and every period. Despite all the clutter, there was none of the dusty gloom one associates with such collections. Far from being dingy, the room was brightly lit, and a crackling fire leaped up the chimney. In fact, the atmosphere was so warm and cheerful that after the cold, dark fog outside, it struck me as most agreeable. At my entrance, a young woman and a girl, by their resemblance obviously sisters, rose from armchairs. Bright, bustling, gaily dressed, they were curiously unlike the type of people who usually preside over such wares. A flower or a cake shop would have seemed a far more appropriate setting. Inwardly awarding them high marks for keeping the place so clean, I wished the sisters good evening. Their smiling faces and easy manners made a very pleasant impression on me, but though they were most obliging in showing me all their treasures and displayed considerable knowledge as well as appreciation, they seemed wholly indifferent as to whether or not I would make any purchase. I found a small piece of Sheffield ware very moderately priced and decided that this was the very present for my friend. Explaining that I was without sufficient cash, I asked the elder sister if she would take a cheque. "Certainly," she answered, briskly producing pen and ink. "Will you please make it out to the corner curio shop?" It was with conscious reluctance that I left the cheerful precincts and plunged back into the saffron fog. "Good evening, sir. Always pleased to see you at any time," rang out the elder sister's pleasant voice, a voice so engaging that I left almost with a sense of having made a friend. I suppose it must have been a week later that, as I walked home one bitter cold evening, fine powdery snow brushing against my face, a cutting wind lashing down the streets, I remembered the welcoming warmth of the cheerful corner shop and decided to revisit it. I found myself to be in the very street, and there, yes, there was the very corner. It was with a sense of disappointment out of all proportion to the event that I found the shop wore that baffling, shut-eyed appearance and read the uncompromising word, "Closed." An icy gust of wind whistled round the corner. My wet trousers flapped dismally against my chapped ankles. Longing for the warmth and glow within, I felt annoyingly thwarted. Rather childishly, for I was certain the door was locked, I grasped the handle and shook it. To my surprise, it turned in my hand, but not in answer to its pressure. The door was opened from within, and I found myself looking into the dimly lit countenance of a very old and extremely frail-looking little man. "Please to come in, sir," said a gentle, rather tremulous voice, and feeble footsteps shuffled away ahead of me. It is impossible to describe the altered aspect of the place. I suppose the electric light had fused, for the darkness of the large room was thinned only by 2 guttering candles, and in their wavering light, dark shapes of furniture formerly brightly lit now loomed, towering and mysterious, casting weird, almost menacing shadows. The fire was out. Only one faintly glowing ember told that any had lately been alive. Other evidence there was none, for the grim cold of the atmosphere was such that I had never experienced. The phrase, "it struck chill," is laughably inadequate. In retrospect, the street seemed almost agreeable. At least its biting cold had been bracing. One way and another, the atmosphere of the shop was now as gloomy as it had been bright before. I felt a strong impulse to leave at once, but the surrounding darkness thinned, and I saw the old man busily lighting candles here and there. "Anything I can show you, sir?" he quavered, approaching, taper in hand. I now saw him comparatively distinctly. His appearance made an indescribable impression on me. As I stared, Rembrandt flitted through my mind. Who else could have given any idea of the weird shadows on that ravaged face? Tired is a word we use lightly. Never before had I known what it might mean, such ineffable, patient weariness. Deep sunk in his withered face, the eyes seemed as extinct as the fire, and the wan frailty of the small, tremulous, bent frame. The words, dust and ashes, strayed through my brain. On my first visit I had, you may remember, been surprised by the uncharacteristic cleanliness of the place. The queer fancy now struck me that this old man was like an accumulation of all the dust one might have expected to find distributed over such premises. In truth, he looked scarcely more solid than a mere conglomeration of dust and cobwebs that might be dispersed at a breath or a touch. What a fantastic old creature to be employed by those well-to-do looking girls. He must, I thought, be some old retainer kept on out of charity. "Anything I can show you, sir?" repeated the old man. His voice had a little more body than the tearing of a cobweb, but there was a curious, almost pleading insistence in it, and his eyes were fixed on me in a wan yet devouring stare. I wanted to leave, yes, at once. The mere proximity of the poor old man distressed me, made me feel wretched, dispirited, none the less involuntarily murmuring, "Thank you, I'll look around." I found myself following his frail form, and absent-mindedly inspecting various objects temporarily illuminated by his trembling taper. The chill silence broken only by the tired shuffle of his carpet slippers got on my nerves. "Very cold night," I hazarded. "Cold, is it? Cold? Yes, I dare say it's cold." In his grey voice was the apathy of utter indifference. For how many years, I wondered, had this poor old fellow been incapable of his own distress? "Been at this job long?" I asked, duly contemplating a four-poster bed. "A long, long, long time." The answer came softly as a sigh, and as he spoke, time seemed no longer a matter of days, weeks, months, years, but a weariness that stretched immeasurably. Suddenly, I began to resent the old man's exhaustion and melancholy, the contagions of which so unaccountably weighed down my own spirits. "How long, oh Lord, how long?" I said as jauntily as I could manage, adding with odious jocularity, "Old age pension about due, what?" No response. In silence he drifted across the other side of the room. "Quaint piece this," said my guide, picking up a grotesque little frog that lay on a shelf amongst various other odds and ends. It seemed to be made of some substance similar to jade, soapstone, I guessed. Struck by its oddity, I took the frog from the old man's hand. It was strangely cold. "Rather fun," I said. "How much?" "£0.5, sir," whispered the old man, glancing up at my face. Again his voice was scarcely more audible than the slithering of dust. But there was a queer gleam in his eyes. Was it eagerness? Could it be? "Only £0.5? Is that all? I'll have it," said I. "Don't bother to pack up old Anthony Rowley. I'll put him in my pocket." As I gave the old man the coin, I inadvertently touched his hand. I could scarcely suppress a start. I have said the frog struck cold, but compared to that desiccated skin, its substance was tepid. I can't describe the chill of that second's contact. Poor old fellow, thought I. He isn't fit to be about, not in this lonely place. I wonder those kind-looking girls allow such an old wreck to struggle on. "Good night," I said. "Good night, sir. Thank you, sir," quavered the feeble old voice. He shut the door behind me. Turning my head as I breasted the driving snow, I saw his form scarcely more solid than a shadow, dimly outlined against the candlelight. His face was pressed against the big glass pane, and as I walked away, I pictured his exhausted, patient eyes peering after me. Somehow I was unable to dismiss the thought of that old man. Long after I was in bed and courting sleep, I saw that ravaged face with its maze of wrinkles, those great eyes like lifeless planets, staring at me, and in their steady gaze there seemed something that beseeched. Yes, I was strangely perturbed by that old man. Even after I achieved sleep, my dreams were full of him, haunted, I suppose, by a sense of his infinite tiredness. I was trying to force him to rest, to compel him to lie down. But no sooner did I succeed in laying out his frail form on the four-poster bed I had seen in the shop, only now it seemed more like a grave than a bed, and the brocade coverlet had turned into sods of turf, than he would slip from my grasp and totteringly resume his rambles round and round the shop. On and on I chased him, down endless avenues of weird furniture, but still he eluded me. Now the dim shop seemed to stretch on and on unendingly, to merge into an infinity of sunless, airless space, until at length, exhausted, breathless, I myself collapsed and sank into the four-poster grave. The very next morning an urgent summons took me out of London, and in the anxiety of the ensuing week, the episode of the corner shop was banished from my mind. As soon as my father was pronounced out of danger, I returned to my dreary lodgings. Dejectedly engaged in adding up my wretched bills and wondering where on earth to find the money to pay my next quarter's rent, I was agreeably surprised by a visit from an old schoolfellow, at that time practically the only friend I had in London. He was employed by one of the best-known firms of fine art dealers and auctioneers. After some minutes' conversation, he rose in search of a light. My back was turned to him. I heard the sharp scratch of a match, followed by propitiatory noises to his pipe. Suddenly, they were broken off by an exclamation. "Good God, man," he shouted, "where did you get this?" Turning my head, I saw he had snatched up my purchase of the other night, the funny little frog, whose presence on my mantelpiece I had all but forgotten. Closely scrutinizing it through a magnifying glass, he held it under the gas jet, his hands shaking with excitement. "Where did you get this?" he repeated. "Have you any idea what it is?" Briefly, I told him that rather than leave a shop empty-handed, I had bought the frog for £0.5. £0.5? My dear fellow, I can't swear to it, but I believe you've had one of those amazing pieces of luck one hears of. Unless I'm very much mistaken, this is a piece of jade of the Shah dynasty. If so, it's practically unique. These words conveyed little to my ignorance. "Do you mean it's worth money?" "Worth money? Phew!" he ejaculated. "Look here. Will you leave this business to me? Let me have the thing for my firm to handle. They'll do the best they can by you. I shall be able to get it into Thursday's sale." Certain that I could implicitly trust my friend, I agreed. Reverently enwrapping the frog in cotton wool, he hurried off. Friday morning I had the shock of my life. Shock does not necessarily imply bad news. I assure you that for some seconds after opening the one envelope lying on my dingy breakfast tray, the room span round and round. The envelope contained an account from Messrs. Spunk Fine Art Dealers and Auctioneers. To sale of Shah Jade, £2,000, less 10% commission, £1,800. And there, neatly folded, made out to Peter Wood, was Messrs. Spunk's cheque for £1,800. For some time I was completely bewildered. My friend's words had raised hopes that my chance purchase might facilitate the payment of next quarter's rent, might possibly even provide for a whole year's rent. But that so large a sum was involved had never so much as crossed my mind. Could it be true, or was it some hideous joke? Surely, in the trite phrase, it was much, much too good to be true. It wasn't the sort of thing that happened to oneself. Still feeling physically dizzy, I rang up my friend. His voice and the heartiness of his congratulations convinced me of the truth of my astounding good fortune. It was neither joke nor dream. I, Peter Wood, whose bank account was at present £20 overdrawn, who but for shares amounting to £150 possessed no securities whatever, now held in my hand a piece of paper convertible into 1,800 golden sovereigns. I sat down to think, to try to realize, to readjust. From my jumble of plans, problems, and emotions, one fact emerged crystal clear. Obviously, I could not take advantage of that nice girl's ignorance, nor of a poor old caretaker's incompetence, whichever was to blame. No, I couldn't accept this amazing gift from fate merely because, by a sheer fluke, I had bought a treasure for £5,000. Clearly, I must give back at least half the sum to my unconscious benefactors. Otherwise, I should feel I had robbed them, almost as if, like a thief in the night, I had broken into their shop. I remembered their pleasant, open countenances. What fun to astonish them with my wonderful news! I felt a strong impulse to rush to the shop, but having for once a case in court, was obliged to go to the Temple. Endorsing Messrs. Spunk's cheque, I addressed it to my bankers and filled in one of my own for £900, made out to the corner curio shop. It was late before I was free to leave the law courts, and when I arrived at the shop I was disappointed, but not surprised to read the notice closed. Even supposing the old caretaker to be on duty, there was no particular point in seeing him. My business was with his mistress. Deciding to postpone my visit to the following day, I was just on the point of hurrying home when, exactly as though I were expected, the door opened. There, on the threshold, stood the old man, peering out into the darkness. "Anything I can do for you, sir?" His voice was even queerer than before. I now realized that I had dreaded re-encountering him, yet I found myself irresistibly compelled to enter. The atmosphere was as grimly cold as on my last visit. I felt myself actually shiver. Several candles, obviously only just lit, were burning. By their glimmer, I saw the old man's questioning gaze intently fixed on me. What a face! I had not exaggerated its weirdness. Never had I seen anyone so singular, so striking. No wonder I had dreamed of him. How I wished he had not opened the door. "Anything I can show you tonight, sir?" His voice trembled. "No, thanks. I've come about that thing you sold me the other day. I find it's of great value. Please tell your mistress that I'll pay her a proper price for it tomorrow." As I spoke, there spread over the old man's face the most wonderful smile. I use the word smile for lack of a better word, but how to convey the beauty of the indefinable expression that transfigured that time-worn face? Tender triumph, gentle joy, rapturous reverence. What mystery did I witness? It was like iron frost yielding to sunshine, the thawing of grief in the dawn radiance of some unsurmisable redemption. For the first time in my life, I had some inkling of the word beatitude. I can't describe the impression made on me. The moment, as it were, brimmed over. Time ceased. I became conscious of infinite things. The silence was now broken by the gathering itself together sound of an old clock about to strike. I turned my head towards one of those wonderful, intricate pieces of medieval workmanship, a Nuremberg grandfather clock. From the recess beneath its exquisitely painted face, quaint figures emerged, and while one struck a bell, others demurely stepped through the mazes of a minuet. My attention was riveted by the pretty spectacle. Not till the last sounds had trembled into silence did I turn my head. I found myself alone. The old man had vanished. Surprised that he should leave me, I looked all around the large room. Oddly enough, the fire, which I had supposed dead, had flared into unexpected life, and now cast a cheerful glow, but neither fire nor candlelight revealed any trace of the old caretaker. "Hello? Hello?" I called interrogatively. No answer. No sound save the loud ticking of the clocks and the crackle of the fire. I walked all round the big room. I even looked into the great four-poster bed of my dreams. Then I saw that there was a smaller adjoining room. Snatching up a candle, I hastened to explore this. At its far end, I discovered a winding staircase leading up to a little gallery. The old man must have withdrawn it to some upstairs lair. I would follow him. I groped my way to the foot of the stairs and began to climb, but the steps creaked under my feet. I was conscious of crumbling woodwork. There was an icy draught. My candle went out. Cobwebs brushed against my face. To go any further was most uninviting. I desisted. After all, what did it matter? Let the old man hide himself. I had given my message. Best be gone. But the main room to which I had returned was now quite warm and cheerful. What had ever made me think it sinister? It was with a distinct sense of regret that I left the shop. I felt balked. I longed to see that radiant face again. Strange old man. How could I have ever fancied that I feared him? The next Saturday I was free to go straight to the shop. All the way there my mind was agreeably occupied, anticipating the welcome the grateful sisters were sure to give me. As the jingle-jangle of the bell announced my opening of the door, the two girls, who were busily dusting their goods, turned to see who came in at so unusually early an hour. Recognizing me, to my surprise, they bowed amiably but quite casually, as though to a mere acquaintance. With such a fairy-tale bond between us, I had expected a very different kind of greeting. I supposed that they had not yet heard the news, and when I told them I had brought the cheque, I saw that my surmise was right. They looked quite blank. "Cheque?" "Yes, for the frog I bought the other day." "Frog? What frog? I only remember you buying a piece of Sheffield plate." So they knew nothing, not even of my second visit to their shop. By degrees I told them the whole story. They were overcome with astonishment. The elder sister seemed quite dazed. "But I can't understand it. I can't understand it," she repeated. "Holmes, the old caretaker, isn't even supposed to admit anyone in our absence, far less to sell things. He merely comes to take charge on the evenings we leave early, and is only supposed to stay until the night policeman comes on duty. I can't believe he let you in and never told us he'd sold you something. It's too extraordinary. What time was it?" "Round about 6, I should think." "He generally leaves at 5:30, said the girl, "but I suppose the policeman must have been late." "It was later when I came yesterday." "Did you come again?" she asked. Briefly, I told her of my visit and the message I had left with the caretaker. "What an extraordinary thing," she exclaimed. "I can't begin to understand it, but we shall soon hear his explanation. I expect him at any moment now. He comes in every morning to sweep the floors." At the prospect of meeting the remarkable old man again, I felt a thrill of excitement. How would he look by daylight? Should I see him smile again? "Very old, isn't he?" I hazarded. "Old? Yes, I suppose he is getting on. But it's a very easy job. He's a good, honest fellow. I can't imagine he's doing anything on the sly. I'm afraid we've been rather slack in our cataloguing lately. I wonder if he does sell odds and ends for himself." "Oh, no, I can't believe it. By the way, can you remember whereabouts the frog was?" I pointed to the shelf from which the caretaker had produced a piece of jade. "Oh, from that odd lot I bought the other day for next to nothing. I haven't sorted or priced any of the things yet. I can't remember any frog. What an incredible thing to happen." At this moment the telephone rang. She lifted the receiver. Hello. Yes, Miss Wilson speaking. Yes, Mr. Holmes, what is it?" A few seconds' startled pause, and then, "Dead? Dead? But how? Why? Oh, I am sorry." After a few more words, she replaced the receiver and turned to us, her eyes full of tears. "Oh, Bessie," she said to her sister, "poor old Holmes is dead. When he got home yesterday, he complained of pain, and he died in the middle of the night. Heart failure. No one had any idea there was anything the matter with him. Oh, poor Mrs. Holmes, what will she do? We must go to her at once. Both girls were so much upset that I thought it best to leave. The singular old man had made so haunting an impression on me that I was deeply moved to hear of his sudden death. How strange that, except for his wife, I should have been the very last person to speak with him. No doubt pain had seized him in my very presence. That was why he had left so abruptly and without a word. Had death already brushed against his consciousness? That lovely, inexplicable smile was at the beginning of the peace that passes all understanding. Next day I told Miss Wilson and her sister all the details of the fabulous sale of the frog, and presented my cheque. Here I met with unexpected opposition. The sisters showed great unwillingness to accept the money. It was, they said, all mine. Besides, they had no need of it. You see, explained Miss Wilson, my father had a flair for this business amounting to a sort of genius. He made quite a large fortune. When he became too old to carry on the shop, we kept it open partly out of sentiment, partly for the sake of occupation, but we don't need to make any profit. At last I prevailed upon them to accept the money, if only to spend it on the various charities in which they were interested. It was a relief to my mind when the matter was settled. The extraordinary incident of the jade frog made a bond between us, and in the course of our amicable arguments we became very friendly. I fell into the way of dropping in on them quite often, and soon began to rely on their sympathetic companionship. I never forgot the impression made on me by the old man, and often questioned the sisters about the poor caretaker, but they had nothing of interest to tell me. They merely described him as an old dear who had been in their father's service for years and years. No further light was thrown on his sale of the frog. Naturally, they did not like to question his widow. One evening, when I was having tea in the inner room with the elder sister, I picked up a photograph album. Turning its pages, I came upon a remarkably fine likeness of the old man. There before my eyes was the strange, striking countenance, but evidently this photograph had been taken many years before I saw him. The face was fuller, and had not yet acquired the frail, infinitely wearied look I remembered. But what magnificent eyes! There certainly was something extraordinarily impressive about the man. "What a splendid photograph of poor old Holmes," I said. "Photograph of Holmes? I had no idea there was one. Let's see." As I handed her the open book, the young sister Bessie looked in through the open door. "I'm off to the movies now," she called. "Father's just rung up to say he'll be round in 5 minutes to have a look at that Sheraton sideboard." "All right, Bessie, I'll be here, and very glad to have Father's opinion," said Miss Wilson, taking the album from my hand. "I can't see any photograph of old Holmes," she said. I pointed to the top of the page. "That?" she exclaimed. "Why, that's my dear father." "Your father?" I gasped. "Yes, I can't imagine any two people more unlike. It must have been very dark when you saw Holmes." Yes, it was very dark," I said quickly, just to gain time to think, for I felt bewildered. No degree of darkness could possibly explain any such mistake. I had no moment's doubt as to the identity of the man I had taken for the caretaker with the one whose photograph I held in my hand. But what an amazing, inexplicable thing! Her father! Why on earth should he have been in the shop unknown to his daughters? For what possible motive had he concealed his sale of the frog? And when he heard of its value, why had he left the girls under the impression that it was Holmes, the dead caretaker, who had sold it? Had he been ashamed to confess his own inadvertence? Or was it possible that the girls had never told him the astonishing sequel to the sale? Did they perhaps not want him to know of their sudden acquisition? Into what strange family intrigue had I stumbled? But whoever it was who had been so secretive, it was none of my business. I didn't want to give anyone away. No, I must hold my tongue. The younger sister had said their father was just coming. Would he recognize me as his customer? If so, it might be rather embarrassing. "It's a splendid face," I said shyly. "Isn't it?" she said with pleased eagerness. "So clever and strong, don't you think? I remember when that photograph was taken. It was just before he got religion." The girl spoke as if she referred to some distressing illness. "Did he suddenly become very religious?" "Yes," she said reluctantly. "Poor father. He made friends with a priest and became so changed. He was never the same again." From the break in the girl's voice, I guessed she thought her father's reason had been affected. Perhaps this explained the whole affair. On the 2 occasions when I had seen him, was he wandering in mind as well as body? Did his religion make him unhappy? I ventured to ask. for I was most anxious for more light on the strange being before I met him again. Yes, dreadfully. The girl's eyes were full of tears. You see, it was... She hesitated, but after a glance at me went on, "There's really no reason why I shouldn't tell you. I've come to look on you as a real friend. My poor father began to think he'd done something very wrong. He couldn't quiet his conscience. You remember me telling you of his extraordinary flair? Well, his fortune had really been founded on 3 marvellous strokes of business. You see, he had exactly the same sort of luck you had the other day. That's why I decided to tell you. It seems such an odd coincidence." She paused. "Please go on," I urged. "Well, on 3 separate occasions he bought for a few shillings objects that were of immense value. Only, unlike you, he did know what he was about. The profit made on their sale was no surprise to him. Unlike you, he did not then see any obligation to make it up to the ignorant people who had thrown away fortunes. After all, most dealers wouldn't, would they?" she asked defensively. "Well, father grew richer and richer. Years later, he met this priest, and then he seemed to go sort of morbid. He began to think that our wealth had been founded on what was really no better than theft. He reproached himself bitterly for having taken advantage of those 3 men's ignorance. Unhappily, in each case, he succeeded in discovering what had ultimately happened to those he called his victims. Most unfortunately, all 3 customers had died destitute. This discovery made him incurably miserable. 2 of these men had died without leaving any children, so, as no relations could be found, my father was unable to make amends. The son of the 3rd he traced to America, but there he too had died, leaving no family, so poor father could find no means of making reparation. That was what he longed for, to make reparation. His failure preyed and preyed on him until his poor dear mind became quite unhinged. As religion gained stronger and stronger hold on him, he took a queer sort of notion in his head, a regular obsession. The next best thing to doing a good deed yourself, he would say, is to provide someone else with the opportunity to give him his cue. In our sins Christ is crucified afresh. Because I sinned against him thrice, I must somehow be the cause of 3 correspondingly good actions that will counterbalance my own sins. In no other way can I atone for my crimes against Christ, for crimes they were. In vain we argued with him, assuring him he had done only as nearly all other men would have done. It was no use. "Other men must judge for themselves. I have done what I know to be wrong," he would moan. He grew more and more fixed in his idea of expiation. It became positive religious mania. Determined to find 3 human beings whom by their good actions would, as it were, cancel out the pain caused to divinity by what he called his 3 crimes, he busied himself in finding insignificant-looking works of art which he would offer for a few shillings. Poor old father, never shall I forget his joy when one day a man brought back a vase he had bought for 5 shillings and discovered it to be worth £600. "I think you must have made a mistake," the man said, "just as you did, bless you." 5 years later, a similar thing occurred, and he was, oh, so radiant. 2 of humanity's crimes cancelled out, 2/3 of his expiation achieved. Then followed years and years of weary disappointment. "I shall never rest, I can't, no, never, never, until I find the 3rd, he used to say. Here the girl began to weep, hiding her face behind her hand. She murmured, "Oh, if only you had come sooner." I heard the jingle-jangle of the bell. "How he must have suffered," I said. "I'm so glad I had the luck to be the 3rd. Is he satisfied now?" Her hands dropped from her face. She stared at me. I heard footsteps approach. "I'm so glad I'm going to meet him again," I said. "Meet him?" she echoed in amazement as her footsteps neared. "Yes, I may stay and see your father, mayn't I? I heard your sister say he would soon be here." "Oh, now I understand," she exclaimed. "You mean Bessie's father? But Bessie and I are only stepsisters. My poor father died years and years ago."
Everybody dies, don't they? Everybody come back, don't they? Isn't that so?
You tried to get into the locked drawer today, didn't you?
How do the dead come back, Mother? What's the secret?
The Hollow Man by Thomas Burke. He came up one of the narrow streets which lead from the docks and turned into a road whose farther end was gay with the lights of London. At the end of this road he went deep into the lights of London and sometimes into its shadows. Farther and farther he went from the river and did not pause until he had reached a poor quarter near the centre. He made a tall, spare figure, clothed in a black mackintosh. Below this could be seen brown dungaree trousers. A peaked cap hid most of his face. The little it was exposed was white and sharp. In the autumn mist that filled the lighted streets as well as the dark, he seemed a wraith, and some of those who passed him looked again, not sure whether they had indeed seen a living man. One or two of them moved their shoulders, as though shrinking from something. His legs were long, but he walked with the short, deliberate steps of a blind man, though he was not blind. His eyes were open, and he stared straight ahead, but he seemed to see nothing and hear nothing. Neither the mournful hooting of sirens across the black water of the river, nor the genial windows of the shops in the big streets near the centre drew his head to right or left. He walked as though he had no destination in mind, yet constantly, at this corner or that, he turned. It seemed that an unseen hand was guiding him to a given point of whose location he was himself ignorant. He was searching for a friend of 15 years ago, and the unseen hand or some dog instinct had led him from Africa to London, and was now leading him, along the last mile of his search, to a certain little eating-house. He did not know that he was going to the eating-house of his friend Nameless, but he did know, from the time he left Africa, that he was journeying towards Nameless, and he now knew that he was very near to Nameless. Nameless didn't know that his old friend was anywhere near him, though he had observed conditions that evening. He might have wondered why he was sitting up an hour later than usual. He was seated in one of the pews of his prosperous working men's dining rooms, a little gold mine, his wife's relations called it, and he was smoking and looking at nothing. He had added up the till and written the copies of the bill of fare for next day, and there was nothing to keep him out of bed after his 15 hours' attention to business. Had he been asked why he was sitting up later than usual, he would first have answered that he didn't know that he was, and would then have explained, in default of any other explanation, that it was for the purpose of having a last pipe. He was quite unaware that he was sitting up and keeping the door unlatched because a long-parted friend from Africa was seeking him and slowly approaching him and needed his services. He was quite unaware that he had left the door unlatched at that late hour, 11:30, to admit pain and woe. But even as many bells sent dolefully across the night from their steeples their disagreement as to the point of 11:30, pain and woe were but 2 streets away from him. The mackintosh and dungarees and the sharp white face were coming nearer every moment. There was silence in the house and in the streets, a heavy silence, broken or sometimes stressed by the occasional night noises, motor horns, backfiring of lorries, shunting at a distant terminus. That silence seemed to envelop the house, but he did not notice it. He did not notice the bells, and he did not even notice the lagging step that approached his shop and passed and returned and passed again and halted. He was aware of nothing save that he was smoking a last pipe, and he was sitting in somnolence, deaf and blind to anything not in his immediate neighbourhood. But when a hand was laid on the latch, and the latch was lifted, he did hear that, and he looked up, and he saw the door open, and got up and went to it, and there, just within the door, he came face to face with the thin figure of pain and woe. To kill a fellow creature is a frightful thing. At the time the act is committed, the murderer may have sound and convincing reasons to him for his act. But time and reflection may bring regret, even remorse, and this may live with him for many years. Examined in wakeful hours of the night or early morning, the reasons for the act may shed their cold logic and may cease to be reasons and become mere excuses. and these naked excuses may strip the murderer and show him to himself as he is. They may begin to hunt his soul and to run into every little corner of his mind and every little nerve in search of it. And if to kill a fellow creature and to suffer recurrent regret for an act of heated blood is a frightful thing, it is still more frightful to kill a fellow creature and bury his body deep in an African jungle, and then, 15 years later, at about midnight, to see the latch of your door lifted by the hand you had stilled, and to see the man, looking much as he did 15 years ago, walk into your home and claim your hospitality. When the man in the mackintosh and dungarees walked into the dining rooms, Nameless stood still, stared, staggered against the table, supported himself by a hand and said, "Oh." The other man said, "Nameless," and they looked at each other, Nameless with head thrust forward, mouth dropped, eyes wide, the visitor with a dull, glazed expression. If Nameless had not been the man he was, thick, bovine and costive, he would have flung up his arms and screamed. At that moment he felt the need of some such outlet, but did not know how to find it. The only dramatic expressions he gave to the situation was to whisper instead of speak. 20 emotions came to life in his head and spine and wrestled there, but they showed themselves only in his staring eyes and his whisper. His first thought, or rather spasm, was ghosts, indigestion, nervous breakdown. His second, when he saw that the figure was substantial and real, was impersonation. But a slight movement on the part of the visitor dismissed that. It was a little habitual movement which belonged only to that man, an unconscious twitching of the third finger of the left hand. He knew then that it was Gopak, a little changed, but still miraculously 32. Gopak, alive, breathing, and real. No ghost, no phantom of the stomach. He was as certain of that as he was that 15 years ago he had killed Gopak stone dead and buried him. The blackness of the moment was lightened by Gopak. In thin, flat tones he asked, "May I sit down? I'm tired." He sat down and said, "So tired." Nameless still held the table. He whispered, Gopak, but I killed you. I killed you in the jungle. You were dead. I know you were." Gopak passed his hand across his face. He seemed about to cry, "I know you did. I know. That's all I can remember about this earth. You killed me." The voice became thinner and flatter, and then they came and disturbed me. They woke me up and brought me back. He sat with shoulders sagged, arms drooping, hands hanging between knees. After the first recognition, he did not look at Nameless. He looked at the floor. "Came and disturbed you?" Nameless leaned forward and whispered the words, "Woke you up?" "Who?" "The leopard men." "The what?" "The leopard men." The watery voice said it as casually as if it was saying, "The night watchman." The leopard men?" Nameless stared, and his fat face crinkled in an effort to take in the situation of a midnight visitation from a dead man, and the dead man talking nonsense. He felt his blood moving out of its course. He looked at his own hand to see if it was his own hand. He looked at the table to see if it was his table. The hand and the table were facts, and if the dead man was a fact, and he was, his story might be a fact. It seemed, anyway, as sensible as the dead man's presence. He gave a heavy sigh from the stomach. The leopard men? Yes, I heard about them out there. Tales. Gopak slowly wagged his head. Not tales. They're real. If they weren't real, I wouldn't be here, would I? Nameless had to admit this. He had heard many tales out there about the leopard men, and had dismissed them as jungle yarns. But now it seemed jungle yarns had become commonplace fact in a little London shop. The watery voice went on, "They did it. I saw them. I came back in the middle of a circle of them. They killed a Negro to put his life into me. They wanted a white man for their farm. So they brought me back. You may not believe it. You wouldn't want to believe it. You wouldn't want to see or know anything like them. And I wouldn't want any man to. But it's true." That's how I'm here. But I left you absolutely dead. I made every test. It was 3 days before I buried you, and I buried you deep. I know, but that wouldn't make any difference to them. It was a long time after when they came back and brought me back, and I'm still dead, you know. It's only my body they brought back. And the voice trailed into a thread. And I'm so tired. Sitting in his prosperous eating house, Nameless was in the presence of an achieved miracle, but the everyday solid appointments of the eating house wouldn't let him fully comprehend it. Foolishly, as he realized when he had spoken, he asked Gopak to explain what had happened. Asked a man who couldn't really be alive to explain how he came to be alive. It was like asking nothing to explain everything. Constantly, as he talked, he felt his grasp on his own mind slipping. The surprise of a sudden visitor at a late hour, the shock of the arrival of a long-dead man, and the realization that this long-dead man was not a wraith, were too much for him. During the next half-hour he found himself talking to Gopak as to the Gopak he had known 17 years ago when they were partners. Then he would be halted by the freezing knowledge that he was talking to a dead man, and that a dead man was faintly answering him. He felt that the thing couldn't really have happened, but in the interchange of talk he kept forgetting the improbable side of it and accepting it. With each recollection of the truth, his mind would clear and settle in one thought. I've got to get rid of him. How am I going to get rid of him? But how did you get here? I escaped. The words came slowly and thinly and out of the body rather than the mouth. How? I don't know. I don't remember anything except our quarrel and being at rest. But why come all the way here? Why didn't you stay on the coast? I don't know. But you're the only man I know, the only man I can remember. But how did you find me? I don't know. But I had to find you. You're the only man who can help me. But how can I help you? The head turned weakly from side to side. I don't know, but nobody else can. Nameless stared through the window, looking onto the lamplit street and seeing nothing of it. The everyday being which had been his half an hour ago had been annihilated, the everyday beliefs and disbeliefs shattered and mixed together. But some shred of his old sense and his old standards remained. He must handle this situation. Well, what do you want to do? What are you going to do? I don't see how I can help you, and you can't stay here, obviously. A demon of perversity sent a facetious notion into his head, introducing Gopak to his wife. This is my dead friend. But on his last spoken remark, Gopak made the effort of raising his head and staring with the glazed eyes at Nameless. But I must stay here. There's nowhere else I can stay. I must stay here. That's why I came. You've got to help me. But you can't stay here. I've got no room, all occupied, nowhere for you to sleep. The one voice said, that doesn't matter. I don't sleep. Hey? I don't sleep. I haven't slept since they brought me back. I can sit here till you can think of some way of helping me. But how can I? He again forgot the background of the situation and began to get angry at the vision of a dead man sitting about the place, waiting for him to think of something. How can I, if you don't tell me how? I don't know, but you got to. You killed me, and I was dead and comfortable, as it all came from you, killing me. You're responsible for me being like this. So you got to help me. That's why I came to you. But what do you want me to do? I don't know. I can't think. But nobody but you can help me. I had to come to you. Something brought me straight to you. That means that you're the one that can help me. Now I'm with you. Something will happen to help me. I feel it will. In time, you'll think of something. Nameless found his legs suddenly weak. He sat down and stared with a sick scowl at the hideous and incomprehensible. Here was a dead man in his house, a man he had murdered in a moment of black temper, and he knew in his heart that he couldn't turn the man out. For one thing, he would have been afraid to touch him. He couldn't see himself touching him. For another, faced with the miracle of the presence of a 15 years dead man, he doubted whether physical force or any material agency would be effectual in moving the man. His soul shivered, as all men's souls shiver at the demonstration of forces outside their mental or spiritual horizon. He had murdered this man, and often, in 15 years, he had repented the act. If the man's appalling story were true, then he had some sort of right to turn to Nameless. Nameless recognized that, and knew that whatever happened, he couldn't turn him out. His hot-tempered sin had literally come home to him. The one voice broke into his nightmare. "You go to rest, Nameless. I'll sit here. You go to rest." He put his face down to his hands and uttered a little moan. "Oh, why can't I rest?" Nameless came down early next morning with a half hope that Gopak would not be there, but he was there, seated where Nameless left him last night. Nameless made some tea and showed him where he might wash. He washed listlessly and crawled back to his seat and listlessly drank the tea which Nameless brought to him. To his wife and the kitchen helpers, Nameless mentioned him as an old friend who'd had a bit of a shock. Shipwrecked and knocked on the head, but quite harmless, and he won't be staying long. He's waiting for admission to a home. A good pal to me in the past, and it's the least I can do to let him stay here a few days. Suffers from sleeplessness and prefers to sit up at night. Quite harmless. But Gopak stayed more than a few days. He outstayed everybody. Even when the customers had gone, Gopak was still there. On the first morning of his visit, when the regular customers came in at midday, they looked at the odd white figure sitting vacantly in the first pew, then stared, then moved away. All avoided the pew in which he sat. Nameless explained to him, but his explanation did not seem to relieve the slight tension which settled on the dining room. The atmosphere was not so brisk and chatty as usual. Even those who had their backs to the stranger seemed to be affected by his presence. At the end of the first day, Nameless, noticing this, told him that he had arranged a nice corner of the front room upstairs where he could go and sit by the window, and took his arm to take him upstairs, but Gopak feebly shook the hand away and sat where he was. "No, I don't want to go. I'll stay here. I'll stay here. I don't want to move." And he wouldn't move. After a few more pleadings, Nameless realized with dismay that his refusal was definite, that it would be futile to press him or force him, that he was going to sit in that dining room forever. He was as weak as a child and firm as a rock. He continued to sit in that first pew, and the customers continued to avoid it and to give queer glances at it. It seemed that they half recognized that he was something more than a fellow who'd had a shock. During the second week of his stay, 3 of the regular customers were missing, and more than one of those that remained made acidly facetious suggestions to Nameless that he park his lively friend somewhere else. He made things too exciting for them. All that whoopee took them off their work and interfered with digestion. Nameless told them he would be staying only a day or so longer, but they found that this was untrue, and at the end of the second week, 8 of the regulars had found another place. Each day, when dinner hour came, Nameless tried to get him to take a little walk, but he always refused. He would only go out at night, and then never more than 200 yards from the shop. For the rest, he sat in his pew, sometimes dozing in the afternoon, at other times staring at the floor. He took his food abstractedly, and never knew whether he'd had food or not. He spoke only when questioned, and the burden of his talk was, "I'm so tired." One thing only seemed to arouse any light of interest in him. One thing only drew his eyes from the floor. That was the 17-year-old daughter of his host, who was known as Bubbles, and who helped with the waiting. And Bubbles seemed to be the only member of the shop and its customers who did not shrink from him. She knew nothing of the truth about him, but she seemed to understand him, and the only response he ever gave to anything was to her childish sympathy. She sat and chatted foolish chatter to him. "Bringing him out of himself," she called it. And sometimes he would be brought out to the extent of a watery smile. He came to recognize her step and would look up before she entered the room. Once or twice in the evening, when the shop was empty and Nameless was sitting miserably with him, he would ask, without lifting his eyes, "Where's Bubbles?" and would be told that Bubbles had gone to the pictures or was out at a dance, and would relapse into deeper vacancy. Nameless didn't like this. He was already visited by a curse which in 4 weeks had destroyed most of his business. Regular customers had dropped off 2 by 2, and no new customers came to take their place. Strangers who dropped in once for a meal did not come again, They couldn't keep their eyes or their minds forbidding white-faced figure sitting motionless in the first pew. At midday, when the place had been crowded and latecomers had to wait for a seat, it was now 2/3 empty. Only a few of the most thick-skinned remained faithful. And on top of this there was the interest of the dead man in his daughter, an interest which seemed to be having an unpleasant effect. Nameless hadn't noticed it, but his wife had. "Bubbles don't seem as bright and lively as she was. You noticed it lately? She's getting quiet and a bit slack. Sits about a lot. Paler than she used to be. Her age, perhaps? No, she's not one of those thin, dark sort. No, it's something else. Just the last week or two I've noticed it. Off her food. Sits about doing nothing. No interest. Maybe nothing, just out of sorts, perhaps. How much longer is that horrible friend of yours going to stay?" The horrible friend stayed some weeks longer, 10 weeks in all, while Nameless watched his business drop to nothing and his daughter get pale and peevish. He knew the cause of it. There was no home in all England like his, no home that had a dead man sitting in it for 10 weeks. A dead man brought, after a long time, from the grave to sit and disturb his customers and take the vitality from his daughter. He couldn't tell this to anybody. Nobody would believe such nonsense. But he knew that he was entertaining a dead man, and knowing that a long-dead man was walking the earth, he could believe in any result of that fact. He could believe almost anything that he would have derided 10 weeks ago. His customers had abandoned his shop, not because of the presence of a silent white-faced man, but because of the presence of a dead living man. Their minds might not know it, but their blood knew it. And as his business had been destroyed, so he believed would his daughter be destroyed. Her blood was not warning her. Her blood told her only that this was a long-ago friend of her father's, and she was drawn to him. It was at this point that Nameless, having no work to do, began to drink, and it was well that he did so, for out of the drink came an idea, and with that idea he freed himself from the curse upon him and his house. The shop now served scarcely half a dozen customers at midday. It had become ill-kempt and dusty, and the service and the food were bad. Nameless took no trouble to be civil to his few customers. Often, when he was notably under drink, he went to the trouble of being very rude to them. They talked about this. They talked about the decline of his business and the dustiness of the shop and the bad food. They talked about his drinking and, of course, exaggerated it. And they talked about the queer fellow who sat there day after day and gave everyone the creeps. A few outsiders, hearing the gossip, came to the dining rooms to see the queer fellow and the always tight proprietor, but they did not come again, and there were not enough of the curious to keep the place busy. It went down until it served scarcely 2 customers a day, and Nameless went down with it into drink. Then, one evening, out of the drink, he fished an inspiration. He took it downstairs to Gopak, who was sitting in his usual seat, head hanging, eyes on the floor. "Gopak, listen. You came here because I was the only man who could help you in your trouble. You listening?" A faint "yes" was his answer. "Well now, you told me I'd got to think of something. I've thought of something. Listen. You say I'm responsible for your condition and got to get you out of it because I killed you. I did. We had a row. You made me wild. You dared me. And what with that sun and the jungle and the insects, I wasn't myself. I killed you. The moment it was done, I could have cut my right hand off because you and me were pals. I could have cut my right hand off." "I know. I felt that directly it was over. I knew you were suffering." "Oh, I have suffered, and I'm suffering now. Well, this is what I've thought. All your present trouble comes from me killing you in that jungle and burying you. An idea came to me. Do you think it would help you if I killed you again?" For some seconds Gopak continued to stare at the floor. Then his shoulders moved. Then, while Nameless watched every little response to his idea, the watery voice began, Yes, that's it. That's what I was waiting for. That's why I came here. I can see now. That's why I had to get here. Nobody else could kill me. Only you. I've got to be killed again. Yes, I see, but nobody else would be able to kill me. Only the man who first killed me. Yes, you found what we're both waiting for. Anybody else could shoot me, stab me, hang me, but they couldn't kill me. Only you. That's why I managed to get here and find you." The watery voice rose to a thin strength. "That's it. And you must do it. Do it now. You don't want to, I know, but you must. You must." His head drooped, and he stared at the floor. Nameless, too, stared at the floor. He was seeing things. He had murdered a man and had escaped all punishment save that of his own mind, which had been terrible enough. But now he was going to murder him again, not in a jungle, but in a city. And he saw the slow points of the result. He saw the arrest. He saw the first hearing. He saw the trial. He saw the cell. He saw the rope. He shuddered. Then he saw the alternative. The breakdown of his life, a ruined business, poverty, the poor house, a daughter robbed of her health and perhaps dying, and always the curse of the dead living man who might follow him to the poorhouse. Better to end it all, he thought. Rid himself of the curse which Gopak had brought upon him and his family, and then rid his family of himself with a revolver. Better to follow up his idea. He got stiffly to his feet. The hour was late evening, 10:30, and the streets were quiet. He had pulled down the shop blinds and locked the door. The room was lit by one light at the farther end. He moved about uncertainly and looked at Gopak. How shall I? Gopak said, "You did it with a knife just under the heart. You must do it that way again." Nameless stood and looked at him for some seconds. Then, with an air of resolve, he shook himself. He walked quickly to the kitchen. 3 minutes later, his wife and daughter heard a crash, as though a table had been overturned. They called, but got no answer. When they came down, they found him sitting in one of the pews, wiping sweat from his forehead. He was white and shaking, and appeared to be recovering from a faint. "Whatever's the matter? You all right?" He waved them away. "Yes, I'm all right. Touch of giddiness. Smoking too much, I think. Or drinking. Where's your friend? Out for a walk?" "No, he's gone off. Said he wouldn't impose any longer, and he'd go and find an infirmary." He spoke weakly and found trouble in picking words. Didn't you hear the bang when he shut the door?" "I thought that was you fell down." "No, it was him when he went. I couldn't stop him." Just as well, I think." She looked about her. "Things seem to have gone all wrong since he's been here." There was a general air of dustiness about the place. The tablecloths were dirty, not from use, but from disuse. The windows were dim. A long knife, very dusty, was lying on the table under the window. In a corner by the door leading to the kitchen, unseen by her, lay a dusty mackintosh and dungaree, which appeared to have been tossed there, but it was over by the main door, near the first pew, that the dust was thickest. A long trail of it, greyish-white dust. "Really, this place gets more and more slapdash. Just look at that dust by the door. Looks as though somebody's been spilling ashes all over the place." Nameless looked at it, and his hand shook a little, but he answered more firmly than before. "Yes, I know. I'll have a proper clean-up tomorrow." For the first time in 10 weeks he smiled at them, a thin, haggard smile, but a smile.
Everybody dies, don't they? Everybody come back, don't they? Isn't that so?
You tried to get into the locked drawer today, didn't you?
How do the dead come back, Mother? What's the secret of the dead come back?
The July Ghost by A.S. Byatt. "I think I must move out of where I'm living," he said. "I have this problem with my landlady." He picked her long bright hair off the back of her dress so deftly that the act seemed simply considerate. He had been skillful at balancing glass plate and cutlery too. He had a look of dignified misery like a dejected hawk. She was interested. What sort of problem? Amatory, financial, or domestic? None of those, really. Well, not financial. He turned the hair on his finger, examining it intently, not meeting her eye. "Not financial. Can you tell me? I might know somewhere you could stay. I know a lot of people." "You would," he smiled shyly. "It's not an easy problem to describe. There's just the two of us. I occupy the attics, mostly. He came to a stop. He was obviously reserved and secretive, but he was telling her something. This is usually attractive. Mostly, encouraging him. Oh, well, it's not like that. Well, not... Shall we sit down? They moved across the party, which was a big party, on a hot day. He stopped and found a bottle and filled her glass. He had not needed to ask what she was drinking. They sat side by side on a sofa. He admired the brilliant poppies bowled on her emerald dress and her pretty sandals. She had come to London for the summer to work in the British Museum. She could really have managed with microfilm in Tucson for what little manuscript research was needed, but there was a dragging love affair to end. There is an age at which, however desperately happy one is in stolen moments, days or weekends with one's married professor, one either prizes him loose or cuts and runs. She had had a stab at both, and now considered she had successfully cut and run. So it was nice to be immediately appreciated. Problems are capable of solution. She said as much to him, turning her soft face to his ravaged one, swinging the long bright hair. It had begun a year ago, he told her in a rush. At another party, actually. He had met this woman, the landlady in question, and had made, not immediately, a kind of faux pas he now saw. And she had been very decent, all things considered, and so he had said, I think I must move out of where I'm living. He had been quite wild, had nearly not come to the party, but couldn't go on drinking alone. The woman had considered him coolly and asked, why? One could not, he said, go on in a place where one had once been blissfully happy and was now miserable, however convenient the place. Convenient that was for work and friends, and things that seemed, as he mentioned them, ashy and insubstantial compared to the memory and the hope of opening the door and finding Anne outside it, laughing and breathless, waiting to be told what he had read or thought or eaten or felt that day. Someone I loved left, he told the woman. Reticent on that occasion, too, he bit back the flurry of sentences about the total unexpectedness of it, the arriving back and finding only an envelope on a clean table and spaces in the bookshelves, the record stack, the kitchen cupboard. It must have been planned for weeks. She must have been thinking it out while he rolled on her, while she poured wine for him, while... No. Vituperation is undignified, and in this case what he felt was lower and worse than rage, just pure, childlike loss. One ought not to mind places, he said to the woman. But one does, she had said. I know. She had suggested to him that he could come and be her lodger. Then she had, she said, a lot of spare space going to waste, and her husband wasn't much there. We've not had a lot to say to each other lately. He could be quite self-contained. There was a kitchen and a bathroom in the attics. She wouldn't bother him. There was a large garden. It was possibly this that decided him. It was very hot, central London, the time of year when a man feels he would give anything to live in a room opening onto grass and trees, not a high flat in a dusty street. And if Anne came back, the door would be locked and mortice-locked. He could stop thinking about Anne coming back. That was a decisive move. Anne thought he wasn't decisive. He would live without Anne. For some weeks after he moved in, he'd seen very little of the woman. They met on the stairs, and once she came up on a hot Sunday to tell him he must feel free to use the garden. He had offered to do some weeding and mowing, and she had accepted. That was the weekend her husband came back, driving furiously up to the front door, running in and calling in the empty hall, Imogen, Imogen, to which she had replied uncharacteristically by screaming hysterically. There was nothing in her husband Noel's appearance to warrant this reaction. Their lodger, peering over the banister at the sound, had seen their upturned faces in the stairwell, and watched hers settle into its usual prim and placid expression as he did so. Seeing Noel, a balding, fluffy-templed, stooping 35 or so, shabby corduroy suit, cotton polo neck, he realized he was now able to guess her age as he had not been. She was a very neat woman, faded blonde, her hair in a knot at the back of her head, her legs long and slender, her eyes downcast. Mild wasn't quite the right word for her, though. She explained then that she had screamed because Noel had come home unexpectedly and startled her. She was sorry. It seemed a reasonable explanation. The extraordinary vehemence of the screaming was probably an echo in the stairwell. Noel seemed wholly downcast by it all the same. He had kept out of the way that weekend, taking the stairs 2 at a time and lightly, feeling a little aggrieved, looking out of his kitchen window into the lovely overgrown garden that they were lurking indoors, wasting all the summer sun. At Sunday lunchtime, he had heard the husband, Noel, shouting on the stairs, "I can't go on, if you go on like that. I've done my best. I've tried to get through. Nothing will shift you, will it? You won't try, will you? You just go on and on. Well, I have my life to live. You can't throw a life away, can you?" He had crept out again onto the dark upper landing and seen her standing halfway down the stairs, quite still, watching Noel wave his arms and roar, or almost roar, with a look of impassive patience, as though this nuisance must pass off. Noel swallowed and gasped. He turned his face up to her and said plaintively, "You do see, I can't stand it. I'll be in touch, shall I? You must must. She didn't speak. "If you need anything, you know where to get me." "Yes." "Oh, well," said Noel, and went to the door. She watched him from the stairs until it was shut, and then came up again step by step as though it was an effort a little, and went on coming past her bedroom to his landing to come in and ask him, entirely naturally, please use the garden if he wanted to, and please not to mind marital rows. She was sure he understood. Things were difficult. Noel wouldn't be back for some time. He was a journalist. His work took him away a lot. Just as well. She committed herself to that just as well. She was a very economical speaker. So he took to sitting in the garden. It was a lovely place, a huge hidden walled South London garden, with old fruit trees at the end, a wildly waving disorderly buddleia, curving beds full of old roses, and a lawn of overgrown dense ryegrass. Over the wall at the foot was the common, with a footpath running behind all the gardens. She came out to the shed and helped him to assemble and oil the lawn-mower, standing on the little path under the apple branches while he cut an experimental serpentine across her hay. Over the wall came the high sound of children's voices and the thunk and thud of a football. He asked her how to raise the blades. He wasn't mechanically minded. "The children get quite noisy," she said, "and dogs. I hope they don't bother you. There aren't many safe places for children round here." He replied truthfully that he never heard sounds that didn't concern him when he was concentrating. When he'd got the lawn into shape, he was going to sit on it and do a lot of reading, try to get his mind in trim again, to write a paper on Hardy's poems and their curiously archaic vocabulary. "It isn't very far to the road on the other side, really," she said. "It just seems to be. The common is an illusion of space, really, just a spur of brambles and gorse bushes and bits of football pitch between 2 fast 4-laned main roads. I hate London commons. There's a lovely smell, though, from the gorse and the wet grass. It's a pleasant illusion." "No illusions are pleasant," she said decisively, and went in. He wondered what she did with her time. Apart from little shopping expeditions, she seemed to be always in the house. He was sure that when he'd met her she'd been introduced as having some profession, vaguely literary, vaguely academic, like everyone he knew. Perhaps she wrote poetry in her north-facing living room. He had no idea what it would be like. Women generally wrote emotional poetry, much nicer than men, as Kingsley Amis had stated. But she seemed, despite her placid stillness, too spare and too fierce, grim, for that. He remembered the screaming. Perhaps she wrote Plath-like chants of violence. He didn't think that quite fitted the bill either. Perhaps she was a freelance radio journalist. He didn't bother to ask anyone who might be a common acquaintance. During the whole year, he explained to the American at the party, he hadn't actually discussed her with anyone. Of course he wouldn't, she agreed, vaguely and warmly. She knew he wouldn't. He didn't see why he shouldn't, in fact, but went on for the time with his narrative. They had got to know each other a little better over the next few weeks, at least on the level of borrowing tea, or even sharing pots of it. The weather had got hotter. He had found an old-fashioned deck chair with faded striped canvas in the shed, and had brushed it over and brought it out onto his mown lawn, where he sat writing a little, reading a little, getting up and pulling up a tuft of couch grass. He had been wrong about the children not bothering him. There was a succession of incursions by all sizes of children looking for all sizes of balls, which bounced to his feet or crashed into the shrubs or vanished into the herbaceous border. Black and white footballs, beach balls with concentric circles of primary colours, acid yellow tennis balls. The children came over the wall. Black faces, brown faces, floppy long hair, shaven heads, respectable dotted sun hats and camouflaged cotton army hats from Millet's. They came over easily, as though they were used to it. Sandals, training shoes, a few bare toes, grubby, sunburned legs, cotton skirts, jeans, football shorts. Sometimes, perched on the top, they saw him and gestured at the balls. One or two asked permission. Sometimes he threw a ball back, but was apt to knock down a few knobby little unripe apples or pears. There was a gate in the wall, under the fringing trees, which he had once tried to open, spending time on rusty bolts, only to discover that the lock was new and secure, and the key not in it. The boy sitting in the tree didn't seem to be looking for a ball. He was in a fork of the tree nearest the gate, swinging his legs, doing something to a knot in a frayed end of rope that was attached to the branch he sat on. He wore blue jeans and training shoes and a brilliant T-shirt striped in the colours of the spectrum, arranged in the right order, which the man on the grass found visually pleasing. He had rather long blonde hair falling over his eyes so that his face was obscured. "Hey, you! Do you think you ought to be up there? It might not be safe." The boy looked up, grinned, and vanished monkey-like over the wall. He had a nice, frank grin, friendly, not cheeky. He was there again the next day, leaning back in the crook of the tree, arms crossed. He had on the same shirt and jeans. The man watched him, expecting him to move again, but he sat immobile, smiling down pleasantly and then staring up at the sky. The man read a little, looked up, saw him still there, and said, "Have you lost anything?" The child didn't reply. After a moment he climbed down a little, swung along the branch hand over hand, dropped to the ground, raised an arm in salute, and was up over the usual route over the wall. 2 days later he was lying on his stomach on the edge of the lawn out of the shade, this time in a white T-shirt with a pattern of blue ships and waterlines on it, his bare feet and legs stretched in the sun. He was chewing a grass stem and studying the earth as though watching for insects. The man said, "Hi there," and the boy looked up, met his look with intensely blue eyes under long lashes, smiled with the same complete warmth and openness, and returned his look to the earth. He felt reluctant to inform on the boy, who seemed so harmless and considerate, but when he met him walking out of the kitchen door, spoke to him and got no answer but the gentle smile before the boy ran off towards the wall, he wondered if he should speak to his landlady. So he asked her, did she mind the children coming in the garden? She said no, children must look for balls, that was part of being children. He persisted. They sat there too, and he had met one coming out of the house. He hadn't seemed to be doing any harm, the boy, but you couldn't tell. He thought she should know. He was probably a friend of her son, she said. She looked at him kindly and explained. Her son had run off on the common with some other children 2 years ago, in the summer, in July, and had been killed on the road. More or less instantly, she had added dryly, as though calculating that just enough information would preclude the need for further questions. He said he was sorry, very sorry, feeling to blame, which was ridiculous, and a little injured, because he hadn't known about her son, and might inadvertently have made a fool of himself with some casual reference whose ignorance would be embarrassing. What was the boy like, she said, the one in the house? I don't talk to his friends. I find it painful. It could be Timmy or Martin. They might have lost something or want... He described the boy. Blonde, about 10 at a guess. He was not very good at children's ages. Very blue eyes, slightly built, with a rainbow-striped T-shirt and blue jeans mostly, though not always, and those football practice shoes, black and green, and the other T-shirt with the ships and wavy lines, and an extraordinarily nice smile, a really warm smile, A nice-looking boy. He was used to her being silent, but this silence went on and on and on. She was just staring into the garden. After a time, she said in her precise conversational tone, "The only thing I want at all in this world, is to see that boy." She stared at the garden, and he stared with her, until the grass began to dance with empty light and the edges of the shrubbery wavered. For a brief moment he shared the strain of not seeing the boy. Then she gave a little sigh, sat down neatly as always, and passed out at his feet. After this she became for her voluble. He didn't move her after she fainted, but sat patiently by her until she stirred and sat up. Then he fetched her some water and would have gone away, but she talked. "I'm too rational to see ghosts. I'm not someone who would see anything there was to see. I don't believe in an afterlife. I don't see how anyone can. I always found a kind of satisfaction for myself in the idea that one just came to an end, to a sliced-off stop. But that was myself. I didn't think not he. I thought ghosts were what people wanted to see or were afraid to see. And after he died, the best hope I had, it sounds silly, was that I would go mad enough so that instead of waiting every day for him to come home from school and rattle the letterbox, I might actually have the illusion of seeing or hearing him come in. Because I can't stop my body and mind waiting every day. Every day. I can't let go. And his bedroom, sometimes at night I go in. I think I might just for a moment forget. He wasn't in there, sleeping. I think I would pay almost anything at all, for a moment of seeing him like I used to, in his pyjamas with his hair ruffled and that smile. When it happened, they got Noel, and Noel came in and shouted my name like he did the other day. That's why I screamed, because it seemed the same. And then they said, 'He's dead.' And I thought coolly, 'He's dead.' That will go on and on and on till the end of time. It's a continuous present tense. One thinks the most ridiculous things. There I was thinking about grammar, the verb to be, when it ends, to be dead. And then I came out into the garden, and I half saw, in my mind's eye, a kind of ghost of his face, just the eyes and hair coming toward me, like every day, waiting for him to come home. The way you think of your son with such pleasure when he's not there. And I thought, no, I won't see him because he's dead. And I won't dream about him because he's dead. I'll be rational and practical and continue to live because one must. And there was Noel. I got it wrong, you see. I was so sensible. And then I was so shocked because I couldn't get to want anything. I couldn't talk to Noel. I made Noel take away, destroy all the photos. I didn't dream. You can will not to dream. I didn't visit a grave, flowers. There isn't any point. I was so sensible. Only my body wouldn't stop waiting, and all it wants to is to see that boy. That boy. That boy you saw. He did not say that he might have seen another boy, maybe even a boy who had been given the T-shirts and jeans afterwards. He did not say, though the idea crossed his mind, that maybe what he had seen was some kind of impression from her terrible desire to see a boy where nothing was. The boy had had nothing terrible, no aura of pain about him. He had been, his memory insisted, such a pleasant, courteous, self-contained boy with his own purposes. And in fact, the woman herself almost immediately raised the possibility that what he had seen was what she desired to see, a kind of mix-up of radio waves, like when you overheard police messages on the radio or got BBC One on a switch that said ITV. She was thinking fast and went on almost immediately to say that perhaps his sense of loss, his loss of Anne, which was what had led her to feel she could bear his presence in her house, was what had brought them, dare she say, near enough for their wavelengths to mingle, perhaps had made him susceptible. "You mean," he'd said, "that we're a kind of emotional vacuum between us that must be filled?" Something like that, she had said, and had added, "But I don't believe in ghosts." Anne, he thought, could not be a ghost because she was elsewhere with someone else. doing for someone else those little things she had done so gaily for him. Tasty little suppers, bits of research, a sudden vase of unusual flowers, a bold new shirt, unlike his own cautious taste. But suiting him. In a sense, Anne was worse lost, because voluntarily absent. An absence that could not be loved because love was at an end for Anne. "I don't suppose you will now," the woman was saying. "I think talking would probably stop any mixing of messages, if that's what it is, don't you? But if he comes again," and here for the first time her eyes were full of tears, "if, you must promise, you will tell me. You must promise." He had promised easily enough, because he was fairly sure she was right. The boy would not be seen again. But the next day he was on the lawn, nearer than ever, sitting on the grass beside the deck chair, his arms clasping his bent, warm, brown knees, the thick, pale hair glittering in the sun. He was wearing a football shirt this time, Chelsea's colours. Sitting down in the deck chair, the man could have put out a hand and touched him, but did not. It was not, it seemed, a possible gesture to make. But the boy looked up and smiled with a pleasant complicity, as though they now understood each other very well. The man tried speech. He said, "It's nice to see you again." And the boy nodded acknowledgement of this remark, without speaking himself. This was the beginning of communication between them, or what the man supposed to be communication. He didn't think of fetching the woman. He became aware that he was in some strange way enjoying the boy's company, his pleasant stillness, and he sat there all morning, occasionally lying back on the grass, occasionally staring thoughtfully at the house. It was calming and comfortable. The man did quite a lot of work, wrote about 3 reasonable pages on Hardy's original air blue gown, and looked up now and then to make sure the boy was still there and happy. He went to report to the woman, as he had, after all, promised to do, that evening. She had obviously been waiting and hoping. Her unnatural calm had given way to agitated pacing, and her eyes were dark and deeper in. At this point in the story he found himself a necessity to bowdlerize for the sympathetic American, as he had already begun to do. He had mentioned only a child who had seemed like the woman's lost son, and he now ceased to mention the child at all as an actor in the story, with the result that what the American woman heard was the tale of how he, the man, had become increasingly involved in the woman's solitary grief, how their 2 losses had become a kind of folie à deux from which he could not extricate himself. What follows is not what he told the American girl, though it may be clear at which points the bowdlerized version coincided with what he already believed to have happened. There was a sense he could not at first analyze that it was improper to talk about the boy, not because he might not be believed, that didn't come into it, but because something dreadful might happen. He sat on the lawn all morning in a football shirt. Chelsea, what did he do? Does he look happy? Did he speak?" Her desire to know was terrible. "He doesn't speak. He didn't move much. He seemed very calm. He stayed a long time. This is terrible. This is ludicrous. There is no boy." "No. But I saw him." "Why you?" "I don't know." A pause. "I do like him. He was a most likeable boy." Some days later he saw the boy running along the landing in the evening, wearing what might have been pyjamas in peacock toweling, or might have been a tracksuit. Pyjamas, the woman stated confidently when he told her. His new pyjamas. With white-ribbed cuffs, weren't they? And a white polo neck. He corroborated this, watching her cry. She cried more easily now, finding her anxiety and disturbance very hard to bear. But it never occurred to him that it was possible to break his promise to tell her when he saw the boy. That was another curious imperative from some undefined authority. They discussed clothes. If there were ghosts, how could they appear in clothes long burned or rotted or worn away by other people? You could imagine, they agreed, that something of a person might linger. As the Tibetans and others believed, the soul lingers near the body before setting out on its long journey. But clothes, and in this case so many clothes. I must be sensing your memories, he told her, and she nodded, fiercely compressing her lips, agreeing that this was likely, adding, I'm too rational to go mad, so I seem to be putting it on you. He tried a joke. That isn't very kind to me, to imply that madness comes more easily to me. No, sensitivity. I am insensible. I was always a bit like that, and this made it worse. I'm the last person to see any ghost that was trying to haunt me. We agreed it was your memories I saw. Yes, we agreed. That's rational. As rational as we can be, considering. All the same, the brilliance of the boy's blue regard, his gravely smiling salutation in the garden next morning, did not seem like anyone's tortured memories of earlier happiness. The man spoke to him directly then. Is there anything I can do for you? Anything you want? Can I help you? The boy seemed to puzzle about this for a while, inclining his head as though hearing was difficult. Then he nodded, quickly, and perhaps urgently turned and ran into the house, looking back to make sure he was followed. The man entered the living room through the French windows behind the running boy, who stopped for a moment in the centre of the room, with the man blinking behind him at the sudden transition from sunlight to comparative dark. The woman was sitting in an armchair looking at nothing there. She often sat like that. She looked up across the boy at the man, and the boy, his face for the first time anxious, met the man's eyes again, asking before he went out into the house. What is it? What is it? Have you seen him again? Why are you... He came in here. He went out through the door. I didn't see him. No. Did he... Oh, this is so silly. Did he see me? He could not remember. He told the only truth he knew. He brought me in here. Oh, what can I do? What can I do? What am I going to do? If I killed myself, I've thought of that, but the idea that I should be with him is an illusion. This silly situation is the nearest I shall ever get to him. He was in here, with me. Yes. And she was crying again. Out in the garden, he could see the boy swinging agile on the apple branch. He wasn't quite sure, looking back, when he had thought he had realized what the boy had wanted him to do. This was also at the party his worst piece of what he called Baudelarization, though in some sense it was clearly the opposite of Baudelarization. He told the American girl that he had come to the conclusion that it was the woman herself who had wanted it, though there was in fact throughout no sign of her wanting anything except to see the boy, as she said. The boy, bolder and more frequent, had appeared several nights running on the landing, wandering in and out of bathrooms and bedrooms restlessly, a little agitated, questing almost, until it had come to the man that what he required was to be re-engendered for him, the man, to give to his mother another child, into which he could peacefully vanish. The idea was so clear that it was like another imperative, though he didn't have the courage to ask the child to confirm it. Possibly this was out of delicacy. The child was too young to be talked to about sex. Possibly there were other reasons. Possibly he was mistaken. The situation was making him hysterical. He felt action of some kind was required and must be possible. He couldn't spend the rest of the summer, the rest of his life, describing non-existent T-shirts and blonde smiles. He could think of no sensible way of embarking on this venture, so in the end simply walked into her bedroom one night. She was lying there reading. When she saw him, her instinctive gesture was to hide, not her bare arms and throat, but her book. She seemed in fact quite unsurprised to see his pyjamaed figure, and after she had recovered her coolness, brought out the book definitely and laid it on the bedspread. My new taste in illegitimate literature. I keep them in a box under the bed. Enid Twigg, medium. The infinite hive, the spirit world. Is there life after death? Pathetic, she proffered. He sat down delicately on the bed. Please, don't grieve so. Please, let yourself be comforted. Please. He put an arm round her. She shuddered. He pulled her closer. He asked her why she had had only the one son, and she seemed to understand the purport of his question, for she tried, angular and chilly, to lean on him a little. She became apparently compliant. No real reason, she assured him, no material reason, just her husband's profession and lack of inclination. That covered it. Perhaps, he suggested, if she would be comforted a little, perhaps she could hope, perhaps. For comfort, then, she said, dolefully, and lay back, pushing Ina Twig off the bed with one fierce gesture, then lying placidly. He got in beside her, put his arms round her, kissed her cold cheek, thought of Anne, of what was never to be again. "Come on," he said to the woman. "You must live. You must try to live. Let's hold each other for comfort." She hissed at him, "Don't talk," between clenched teeth. So he stroked her lightly over her night-dressed breasts and buttocks and long, stiff legs, composed like an effigy on an Elizabethan tomb. She allowed this, trembling slightly, and then trembling violently. He took this to be a sign of some mixture of pleasure and pain, of the return of life to stone. He put a hand between her legs, and she moved them heavily apart. He heaved himself over her and pushed, unsuccessfully. She was contorted and locked tight. Frigid, he thought grimly, was not the word. Rigor mortis, his mind said to him before she began to scream. He was ridiculously cross about this. He jumped away and said quite rudely, "Shut up," and then ungraciously, "I'm sorry." She stopped screaming as suddenly as she had begun and made one of her painstaking economical explanations. "Sex and death don't go. I can't afford to let go of my grip on myself. I hoped what you hoped. It was a bad idea. I apologize." "Oh, never mind," he said, and rushed out again onto the landing, feeling foolish and almost in tears for warm, lovely Anne. The child was on the landing, waiting. When the man saw him, he looked questioning and then turned his face against the wall and leant there rigid, his shoulders hunched, his hair hiding his expression. There was a similarity between woman and child. The man felt for the first time almost uncharitable towards the boy, and then felt something else. "Look, I'm sorry. I tried. I did try. Please turn around." Uncompromising, rigid, clenched back view. "Oh well," said the man, and went into his bedroom. "So now," he said to the American woman at the party, "I feel a fool. I feel embarrassed. I feel we are hurting, not helping each other. I feel it isn't a refuge." "Of course you feel that," she'd said. "Of course, you're right. It was temporarily necessary. It helped both of you, but you've got to live your life." "Yes," he said, "I've done my best. I've tried to get through. I have my life to live." "Look," she said, "I want to help. I really do. I have these wonderful friends I'm renting this flat from. Why don't you come just for a few days? Just for a break? Why don't you? They're real sympathetic people. You'd like them. I like them. You could get your emotions kind of straightened out. She'd probably be glad to see the back of you. She must feel as bad as you do. She's got to relate to her situation in her own way in the end. We all have." He said he would think about it. He knew he had elected to tell the sympathetic American because he had sensed she would offer a way out. He had to get out. He took her home from the party and went back to his house and landlady without seeing her into her flat. They both knew that this reticence was promising, that he hadn't come in then because he meant to come later. Her warmth and readiness were like sunshine. She was open. He didn't know what to say to the woman. In fact, she made it easy for him. She asked briskly if he now found it perhaps uncomfortable to stay, and he replied that he had felt he should move on. He was of so little use. "Very well," she had agreed, and had added crisply that it had to be better for everyone if all this came to an end. He remembered the firmness with which she had told him that no illusion was pleasant. She was strong, too strong for her own good. It would take years to wear away that stony, closed, simply surviving insensibility. It wasn't his job. He would go. All the same, he felt bad. He got out his suitcases and put some things in them. He went down to the garden nervously and put away the deck chair. The garden was empty. There were no voices over the wall. The silence was thick and deadening. He wondered, knowing he would not see the boy again, if anyone else would do so, or if, now he was gone, no one would describe a T-shirt, a sandal, a smile, seen, remembered, or desired. He went slowly up to his room again. The boy was sitting on his suitcase, arms crossed, face frowning and serious. He held the man's look for a long moment, and then the man went and sat on his bed. The boy continued to sit. The man found himself speaking. "You do see I have to go. I've tried to get through. I can't get through. I'm no use to you, am I?" The boy remained immobile, his head on one side, considering. The man stood up and walked towards him. "Please, let me go. What are we in this house? A man and a woman and a child, and none of us can get through. You can't want that." He went as close as he dared. He had, he thought, the intention of putting his hand on or through the child, but could not bring himself to feel there was no boy. So he stood and repeated, "I can't get through. Do you want me to stay?" Upon which, as he stood helplessly there, the boy turned on him again the brilliant, open, confiding, beautiful, desired smile.
Everybody dies, don't they? Everybody come back, don't they?
Tonight's story is Charlotte Riddell's The Old House in Vauxhall Walk.
Everybody dies, don't they? Everybody come back, don't
The Old House in Vauxhall Walk by Charlotte Riddell. Chapter 1. Houseless, homeless, hopeless. Many a one who had before him trodden that same street must have uttered the same words. The weary, the desolate, the hungry, the forsaken, the waifs and strays of struggling humanity that are always coming and going, cold, starving and miserable, over the pavements of Lambeth parish. But it is open to question whether they were ever previously spoken with a more thorough conviction of their truth, or with a feeling of keener self-pity than by the young man who hurried along Vauxhall Walk one rainy winter's night, with no overcoat on his shoulders and no hat on his head. A strange sentence for 21 to give expression to, and it was stranger still to come from the lips of a person who looked like, and who was, a gentleman. He did not appear either to have sunk very far down in the good graces of fortune. There was no sign or token which would have induced a passer-by to imagine he had been worsted after a long fight with calamity. His boots were not worn down at the heels or broken at the toes, as many, many boots were which dragged and shuffled and scraped along the pavement. His clothes were good and fashionably cut, and innocent of the rents and patches and tatters that slunk wretchedly by, crouched in doorways, and held out a hand mutely appealing for charity. His face was not pinched with famine, or lined with wicked wrinkles, or brutalized by drink and debauchery, and yet he said and thought he was hopeless, and almost in his young despair spoke the words aloud. It was a bad night to be about with such a feeling in one's heart. The rain was cold, pitiless, and increasing. A damp, keen wind blew down the cross streets leading from the river. The fumes of the gasworks seemed to fall with the rain. The road was muddy, the pavement greasy, the lamps burned dimly, and that dreary district of London looked its very gloomiest and worst. Certainly not an evening to be abroad without a home to go to, or sixpence in one's pocket. Yet this was the position of the young gentleman who, without a hat, strode along Vauxhall Walk, the rain beating on his unprotected head. Upon the houses, so large and good, once inhabited by well-to-do citizens, now let out for the most part in floors to weekly tenants, he looked enviously. He would have given much to have had a room, or even part of one. He had been walking for a long time, ever since dark in fact, and dark falls soon in December. He was tired and cold and hungry, and he saw no prospect save of pacing the streets all night. As he passed one of the lamps, the light, falling on his face, revealed handsome young features, a mobile, sensitive mouth, and that particular formation of the eyebrows, not a frown exactly, but a certain draw of the brows, often considered to bespeak genius, but which more surely accompanies an impulsive organization, easily pleased, easily depressed, capable of suffering very keenly or of enjoying fully. In his short life he had not enjoyed much, and he had suffered a good deal. That night, when he walked bareheaded through the rain, affairs had come to a crisis. So far as he in his despair felt able to see or reason, the best thing he could do was to die. The world did not want him. He would be better out of it. The door of one of the houses stood open, and he could see in the dimly lighted hall some few articles of furniture waiting to be removed. A van stood beside the curb, and two men were lifting a table into it as he for a second paused. Ah, he thought, even those poor people have some place to go to, some shelter provided, while I have not a roof to cover my head, or a shilling to get a night's lodging. And he went on fast, as if memory were spurring him, so fast that a man running after had some trouble to overtake him. "Master Graham! Master Graham!" this man exclaimed breathlessly, and thus addressed, the young fellow stopped, as if he had been shot. "Who are you that know me?" he asked, facing round. "I'm William. Don't you remember William, Master Graham? And, Lord's sake, sir, what are you doing out on a night like this without your hat?" "I forgot it," was the answer, "and I didn't care to go back and fetch it." "Then why don't you buy another, sir? You'll catch your death of cold, and besides, you'll excuse me, sir, but it does look odd." "I know that," said Master Graham grimly, "but I haven't a halfpenny in the world." "Have you and the master, then—" began the man, but there he hesitated and stopped. "Had a quarrel?" "Yes, and one that will last us our lives," finished the other with a bitter laugh. "And where are you going now?" "Going? Nowhere, except to seek out the softest paving stone or the shelter of an arch." "You're joking, sir." "I don't feel much in the mood for jesting either. Will you come back with me, Master Graham? We're just at the last of our moving, but there's a spark of fire still in the grate, and it would be better talking out of this rain. Will you come, sir? Come?" "Of course I'll come," said the young fellow, and turning, they retraced their steps to the house he had looked into as he passed along. An old, old house, with long, wide hall, stairs low, easy of ascent, with deep cornices to the ceilings, and oak floorings, and mahogany doors which still spoke mutely of the wealth and stability of the original owner, who had lived before the Tradescants and Ashmoles were thought of, and had been sleeping far longer than they, in St. Mary's churchyard, hard by the Archbishop's palace. "Step upstairs, sir," entreated the departing tenant. "It's cold down here, with the door standing wide." "Had you the whole house, then, William?" asked Graham Coulton in some surprise. "The whole of it, and right sorry I, for one, am to leave it, but nothing else would serve my wife. This room, sir," and with a little conscious pride, William, doing the honours of his late residence, asked his guest into a spacious apartment occupying the full width of the house on the first floor. Tired though he was, the young man could not repress an exclamation of astonishment. "Why, we have nothing so large as this at home, William," he said. "It's a fine house," answered William, raking the embers together as he spoke and throwing some wood upon them. "But, like many a good family, it has come down in the world." There were 4 windows in the room, shuttered close. They had deep, low seats, suggestive of pleasant days gone by, when, well curtained and well cushioned, they formed snug retreats for the children, and sometimes for adults also. There was no furniture left, unless an oaken settle beside the hearth, and a large mirror let into the panelling at the opposite end of the apartment, with a black marble console table beneath it, could be so considered. But the very absence of chairs and tables enabled the magnificent proportions of the chamber to be seen to full advantage, and there was nothing to distract the attention from the ornamented ceiling, the panelled walls, the old-world chimney-piece so quaintly carved, and the fireplace lined with tiles, each one of which contained a picture of some scriptural or allegorical subject. "Had you been staying on here, William," said Coulton, flinging himself wearily on the settle, "I'd have asked you to let me stop where I am for the night." "If you can make shift, sir, there's nothing, as I am aware of, to prevent you stopping," answered the man, fanning the wood into a flame. "I shan't take the key back to the landlord till tomorrow, and this would be better for you than the cold streets, at any rate." "Do you really mean what you say?" asked the other eagerly. "I should be thankful to lie here. I feel dead beat." "Then stay, Master Graham, and welcome. I'll fetch a basket of coals I was going to put in the van and make up a good fire so that you can warm yourself. Then I must run round to the other house for a minute or two, but it's not far, and I'll be back as soon as ever I can." "Thank you, William. You were always good to me," said the young man gratefully. "This is delightful." And he stretched his numbed hands over the blazing wood and looked round the room with a satisfied smile. "I didn't expect to get into such quarters," he remarked, as his friend in need reappeared, carrying a half-bushel basket full of coals, with which he proceeded to make up a roaring fire. "I'm sure the last thing I could have imagined was meeting with anyone I knew in Vauxhall Walk." "Where were you coming from, Master Graham?" asked William curiously. "From old Melfield's. I was at his school once, you know, and he's now retired, and is living upon the proceeds of years of robbery in Kennington Oval. I thought perhaps he would lend me £1, or offer me a night's lodgings, or even a glass of wine. But oh dear, no. He took the moral tone and observed he could have nothing to say to a son who defied his father's authority. He gave me plenty of advice, but nothing else, and showed me out into the rain with a bland courtesy for which I could have struck him." William muttered something under his breath which was not a blessing, and added aloud, "You're better here, sir, I think. At any rate, I'll be back in less than half an hour." Left to himself, young Coulton took off his coat and, shifting the settle a little, hung it over the end to dry. With his handkerchief he rubbed some of the wet out of his hair. Then, perfectly exhausted, he lay down before the fire and, pillowing his hand on his arm, fell fast asleep. He was awakened nearly an hour afterwards by the sound of someone gently stirring the fire and moving quietly about the room. Starting into a sitting posture, he looked around him, bewildered for a moment, and then, recognizing his humble friend, said, laughing, "I lost myself. I couldn't imagine where I was." "I'm sorry to see you here, sir," was the reply, "but still this is better than being out of doors. It's come on a nasty night. I brought a rug round with me that perhaps you could wrap yourself in." "I wish at the same time you had brought me something to eat," said the young man, laughing. "Are you hungry then, sir?" asked William in a tone of concern. "Yes, I've had nothing to eat since breakfast. The governor and I commenced rowing the minute we sat down to luncheon, and I rose and left the table. But hunger does not signify. I'm dry and warm, and I can forget the other matter in sleep." "And it's too late now to buy anything," soliloquized the man. "The shops are all shut long ago. Do you think, sir," he added, brightening, "you could manage some bread and cheese?" "Do I think? I should call it a perfect feast," answered Graham Coulton. "But never mind about food tonight, William. You have had trouble enough and to spare already." William's only answer was to dart to the door and run downstairs. Presently he reappeared, carrying in one hand bread and cheese wrapped up in paper, and in the other a pewter measure full of beer. "It's the best I could do, sir," he said apologetically. "I had to beg this from the landlady." "Here's to her good health!" exclaimed the young fellow gaily, taking a long pull at the tankard. "This tastes better than champagne in my father's house." "Won't he be uneasy about you?" ventured William, who, having by this time emptied the coals, was now seated on the inverted basket, looking wistfully at the relish with which the son of the former master was eating his bread and cheese. "No," was the decided answer. "When he hears it pouring cats and dogs, he'll only hope I am out in the deluge, and say a good drenching will cool my pride." "I don't think you're right there," remarked the man, "but I am sure I am. My father always hated me, as he hated my mother. Begging your pardon, sir, he was over-fond of your mother. If you had heard what he said about her today, you might find reason to alter your opinion. He told me I resembled her in mind as well as body, that I was a coward, a simpleton, and a hypocrite. He didn't mean it, sir. He did, every word. He does think I'm a coward because I... And the young fellow broke into a passion of hysterical tears. I don't half like leaving you here alone, said William, glancing round the room with a quick trouble in his eyes. But I have no place fit to ask you to stop, and I'm forced to go myself because I'm night watchman and must be on at 12 o'clock. I shall be right enough, was the answer, only I mustn't talk any more of my father. Tell me about yourself, William. How did you manage to get such a big house, and why are you leaving it? The landlord put me in charge, sir, and it was my wife's fancy not to like it. Why did she not like it? She felt desolate alone with the children at night, answered William, turning away his head, then added next minute, Now, sir, if you think I can do no more for you, I'd best be off. Time's getting on. I'll look round tomorrow morning. Good night, said the young fellow, stretching out his hand, which the other took as freely and frankly as it was offered. What should I have done this evening if I'd not chanced to meet you? I don't think there is much chance in the world, Master Graham, was the quiet answer. I do hope you'll rest well and not be the worse for your wetting. No fear of that, was the rejoinder. And the next minute the young man found himself all alone in the old house in Vauxhall Walk. 2. Lying on the settle, with the fire burnt out, and the room in total darkness, Graham Coulton dreamed a curious dream. He thought he awoke from deep slumber to find a log smouldering away upon the hearth, and the mirror at the end of the apartment reflecting fitful gleams of light. He couldn't understand how it came to pass that, far away as he was from the glass, he was able to see everything in it, but he resigned himself to the difficulty without astonishment, as people generally do in dreams. Neither did he feel surprised when he beheld the outline of a female figure seated beside the fire, engaged in picking something out of her lap and dropping it with a despairing gesture. He heard the mellow sound of gold and knew she was lifting and dropping sovereigns. He turned a little so as to see the person engaged in such a singular and meaningless manner, and found that where there had been no chair on the previous night, there was a chair now, on which was seated an old wrinkled hag, her clothes poor and ragged, a mob cap barely covering her scant white hair, her cheeks sunken, her nose hooked, her fingers more like talons than aught else, as they dived down into the heap of gold, portions of which they lifted but to scatter mournfully. "Oh, my lost life!" she moaned in a voice of bitterest anguish. "Oh, my lost life! For one day! For 1 hour of it again!" Out of the darkness, out of the corner of the room where the shadows lay deepest, out from the gloom abiding near the door, out from the dreary night with their sodden feet and wet dripping from their heads, came the old men and the young children, the worn women and the weary hearts whose misery that gold might have relieved, but whose wretchedness it mocked. Round that miser, who once sat gloating as she now sat lamenting, they crowded, all those pale, sad shapes, the aged of days, the infant of hours, the sobbing outcast, honest poverty, repentant vice. But one low cry proceeded from those pale lips, a cry for help she might have given, but which she withheld. They closed about her altogether as they had done singly in life. They prayed, they sobbed, they entreated. With haggard eyes the figure regarded the poor she had repulsed, the children against whose cries she had closed her ears, the old people she had suffered to starve and die, for want of which would have been the merest trifle to her. Then, with a terrible scream, she raised her lean arms above her head and sank down,
down, the gold scattering as it fell out of her lap and rolling along the floor till its gleam was lost in the outer darkness beyond. Then Graham Coulton awoke in good earnest, with the perspiration oozing from every pore, with a fear and an agony upon him such as he had never before felt in all his existence, and with the sound of the heart-rending cry, "Oh, my lost life!" still ringing in his ears. Mingled with all, too, there seemed to have been some lesson for him which he had forgotten, that, try as he would, eluded his memory, and which, in the very act of waking, glided away. He lay for a little while thinking about all this, and then, still heavy with sleep, retraced his way into dreamland once more. It was natural, perhaps, that mingling with the strange fantasies which follow in the train of night and darkness, the former vision should recur, and the young man ere long found himself toiling through scene after scene wherein the figure of the woman he had seen seated beside a dying fire held principal place. He saw her walking slowly across the floor, munching a dry crust, she who could have purchased all the luxuries wealth can command. On the hearth, contemplating her, stood a man of commanding presence, dressed in the fashion of long ago. In his eyes there was a dark look of anger, on his lips a curling smile of disgust. And somehow, even in his sleep, the dreamer understood it was the ancestor to the descendant he beheld, that the house put to mean uses in which he lay had never so far descended from its high estate as the woman possessed of so pitiful a soul, contaminated with the most despicable and insidious vice poor humanity knows, for all other vices seem to have connection with the flesh, but the greed of the miser eats into the very soul. Filthy of person, repulsive to look at, hard of heart as she was, he yet beheld another phantom, which, coming into the room, met her almost on the threshold, taking her by the hand and pleading, as it seemed, for assistance. He couldn't hear all that passed, but a word now and then fell upon his ear, some talk of former days, some mention of a fair young mother, an appeal, as it seemed, to a time when they were tiny brother and sister, and the accursed greed for gold had not divided them. All in vain. The hag only answered him as she had answered the children and the young girls and the old people in his former vision. Her heart was as invulnerable to natural affection as it had proved to human sympathy. He begged, as it appeared, for aid to avert some bitter misfortune or terrible disgrace, and adamant might have been found more yielding to his prayer. Then the figure standing on the hearth changed to an angel, which folded its wings mournfully over its face, and the man with bowed head slowly left the room. Even as he did so, the scene changed again. It was night once more, and the miser wended her way upstairs. From below, Graham Coulton fancied he watched her toiling wearily from step to step. She had aged strangely since the previous scenes. She moved with difficulty. It seemed the greatest exertion for her to creep from step to step, her skinny hand traversing the balusters with slow and painful deliberateness. Fascinated, the young man's eyes followed the progress of that feeble, decrepit woman. She was solitary in a desolate house, with a deeper blackness than the darkness of night waiting to engulf her. It seemed to Graham Coulton that after that he lay for a long time in a still dreamless sleep, upon waking from which he found himself entering a chamber as sordid and unclean in its appointments as the woman of his previous vision had been in her person. The poorest labourer's wife would have gathered more comforts around her than that room contained. A four-poster bedstead without hangings of any kind, a blind drawn up awry, an old carpet covered with dust and dirt on the floor, a rickety washstand with all the paint worn off it, an ancient mahogany dressing-table, and a cracked glass spotted all over, were all the objects he could at first discern. Looking at the room through that dim light which oftentimes obtains in dreams,
By degrees, however, he perceived the outline of someone lying, huddled on the bed. Drawing nearer, he found it was that of the person whose dreadful presence seemed to pervade the house. What a terrible sight she looked, with her thin white locks scattered over the pillow, with what were mere remnants of blankets gathered about her shoulders, with her claw-like fingers clutching the clothes, as though even in sleep she was guarding her gold. An awful and a repulsive spectacle, but not with half the terror in it of that which followed. Even as the young man looked, he heard stealthy footsteps on the stairs. Then he saw first one man, and then his fellow, steal cautiously into the room. Another second, and the pair stood beside the bed, murder in their eyes. Graham Coulton tried to shout, tried to move, but the deterrent power which exists in dreams only tied his tongue and paralyzed his limbs. He could but hear and look, and what he heard and saw was this. Aroused suddenly from sleep, the woman started, only to receive a blow from one of the ruffians, whose fellow followed his lead by plunging a knife into her breast. Then, with a gurgling scream, she fell back on the bed, and at that same moment, with a cry, Graham Coulton again awoke. To thank heaven, it was but an illusion. 3. "I hope you slept well, sir." It was William who, coming into the hall with the sunlight of a fine bright morning streaming after him, asked this question. "Had you a good night's rest?" Graham Coulton laughed and answered, "Why, faith, I was somewhat in the case of Paddy, who couldn't sleep for dreaming. I slept well enough, I suppose, but whether it was in consequence of the row with my dad, or the hard bed, or the cheese, most likely the bread and cheese so late at night, I dreamt all the night long the most extraordinary dreams. Some old woman kept cropping up, and I saw her murdered." "You don't say that, sir," said William nervously. "I do indeed," was the reply. "However, that's all gone and past. I've been down in the kitchen and have had a good wash, and I'm as fresh as a daisy and hungry as a hunter, and, oh, William, can you get me any breakfast?" "Certainly, Master Graham. I've brought round a kettle, and I'll make the water boil immediately. I suppose, sir," this tentatively, "you'll be going home today?" "Home?" repeated the young man. "Decidedly not. I'll never go home again till I return with some medal hung to my coat, or a leg or an arm cut off. I've thought it all out, William. I'll go and enlist. There's talk of a war, and living or dead, my father shall have reason to retract his opinion about my being a coward." "I'm sure the Admiral never thought you anything of the sort, sir," said William. "Why, you have the pluck of 10. "Not before him," answered the young fellow sadly. "You'll do nothing rash, Master Graham. You won't go listing or aught of that sort in your anger." "If I don't, what's to become of me?" asked the other. "I cannot dig to beg. I'm ashamed. Why, but for you, I shouldn't have had a roof over my head last night. Not much of a roof, I'm afraid, sir." "Not much of a roof?" repeated the young man. "Why, who could desire a better? What a capital room this is," he went on, looking around the apartment, where William was now kindling a fire. "One might dine 20 people here easily. If you think so well of the place, Master Graham, you might stay here for a while, till you've made up your mind what you're going to do. The landlord won't make any objection, I'm very sure." "Oh, nonsense. He would want a long rent for a house like this." "I dare say, if he could get it," was William's significant answer. "What do you mean? Won't the place let?" "No, sir. I didn't tell you last night, but there was a murder done here, and people are shy of the house ever since." "A murder? What sort of murder? Who was murdered?" "A woman, Master Graham, the landlord's sister. She lived here all alone and was supposed to have money. Whether she had or not, she was found dead from a stab in her breast. And if there ever was any money, it must have been taken at the same time, for none was ever found in the house from that day to this." "Was that the reason your wife wouldn't stop here?" asked the young man, leaning against the mantel-shelf and looking thoughtfully down on William. "Yes, sir. She couldn't stand it any longer. She got that thin and nervous no one would have believed it possible. She never saw anything, but she said she heard footsteps and voices, and then when she walked through the hall or up the staircase, someone always seemed to be following her.
We put the children to sleep in that big room you had last night, and they declared they often saw an old woman sitting by the hearth. Nothing ever came my way, finished William with a laugh. I was always ready to go to sleep the minute my head touched the pillow. Were not the murderers discovered? Asked Graham Coulton. No, sir, the landlord, Miss Tynan's brother, had always lain under the suspicion of it, quite wrongfully, I'm very sure, but he'll never clear himself now. It was known he came and asked her for help a day or two before the murder, and it was also known he was able within a week or two to weather whatever trouble had been harassing him. Then, you see, the money was never found, and altogether people scarce knew what to think. Ejaculated Graham Coulton, and he took a few turns up and down the apartment. Could I go and see this landlord? Surely, sir, if you had a hat, answered William, with such a serious decorum that the young man burst out laughing. That is an obstacle, certainly, he remarked, and I must make a note do instead. I have a pencil in my pocket, so here goes. Within half an hour from the dispatch of that note, William was back again with a sovereign, the landlord's compliments, and he would be much obliged if Mr. Coulton could step round. You'll do nothing rash, sir, entreated William. Why, man, answered the young fellow, one may as well be picked off by a ghost as a bullet. What is there to be afraid of? William only shook his head. He didn't think his young master was made of the stuff likely to remain alone in a haunted house and solve the mystery it assuredly contained by dint of his own unassisted endeavours. And yet, when Graham Coulton came out of the landlord's house, he looked more bright and gay than usual, and walked up the Lambeth Road to the place where William awaited his return, humming an air as he paced along. "We've settled the matter," he said, "and now if the dad wants his son for Christmas, it'll trouble him to find him." "Don't say that, Master Graham, don't," entreated the man with a shiver. "Maybe after all it would have been better if you'd never happened to chance upon Vauxhall Walk." "Don't croak, William," answered the young man. "If it was not the best day's work I ever did for myself, I'm a Dutchman." During the whole of that forenoon and afternoon, Graham Coulton searched diligently for the missing treasure Mr. Tynan assured him had never been discovered. Youth is confident and self-opinionated, and this fresh explorer felt satisfied that, though others had failed, he would be successful. On the second floor he found one door locked, but he didn't pay much attention to that at the moment, as he believed if there was anything concealed it was more likely to be found in the lower than the upper part of the house. Late into the evening he pursued his researches in the kitchen and cellars and old-fashioned cupboards, of which the basement had an abundance. It was nearly 11 when, engaged in poking about amongst the empty bins of a wine-cellar as large as a family vault, he suddenly felt a rush of cold air at his back. Moving, his candle was instantly extinguished, and in the very moment of being left in darkness, he saw, standing in the doorway, a woman resembling her who had haunted his dreams overnight. He rushed with outstretched hands to seize her, but clutched only air. He relit his candle and closely examined the basement, shutting off communication with the ground floor ere doing so. All in vain. Not a trace could he find of living creature. Not a window was opened. Not a door unbolted. It is very odd, he thought, as, after securely fastening the door at the top of the staircase, he searched the whole upper portion of the house, with the exception of the one room mentioned. I must get the key of that tomorrow, he decided, standing gloomily with his back to the fire and his eyes wandering about the drawing-room, where he had once again taken up his abode. Even as the thought passed through his mind, he saw standing in the open doorway a woman with white, dishevelled hair, clad in mean garments, ragged and dirty. She lifted her hand and shook it at him with a menacing gesture, and then, just as he was darting towards her, a wonderful thing occurred. From behind the great mirror there glided a second female figure, at the sight of which the first turned and fled, uttering piercing shrieks as the other followed her from story to story. Sick almost with terror, Graham Coulton watched the dreadful pair, as they fled upstairs past the locked room to the top of the house. It was a few minutes before he recovered his self-possession. When he did so and searched the upper apartments, he found them totally empty. That night, ere lying down before the fire, he carefully locked and bolted the drawing-room door. Before he did more, he drew the heavy settle in front of it, so that if the lock were forced, no entrance could be effected without considerable noise. For some time he lay awake, then dropped into a deep sleep, from which he was awakened suddenly by a noise as if of something scuffling stealthily behind the wainscot. He raised himself on his elbow and listened, and to his consternation beheld seated at the opposite side of the hearth the same woman he had seen before in his dreams, lamenting over her gold. The fire was not quite out, and at that moment shot up a last tongue of flame. By the light, transient as it was, he saw that the figure pressed a ghostly finger to its lips, and by the turn of its head and the attitude of its body seemed to be listening. He listened also. Indeed, he was too much frightened to do aught else. More and more distinct grew the sounds which had aroused him, a stealthy rustling coming nearer and nearer, up and up, it seemed, behind the wainscot. "It is rats," thought the young man, though indeed his teeth were almost chattering in his head with fear. But then in a moment he saw what disabused him of that idea, the gleam of a candle or lamp through a crack in the panelling. He tried to rise, he strove to shout, all in vain, and sinking down remembered nothing more till he awoke to find the grey light of an early morning stealing through one of the shutters he had left partially unclosed. For hours after his breakfast, which he scarcely touched, long after William had left him at midday, Graham Coulton, having in the morning made a long and close survey of the house, sat thinking before the fire. Then, apparently having made up his mind, he put on the hat he had bought and went out. When he returned, the evening shadows were darkening down, but the pavements were full of people going marketing, for it was Christmas Eve, and all who had money to spend seemed bent on shopping. It was terribly dreary inside the old house that night. Through the deserted rooms, Graham could feel that ghostly semblance was wandering mournfully. When he turned his back, he knew she was flitting from the mirror to the fire, from the fire to the mirror. But he was not afraid of her now. He was far more afraid of another matter he had taken in hand that day. The horror of the silent house grew and grew upon him. He could hear the beating of his own heart in the dead quietude which reigned from garret to cellar. At last William came, but the young man said nothing to him of what was on his mind. He talked to him cheerfully, and hopefully enough wondered where his father would think he'd got to, and hoped Mr. Tynan might send him some Christmas pudding. Then the man said it was time for him to go, and when Mr. Coulton went downstairs to the hall door, remarked the key was not in it. "No," was the answer. I took it out today to oil it." "It wanted oiling," agreed William, for it worked terribly stiff. Having uttered which truism, he departed. Very slowly the young man retraced his way to the drawing-room, where he only paused to lock the door on the outside. Then, taking off his boots, he went up to the top of the house, where, entering the front attic, he waited patiently, in darkness and in silence. It was a long time, or at least it seemed long to him, before he heard the same sound which had aroused him on the previous night, a stealthy rustling, then a rush of cold air, then cautious footsteps, then the quiet opening of a door below. It did not take as long in action as it has required to tell. In a moment the young man was out on the landing and had closed a portion of the panelling on the wall which stood open. Noiselessly he crept back to the attic window, unlatched it, and sprung a rattle, the sound of which echoed far and near through the deserted streets. Then, rushing down the stairs, he encountered a man who, darting past him, made for the landing above.
but perceiving the way of escape closed, fled down again to find Graham struggling desperately with his fellow. "Give him the knife, come along," he said savagely, and next instant Graham felt something like a hot iron through his shoulder, and then heard a thud as one of the men, tripping in his rapid flight, fell from the top of the stairs to the bottom. At the same moment there came a crash, as if the house was falling, and faint, sick and bleeding, young Coulton lay insensible on the threshold of the room where Miss Tynan had been murdered. When he recovered, he was in the dining-room, and a doctor was examining his wound. Near the door a policeman stiffly kept guard. The hall was full of people. All the misery and vagabondism the streets contain at that hour was crowding in to see what had happened. Through the midst 2 men were being conveyed to the station-house, one with his head dreadfully injured on a stretcher, the other handcuffed, uttering frightful imprecations as he went. After a time the house was cleared of the rabble, the police took possession of it, and Mr. Tynan was sent for. "What was that dreadful noise?" asked Graham feebly, now seated on the floor with his back resting against the wall. "I don't know. Was there a noise?" said Mr. Tynan, humouring his fancy, as he thought. "Yes, in the drawing-room, I think. The key's in my pocket." Still humouring the wounded lad, Mr. Tynan took the key and ran upstairs. When he unlocked the door, what a sight met his eyes! The mirror had fallen. It was lying all over the floor, shivered into 1,000 pieces. The console table had been borne down by its weight, and the marble slab was shattered as well. But this was not what chained his attention. Hundreds, thousands of gold pieces were scattered about, and an aperture behind the glass contained boxes filled with securities and deeds and bonds, the possession of which had cost his sister her life. "Well, Graham, and what do you want?" asked Admiral Coulton that evening, as his eldest born appeared before him, looking somewhat pale, but otherwise unchanged. "I want nothing," was the answer, "but to ask your forgiveness. William has told me all the story I never knew before, and if you let me, I'll try to make it up to you for the trouble you've had. I am provided for," went on the young fellow with a nervous laugh. "I've made my fortune since I left you, and another man's fortune as well." "I think you're out of your senses," said the Admiral shortly. "No, sir, I have found them," was the answer, "and I mean to strive and make a better thing of my life than I should ever have done had I not gone to the old house in Vauxhall Walk." "Vauxhall Walk? What's the lad talking about?" "I will tell you, sir, if I may sit down," was Graham Coulton's answer. And then he told his story.
Everybody dies, don't they? Everybody come back, don't they? Isn't that so?
You tried to get into the locked drawer today, didn't you?
How do the dead come back, Mother? What's the secret?
The Vortex by Elinor Mordaunt. Cast: James Mead playing Sir Vincent Fair, Mrs. Mead, Violet Madden, Charles Wynne, Humphrey St. John, Claire Hargreaves, Beatrice Atherton, Gribble, a manservant, Augustus King, French maid, Kitty Lestrange, wife of Humphrey St. John, Doctor, servants and Harry Braid taking a small part as Miss Hargreaves' chauffeur who tells the story. Author, Lawrence Kestervan. Is it possible for the actors and actresses in a play to become so obsessed by it, so worked upon by the frenzied ardour of the author, that they lose their real characteristics and become part of it? I think so, and it is upon this that I base my conviction. In 1887, that is, Lawrence Kestervan was 17 years of age. He won a small scholarship for English composition. The scholarship was intended to help promising lads to get through Cambridge, but Lawrence's father, a bank manager, had been struck down at a comparatively early age by a paralytic seizure, and there was nothing but his small pension for the family to live on. It took Mrs. Kestervan all her time to wait upon her husband. She spoon-fed him like a child, a by no means amenable one, so that young Castervan's ideas of home were forever associated with a futile and furious man, bloodshot eyes and drawn face, throwing about anything he could lay hands on, shouting abuse at a meek, trembling woman so nerve-ridden that she was in a perpetual state of dropping, spilling, breaking what he called for, weeping, oh yes, always weeping, in a silent, half-hearted manner. Then there was his sister Annie, with her high cheekbones, so like her father's, flushed scarlet, declaring shrilly that such a home was enough to send a girl to the dogs. She proved it too, for she always did what she said, did Anne. Such was the beginning and end of home life for Lawrence Castervan. His father died when he was 18. Annie had already dropped out of the family circle, gone heaven only knew where. His mother, worn down to a sort of apathy, went to live with a widowed sister in the north of England. It was cheaper than trying to make a home for Lawrence, and always everything had hung upon that, the need for economy, shaving life down to the bare bone. Lawrence did not care much one way or another. If parents do not love their children do not love them. Is it likely that they should? Truth to tell, Mrs. Castervan's decision fitted in with the boy's own wishes. There was no sense of chill at his heart, for it burnt with something more potent than affection, something which was at once home, friendship, love, father, mother, food, warmth, shelter, and this was ambition. That scholarship had set him all aflame to tread the paths of literature, never for one moment to rest content with the level plains, the broad highways, but to make straight, whatever the cost, for those hilltops which catch the sun, no matter in which direction it may turn. He had already spent 2/3 of the sum allotted to him by his scholarship, or rather it had been engulfed in the family morass commonly termed general expenses. £50 remained. He was perfectly certain that he could live for 1 year on £50, and by that time his future would be assured. By dint of denying himself everything which makes life tolerable, he did live on it and wrote a play. He took a whole year over it, writing and rewriting it, half-starved, baked and frozen by turns in an attic, until the play was as intricate, involved, soulless as those geometrical puzzles which we find at the end of magazines. To do the boy Lawrence justice, he had the astuteness to realize what was bad, the courage to destroy it. That year's work went into the fire. After this he descended from his attic to the basement cellar, not merely symbolically, but literally, struggled through an attack of rheumatic fever, which affected him more or less for life, started to write advertisements, got a few odd paragraphs into a few equally odd and almost unknown papers, supplied the footnotes to comic pictures, wrote verses, mostly for religious periodicals, at £1 a verse. Then he went back to his attic, descending after a few years to the more reputable middle of the house, and bought at 23 the first new suit which he had possessed since he was 18. That, after all, had been one of his father's sheared down for him. At 35 he found himself in a state of comparative affluence. That is, he was making about as much as the girl who stamped and addressed the refusal slips of his more serious efforts. After this, he steadily climbed upwards, but in such a small way that he never dared to look back and see how small a distance he had travelled. He had 2 rooms instead of 1. He afforded himself an occasional meal at a cheap Italian cafe. Once, even, he left London for a fortnight on the Yorkshire moors. He would have repeated this extravagance, for it opened his eyes to such a world of beauty and delight of which he had heretofore scarcely dreamed. If only I could do this every year, he thought to himself. I might really write something worth doing. He formed indeed a plan for spending 6 months of each year in London, making enough by any sort of hack work to last him over the next 6, and then retiring to Yorkshire to work at the magnum opus which had never quite ceased to simmer in his brain. The Yorkshire trip was, however, never to be repeated. Perhaps it had awakened him to new possibilities in life, quickened him to beauty of another kind, or perhaps it had merely strengthened him physically, awakened his latent manhood. But whatever the reason, it was about this time that he first began to notice women as individuals, apart from their obviously comic or possibly tragic histories, and fell in love with the sister of one of the clerks in a magazine editor's office. It is certain, from what he told me, that Iris Hames was beautiful, with that calculating air of dignity and innocence, that clear, creamy paleness consistent with perfect health, which is the dower of so many London girls. But it is equally certain that her brain and heart alike were empty of everything, save a perpetual petty scheming for new possessions, sensations, tastes, that in her was to be found a replica of the daughter of the horse-leech, with her cry of "Give, give." Iris, however, did not say "give," but "I wouldn't mind if I had." Always, ever since the days of that scholarship, Castervan's trend had been in the direction of tragedy. He felt, realized tragedy, saw it in half the faces which he looked upon, deduced it from scraps of conversation in bus or underground, from the baldest notices of police court processes in the daily papers. The upper crust of life might show gay and cheerful, but underneath it all lay unplumbed depths of hopelessness, misery, cruelty. All the same, it seemed to him that the only way in which he could make money was by a bald chronicling of the obvious, short paragraphs on fires and financial affairs, or serio-comic sketches and stories connected, for the most part, with overstout wives, jealous husbands, interfering mothers-in-law. Always he wondered drearily whether any so-called humorous writers were themselves amused by what they wrote, or merely contemptuous of the inanity and futility of the public for which they catered, sophistically aware of the ease with which loud laughter may be drawn from empty minds. During the period of his engagement, he did very little work except in the comic line. He made more money by that than by anything else, and money had now, for the first time, despite all his poverty, become the chief desire of life, apart from Iris herself. In honest truth, he had never before realized what poverty really meant, the feeling of meanness and inferiority which it engenders, the annoyance of not being able to spend, to give, to make a splash, the anguish implied in the fear of not making good. He moved from Kennington to West Kensington so as to be near his betrothed. "It's much quieter here, and you'll be able to write better," that was what she said. But she was wrong. The whole atmosphere of the place depressed him. It was much more expensive, and Iris made perpetual demands upon his time. He had never before gone about with a woman, and he could not have imagined how much it cost. It seemed that they could not venture anywhere without getting caught in a shower of rain and having to return home in a taxi, that Iris was always hungry, in need of chocolates or tea or fruit. Then there was that question of taking a flat, of furnishing it. It was impossible to believe how many things were absolutely necessary to the setting of love until he went over the long lists with his betrothed, and she explained how important each item really was. At the end of 2 years of feverish misery and more feverish joy, the engagement was broken off. Iris had worshipped him for what she called his romantic appearance. Just when she was beginning to grow tired of his economy, which seemed like meanness, and the little time he appeared to be able to spare for her and her amusement, some friends spoke of him as that seedy old thing, and this was the end. He was seedy-looking. He was years older than she was. And where was the good of life unless you got some fun out of it? To Lawrence Castervan his dismissal came with the suddenness of a mortal blow. He had gone on working for Iris Hames, as he once worked for art, for the fulfilment of his ambitions, slowly, doggedly, perpetually, like some spider spinning in the dark. using up the very material of life itself. He had never really suffered before, but now he suffered horribly. It seemed as though love had awakened him to life, and at the same time had made him more sensitive to pain. He pictured Iris in the arms of another lover, and it was hell. He looked forward over the long stretch of barren life which might yet remain to him, and it seemed worse than death. He left West Kensington and returned to his old haunts in Kennington. He couldn't bear the drawing-room floor because it was too smug, faintly reminiscent of Edith Grove. The attic was too light, and he shrank from light like a wounded animal. Thus it was that he crept back to his damp basement room and seized upon paper and pen as some men might seize upon drugs. Freed from all desire to make money, the little cash which he had saved for the making of a home assured him of a livelihood for far longer than he could imagine himself as desiring to live. He produced another play. He didn't in the least mind what became of the thing, using his capacity for work as a bereaved mother uses poppy heads to her aching breast. He didn't care whether it was ever finished. He ceased to hesitate between what would pay and what felt to be real art, but poured into it the savage misery and resentment of a soul robbed of all that it ever believed itself to possess. The play was an amazing production, the sort of thing an English manager and English public goes mad over once in 10 years, during some short interval or so when they are sated with burlesque. Castervan had gained one advantage from his engagement to Iris Hames, a passing acquaintance with the stage, for she had a sister in a beauty chorus, and a knowledge of the existence of such people as theatrical and literary agents. It was through one of these that his play came to be placed with an actor-manager who knew a good thing when he saw it, and who had capital to risk on the work of an unknown man. The cast was one of the very best. It seemed indeed that Castervan was made now that he cared so little. Beatrice Atherton assumed the chief woman's part, and that alone was enough to make the success of almost anything. Sir Vincent Fair himself was the injured husband. Then there was Violet Madden as the wife, Humphrey St. John as Charles Wynne, the lover, and Augustus King in the part of Gribble, the manservant and the villain of the piece, if any one character could be so called, for it seemed as though fate made fools of all alike. Though it is certain that I went home after each rehearsal in half a mind to dismiss all my servants for fear that one of them might prove to be a secret second Gribble. Gribble, as Castervan willed my friend into showing him. And yet how King had grumbled over the smallness of the part when it was allotted to him. The plot of the story was commonplace enough. A wife with ideas of her own, another woman, a husband, a suspected lover, and that villainous, so wrongly called domestic Gribble. It was the things Castervan made them say which told the amazing perversities of feeling which they betrayed. Meade, the husband, loved his wife, and yet at the same time he was mad for another woman, eating his soul out for her. Meade, as drawn by Castervan, reminded me of nothing so much as a black panther they once had in the London Zoo, which, if it could get nothing else to feed upon, and was within sight of prey it could not reach, devoured its own flesh. Meade was a good fellow in the main, victimized by his own passions, wanting all sorts of things, and never quite certain what he wanted most. One might almost have said that Fair's Meade was the villain and not Charles Wynne, though I knew, we all knew, that that was not the way Castervan intended it to be taken. Meade couldn't bear the idea of his wife belonging to another man, and yet he was unable to rid himself of the thought that if he were able to prove the fact, he would be free to win the other woman. As to Charles Wynne, Humphrey St. John, he made love to Mrs. Meade because he was in the habit of making love to any attractive woman he came across, while she accepted his advances for the mere sake of convincing her husband that she had, in modern jargon, a right to live her own life. Of course, the thing ended in tragedy. What else could you expect, with Castervan let loose, as it were, for the first time? The husband who watches his wife, he follows her, dogs her, torn between jealousy and hope, egged on by his detestable servant, until he actually counts upon seeing her incriminate herself. He comes home one night, finds that she is not there, and follows her to Charles Wynn's rooms. There he perceives a woman, wrapped in a long loose cloak, standing with her back to him, both hands on Wynn's shoulders, her lips raised to his, and believes it is his wife. Overcome with sheer primitive rage, he shoots her, only to find as she swings round, facing him in her death agony, that it is the other woman, Claire Hargreaves, presented by Beatrice Atherton, the woman whom he himself had thought to put in his wife's place, the woman who was in reality Wynn's passionately devoted and faithful mistress whom he has killed. The wife's part was rather colourless, though Violet Madden made it live as few other actresses could have done. For the rest, the whole interest of the play was centred in the eternal triangle of one woman and two men, Beatrice Atherton, Vincent Fair, and St. John, with Augustus King as Gribble, diffusing suspicion as some plants diffuse a poisonous breath. The rehearsals went on for a long time. Again and again the production of the play was retarded because of a series of tiresome accidents to one or another of the company. Everything went wrong that could possibly go wrong, but no one ever thought of letting the thing drop. They couldn't have done so by that time, however much they wished. Even Fair, who you would have thought was pretty much his own master, could not let go of it, for the simple reason that Castervan and his damnable story held them. From the very first rehearsal, I don't believe the thing was clear out of the head of any one of them, down to the meanest scene-shifter, for one single moment. I can only feel thankful that the public never had a sight of it, for God only knows how many homes it might not have broken up before it ran its wicked course. At first everyone thought Castervan rather a nuisance. He was so immensely in earnest, behaving as though there never had been, never would be any other play, for his success seemed to have at last brought him back to life in a new and unfamiliar way. I remember Fair saying that he wished he could afford to refuse all plays by living authors, and indeed one could not wonder, for Castervan haunted the theatre, attended every rehearsal, had his own ideas upon the way in which everything ought to be done, the interpretation of pretty well every word. For like the most intensely shy and reserved men, there was no holding him once he got the bit between his teeth, no quieting him, no putting him down. It seemed as though his success had at last lit a fire within him, a fire which respected nothing, spared nothing. He behaved as though the actors had no private duties or affections, no being apart from his play. At first everyone very naturally resented this attitude. Then, one by one, they began to give in to it with that half-laugh which shows the realization of weakness. They ended by declaring that after all he was the only person who could show them how to take the parts he had set for them. If you know anything of actors and actresses, you'll realize how extraordinary was this attitude. It was most extraordinary of all in the case of Sir Vincent Fair, who was in his own way a very great man, with a strong notion of his own importance. I have an immense admiration for Fair, but it is certain that he thinks it's he and not Shakespeare who created the character of Hamlet. It was thus doubly strange to watch him influenced, surrendering to the wishes of Lawrence Castervan, for it's certain that Castervan changed his whole attitude towards the interpretation of Mead's character. He altered Beatrice Atherton's reading of her part. He altered St. John. Above all, he modified Augustus King, who had conceived of Gribble as a funny man. He forced him to bring out the devilish innuendos contained in every one of Gribble's rather pointless jokes, and that was not all. In forcing everyone to realize it, he literally turned King inside out, He reincarnated him as Gribble himself. Yes, that was it. He deprived him of his own identity and put the identity of that sneaking scoundrel in his place. Why, even in the early days, when there had been comparatively few rehearsals, I was walking down the Strand, and happening to see a man edging along the pavement, neat, smug, furtive, so furtive that a policeman followed him with a careful eye, I thought to myself, there's a fellow just like that Gribble, and hurrying to overtake him out of sheer curiosity, found to my amazement, my horror, nothing less, that it was Augustus King. Augustus King, usually so buoyant and debonair, walking the pavement with his hands in his pockets, his head thrown back as though the whole of London belonged to him. Augustus King, one of the frankest and best-liked men on the English stage. As the rehearsals went on, the atmosphere was overcharged, as though one of the worst thunderstorms ever known was due to burst the next moment. Everybody felt it. The very stage carpenters and scene shifters, for Fair was irritable in a way he had never been before. And his temper, combined with Castervan's exactions, was enough to try the strongest nerves. Lady Fair, who so often used to come to rehearsal and sit in the stalls, watching but saying nothing until she found herself alone with her husband, Lady Fair, whose opinion was, Sir Vincent said, worth hundreds a year to him, actually spoke to me on the subject. It was one day when her husband, having ordered a scene to be taken over again, Castervan's suggestion this, had asked me to see if she would not like to go across to the Savoy for a cup of tea. She refused, saying that she would rather stay and see the thing through, and I sat down by her side. We all liked Fair's wife, though strangers thought her cold, and perhaps she was, in general, rather detached and aloof, but she was one of the fairest-minded people I ever met, a rare quality in her sex. It seemed as though she saw all round every question, was determined to give everybody a patient hearing, and many a down-in-the-world actor or actress has owed more than they could ever express to Laura Fair. It was odd how her married name suited her. She had a well-cut, rather colourless face, and beautiful blue eyes. She was always quietly and very elegantly dressed, with every line true. She must have been a good deal upset before she could have spoken as she did. As I have said, she never discussed her husband's affairs with anyone. Still, I was one of their very oldest friends, and she, like everyone else, I suppose, felt an occasional need for outside sympathy. "I hate this play," she said. "I wish Vincent had never taken it. I wish he would give it up even now." "You don't think it's good?" "Oh, yes, I think it's, well, good isn't the word. Wonderful, powerful, clever, inhumanly clever. But all the same, I think it's a bad play in itself. A morally bad play, I mean." "You feel that Castervan—" I hesitated. "Oh, I think that Mr. Castervan's all right, poor man. Vincent brought him to dinner one night, and I felt very, very sorry for him. He struck me as the sort of man who had never known anything but the hard side of life, never been mothered. But there are, oh well, you know, there are such things as typhoid carriers. I think there's a germ of something terrible, evil in this play. That Mr. Castervan was weak, lonely, non-resistant when he wrote it, and somehow or other he caught the infection and is transmitting it, generating it, spreading it. He can't help himself. Look at him now. He's like a man in a high fever." I followed the direction of Laura Fair's eyes. Castervan was facing us, speaking quickly, excitedly, with much gesture. Fair was standing with one hand to his chin, doubtful, sombre as Meade himself, though the rehearsal was for the moment at a standstill. He was looking at Violent Madden, too, just, well, as Meade might have looked at his wife, angry, suspicious, and yet half gloating. Miss Madden herself, Mrs. Meade, seemed to be taking no notice of anyone, though I saw her slip her hand behind her back and allow it to lie for just one moment in that of St. John, Charles Wynne, who stood behind her. The auditorium of the theatre was in darkness, and I suppose she and everyone else took it for granted that Lady Fair and I had gone out to tea. Yet it was impossible that she should not have seen what I saw, for she had trained herself to help her husband by a fine keenness of perception. For all that, her voice went on quite smoothly, almost without a break. If one could take his temperature now, one would probably find it above 100. He'll kill himself if it goes on, she said. Remember, we were still talking of Castervan. Then, she added, with such bitterness and passion as I could never have believed her capable of, well, I only hope he will, for the sake of everyone concerned. I was surprised. I do not know what I was about to answer when my attention was diverted by something even more amazing. The scene, the Meads' drawing room, was just roughly put together. The painted wall cloth on the right did not quite touch the floor, and someone was actually lying flat, peering under it close behind Wynne and Mrs. Mead. The folly of the action struck me most, for the back of the stage was still quite open, and anyone who had not a perfect mania for peeping and prying could see all that was going on without any difficulty. Imagine, then, my surprise, my disgust, when a moment later I saw this peeping Tom rise from his lowly position, brush the dust carefully away from his trousers, glancing furtively this way and that, and realized that it was actually Augustus King. I don't know what Lady Fair and I talked about after that. I was too dazed and, in a way, frightened. But I do remember that there was no more actual rehearsing, while just before Vincent joined us, King drew him aside and stood for a moment or two whispering in his ear, whispered, though all the rest of the players had dispersed. The more I thought over what I had seen, the more puzzled I felt. I gave up the Augustus King part of it in despair, but St. John, Charles Wynne, had lately been married. His wife was the girl who took the French maid's part, and they were supposed to be tremendously in love. He and Violet Madden had always seemed rather to dislike each other. I remember what he said when the parts were distributed. After all, I'm glad I've only got to pretend to make love to her. Then why pretend to make love to her, or rather allow himself to be made love to, when the actual scene was in abeyance? A few days after this, I found little Mrs. St. John, Kitty Lestrange to the theatrical world, crying in a quiet corner among the wings. We were friends, but anyhow, she was so angry that she would have confided in a scene-shifter. "Look at my husband and that Atherton woman," she said. "Only look at them. It makes me sick, that's what it does." I did look, thoroughly puzzled, for he and Beatrice Atherton were standing aside talking together, looking into each other's eyes in a way which was unmistakable. It's all very well. It's a different thing when he really is acting, when the play is really on. But now, just look. He flirts with Miss Madden, too. He flirts with everyone, just like that beastly Wynne man. One would think that he was possessed by something beastly inherent in the play, the rotter himself. For a moment she was silent, dabbing at her eyes when she broke out again. "That devilish Castervan has got them all on a string, does what he likes with them." After this, Lady Fair attended all rehearsals. I had never known her to be so constant, and I fancy that she was anxious and oppressed, as we all were, though less nerve-ridden and harried than the rest of us. She herself had been on the stage for a very short time, but left it for good on her marriage. She had always spoken of her efforts in that direction with a little laugh, as though she herself had no opinion of them. I was more than surprised to hear her break out one afternoon, just at that part where Mead is hovering between his real affection for and duty to his wife and his infatuation for the other woman. If only I had the part instead of that stick Violet Madden, I could have held him. I know I could have held him. It seemed as though she, too, were being drawn into the vortex of horror formed by this diabolical play, made part of it. Even now, I remember how, in the love scenes between Mead and Claire Hargreaves, my cheeks burned, and how I felt shamed that she would be witness to them, though again and again we had watched, criticised, laughed over her husband's love-making, which she declared to be the weakest part of his acting. A few days later, the rehearsal being over, we went to Sir Vincent's dressing-room to fetch him. He'd been called away for a moment, and we waited there. The revolver with which Mead was supposed to shoot his wife lay upon his dressing-table. Lady Fair took it in her hand and turned it round and round absently, listening for her husband's step. Stage revolvers are in actual performances charged with blanks. At rehearsals they're not charged at all. We had both seen Vincent Fair holding the weapon in his hand at this rehearsal, making a feint of using it. What put it into my head that the thing might be loaded, I am unable to say. On the face of it, the idea was ludicrous. And yet a wave of cold sweat came over me as I realised Laura Fair's careless handling. "Mind, mind!" I cried, so sharply that my own voice startled me. I can see even now the amazed look in her large blue eyes as I caught her wrist hard and took the revolver from her hand. She was so sure that there could be no danger, that such things were never loaded. Never, I say. I wonder whose face was the whitest, hers or mine, as I extracted the half-dozen cartridges and slipped them into my pocket, for it was plain that even she recognized the blunt grey noses. She showed her uneasiness plainly by her next remark, for she is not the sort of woman from whom one expects inane half-truths. "Vincent is too dreadfully careless." As though any man could have fully loaded a stage revolver out of sheer absent-mindedness. She wrote to me after this, and begged me to do all I could to stop the play. She might as well have asked me to check the incoming tide. I could do nothing. Nobody could do anything. As for Castervan, he was like a creature possessed, and possessing. I have never given you any idea of his personal appearance, have I? Well, he was tall, with rather high shoulders, so that his head seemed a trifle sunk between them. He had odd light eyes set in immense dark caves, the mouth and long thin nose of a fanatic. His arms were too long, giving him an ungainly appearance, but he had beautiful hands. The very first day I met him I'd noticed and admired them. Now I began to hate the very sight of them, for he used his hands as though he were a conductor without a baton. Conducting what? Well, these people, all of them more or less my friends, he was using his will like the bunch of threads by which the operator of a marionette show animates the puppets. And it was not only their movements, their speech that he mastered. Somehow or other the virus had gone far deeper than that. For every man and woman in that play was as restless, as unhappy, as evilly disposed, as suspicious as the people whom they were supposed to represent. Kitty Lestrange, St. John's wife, once the jolliest, frankest little creature, had sealed herself up into some tight-lipped, altogether odious collaboration with Augustus King. But no, what am I saying? Augustus King had ceased to exist. There's no other word for it. She, the French maid, was one with Gribble, the embodied essence of all foul-mouthed, foul-minded, peeping, prying menials since the world began. Kitty peeped and peered and whispered too, was, in real life, as in the play, hand and glove with Gribble. I saw them with their heads together one afternoon in a little tea shop I used to frequent. And that man, who used to be one of my best pals, hid his face with one hand when I entered, while she bent so low over the menu that I could see nothing more than the white of a sidelong eye. As to St. John, he didn't seem to mind what his wife did, or whom she took up with. By now he was flirting with Violet Madden, Mrs. Mead, so desperately that I didn't know what to make of it. Fair was deceived too. It seems a ridiculous thing to say, but he was more jealous of Miss Madden as his stage wife than he had ever been of Laura. Laura, such miles above any other woman I ever met. Later on, I became obsessed, gradually, but nonetheless surely, with the idea that both he and St. John, the Charles Wynne of the play, were both desperately in love with Miss Atherton, though love is too good a word for the fury of passionate desire which possessed them, which changed Vincent Fair's kind, self-satisfied face into something that only too plainly bore the mark of the beast. I believe that among no half-dozen people in the world could there have been found a more miserable tangle of unhappy hate, no less unhappy love, evil suspicions, jealousies. The only person who seemed happy was Castervan, and happiness was not exactly the word to express it. In his every glance and gesture, he showed an overwhelming, loathsome joy in his own freshly discovered power. From a quiet, almost morose man, he had become obtrusive in his need for an auditor. It was at this time that I learned something of his youth, of Iris Hames, for he talked incessantly. It was more often of his play, of the people in it, than of his real life that he talked. Often enough it seemed to me that he was mad, and that in some awful way madness had become contagious. It was only by continually reminding myself of my own identity that I could keep clear of the contagion. The play had been advertised for weeks now. The announcements of it flamed out at me in immense posters from every hoarding. Goodness knows I ought to have got used to the idea of it. And yet, though I knew as well as anyone when the date was at last fixed, the words "tonight" struck through me like a rapier. Tonight, tonight. Oddly enough, despite all my apprehension, far away at the back of my mind had lain a secret conviction that Castervan's play would have but an abortive bringing forth, sans audience, sans applause. Vincent Fair did not believe in rehearsing up to the last moment, and in general gave his company a 3 days' rest before the actual production of a new play. But now, for no reason whatever, as it seemed, he called a rehearsal for the last afternoon. Not that it would have needed much calling, or so one might have thought, for every member of the cast had been hanging about the theatre during the whole of that morning and the day preceding it. And yet, at 2 o'clock, the time fixed for the rehearsal, there was not a single one of the cast present, apart from Violet Madden, Kitty Lestrange, red-eyed and sullen, and one or two of the minor characters, while oddly enough Castervan was missing for the first time on record. We waited until 2:30. It was to be a full dress rehearsal, and everything was ready. Still no one else appeared. Violet Madden, sitting in a chair almost in the middle of the stage, not fidgeting but with folded hands, had, I thought, an expression upon her face of mingled expectancy and triumph. It was the look of a martyr who rather enjoys martyrdom. Kitty, leaning against the support of one of the wings, glanced at her sideways with bent head, tapping her foot, twitching all over, on wires as it seemed. The scene shifters and prompters stood ready. We were all waiting, and yet I could take my oath that it was for something quite different from that quiet opening in the Meads' drawing-room which we had grown so used to in rehearsals. Then Lady Fair fluttered up to the centre aisle of the stalls and beckoned to me. I say fluttered because her face showed so wan and detached in the dim light, and her walk was so hurried and uncertain that it reminded me of a white moth with half-folded wings. She held a scrap of paper in her hand as she leaned towards me over the rails of the orchestra. "Harry, you must come with me at once. Something dreadful's happening. Go round the other way. Don't say anything to anyone. I'll wait outside. Quick! Oh, quick!" She jerked out the words and had turned away before I gathered my senses for a word. Outside the entrance of the theatre, I found her waiting in a taxi. 25 Filsham Road, Maida Vale, she said. "Tell him to drive quickly, for God's sake. Tell him to make haste. Tell him it's a matter of life or death." As I seated myself, she saw me glance towards the scrap of paper which she still held, and smoothed it out upon her knee so that I might read what was written there. 25 Filsham Road, Maida Vale. A typed address, no name, no message. Gribble gave it to me. Only afterwards it struck me how odd it was that she should say Gribble when Augustus King was as much her friend as mine. But it only shows how completely we were all engulfed, as it were. "He said it might interest me, that there was no time to be lost," she went on. "He laughed. Harry, it's awful when he laughs. There's something dreadful at the back of all his jokes nowadays." For a moment or so she was silent. Then she broke out again. "Tell that man to hurry. We shall never get there. I'm sure he's taken a wrong turn. Why go all up Oxford Street? There must be a shorter way. Ask him if he's certain that he knows where it is. Filsham Road." Almost before the words were out of her mouth, she was on her feet leaning over me, confusing the man with questions and directions. Laura Fair, so self-contained and controlled. Filsham Road is one of those interminable thoroughfares of northwest London where the number you want is inevitably at the opposite end to that by which you enter it. When we saw the name on the corner house, we thought we were already there, then found that there were what seemed like miles to traverse before we reached number 25. I don't know what we had expected in the way of mystery, but what we found provided something like an anticlimax to our fears. A shop. A corset shop. I was wondering who we were to ask for, or what we were to say, as I helped Laura Fair out of the taxi and told the man to wait. But with that wonderful faculty which a woman has of collecting herself, of gathering some sort of hasty composure like a garment around her, she spoke to the girl behind the counter. "I want to see the gentleman who is lodging on the first floor," she said, with her usual quiet dignity. Months later, when she was once more able to speak of the affair, she told me that she had noticed the curtains at the drawing-room windows and realised that they didn't correspond with the rest of the house. The girl answered very civilly that the entrance was by the side door, and would we be pleased to ring? We went to the side door, but there was no need to ring, for it was open. The stairs, there was no hall, edged the wall of the shop just in front of us. Even then, lacking my companion's clear intuition, I wondered what would happen supposing we walked into the apartments of some total stranger. What was it she expected to find? As she set her foot upon the first step, all petty doubt was at an end, for the sound of a shot rang echoing through the flimsy house. Odd I should remember that the strip of oilcloth running up the stairs was white, with crimson flowers, green leaves, and yet retain no idea of how we reached the first-floor landing. All I know is that I found myself facing in at the open door of the drawing-room, and saw Laura Fair clinging to her husband, who still held a smoking revolver in his hand, and was staring straight in front of him with blank grey face, while Humphrey St. John knelt, bending over the body of a woman who lay on the floor, with a stain as red as the rose-decked carpet spreading across the bodice of her white dress. I suppose I still kept some outward semblance of self-possession, for I remember that I knelt on the floor facing St. John, opened the front of Miss Atherton's dress, for of course it was she who lay there, and felt her heart, which St. John had apparently never thought of doing. He was gazing at her like a man in some anguished dream, as if he wondered what in the world they were both doing there. She was not dead, and a moment later, when Lady Fair fetched some water out of the adjoining bedroom and moistened her hair and forehead, she opened her eyes, and then closed them again with a little moan. Laura Fair had put St. John gently on one side when she bent over the woman, and he had sunk into a chair, stared from one to another, desperate enough, but even more puzzled. The girl from the shop below appeared in the open doorway with bleached face. "Will you go and find a doctor? There has been an accident," said Lady Fair, glancing up at her, and murmuring something which sounded like, "just over the way." The girl vanished. Laura Fair's eyes met mine, and I knew what she was thinking. "What are we to tell him when he comes? St. John, Fair, you must pull yourselves together. What are we to tell the doctor?" I asked. At this, St. John's wavering eyes fixed themselves, not on me, but on Vincent Fair, with a look of dazed uncertainty. "We were rehearsing. It was an accident. "But these rooms," I put in, "do they belong to you?" "Yes, I took them a week ago. To meet her, Miss Atherton here." I suppose so." He spoke doubtfully, as though he did not know why he had taken them, and was trying to remember. Then, quite suddenly, his whole face began to twitch. "Good God, there's Kitty. What about Kitty? My God, I'd forgotten. Kitty, Laura." Laura came to the rescue, as I knew she would. "The doctor's the first difficulty, Humphrey. We must all say the same thing. Tell the doctor that we were rehearsing. Give me that." She moved to her husband's side, took the revolver from his hand, and opening it, coolly extracted the remaining cartridges and put them in her own handbag. It was an accident, remember, An accident. He'll have to understand that it must be kept out of the papers. It'll be all right if... She glanced at Miss Atherton and seemed to change what she had been about to say. It has only grazed the shoulder. She'll be all right. We've got to try not to make things worse than they are. Anyhow, thank heaven, this is the end of that terrible play, of all this. Laura, you don't think... You know, it wasn't me. It was... My God, I don't know what it was. But you knew all the time. Fair spoke stammeringly. He was deathly white. His face was drawn, but in an odd way purged of all traces of guilty passion. No, of course I know. It wasn't you. It was none of you. My friends, my dearest, my best friends, cried Laura Fair. If I didn't know that, would I be here now speaking like this, trying to help you? She broke off at the sound of a man's step upon the stairs. It was the doctor, with the white-faced girl from the shop, and another woman peering over his shoulder. He gave an odd, half-surprised glance at Miss Atherton, whom we had lifted onto a sofa. This is the patient? I had half thought, he said. Then he turned to me in a puzzled way. Perhaps he thought that I looked the calmest, most matter-of-fact person in the room. There's someone sitting on your doorstep. Something wrong down there. Now, let me see. He went over Miss Atherton and I went downstairs. It was Lawrence Castervan who sat upon the doorstep. He had one hand raised, flourishing it about as though manipulating the antics of a bunch of marionettes. With the other hand he beat time. He was laughing. His wide, light grey eyes were all alight with childish, mad glee. Bending over him, one hand upon his shoulder, was Augustus King. Thank goodness it was the real Augustus King, as I realised the moment he raised himself and looked straight into my eyes with his own frank blue ones. I followed him, he said. I saw him on the Edgware Road and thought something was wrong. He's... Oh, I say, Harry, old chap, look here, He touched his own forehead significantly. One must be hardened indeed to call a man mad to his own face, though poor Castervan couldn't have cared, couldn't have known. And not only him, but something, went on King. Look here, Harry, there's been something damned odd about the whole thing. He had us like that, he added, and pointed to the raised hand, the twitching fingers. Had me, had all of us, well, just on a string.
Everybody dies, don't they? Everybody come back, don't they? Isn't that so?
You tried to get into the locked drawer today, didn't you?
How do the dead come back, Mother? What's the secret?